viewers throughout this week. It's been a fantastic week of numbers for our YouTube channel. And if you've got friends in Brisbane who haven't got anything to do today on Saturday, just let them know we're here. We're here all day until 5 p.m. It's a big day of racing with omniums, points races, time trials, Kieran's and so forth. Plenty to see and quite a nice day here in the Velodrome. We'll be back for a 9 a.m. start. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our first event out onto the program. It's our Junior Women's 19 Kieran. Round one. Welcome our riders out onto the track now. Rider 118 is Olivia Wright. 151 is Ella Liang. 162 is Madison Smith. Hazel Gardner is rider 174. Rider 177 is Indiana Plant. Straightforward, first two riders will go through to round number 2. Anyone outside the top 2 will go through to the repechage. Motorbike rolls down the back straight. Madison Smith is the rider who's drawn the number 1 spot. She goes up behind the bike. Gentle pace, 35 kilometres an hour to start off with. It'll slowly increase up to around 50 kilometres an hour before it will come out with 3 laps to go. The riders, they can improve their position behind the motorbike. However, there has to be a bike length gap between the wheels. That's between the back wheel and the front wheel. So these days in Keirin racing, it's not something we see virtually anything of. As they start to head towards 3 laps to go, you will see riders move forward for position. But as long as they're in a forward motion and going past riders, that's not going to be an issue for the commissaires. You can't go past the motorbike until it pulls out. And it will get out the way this time with 3 laps to go. Maddie Smith on the front. Hazel Gardner up on her wheel. Olivia Wright underneath as they move down the back straight. Ella Liang making position. The 3 Queensland colours. Olivia Wright also. Just wearing the black skin suit though today. And Hazel Gardner, the New Zealander, looking to the top 2. Liang up round the outside as they head down the back straight now with 1.5 laps to go. The pace starting to go up. A good fight on at the bottom of the track here. Liang not having it all her own way just yet. Good riding from Maddie Smith now down the back straight. Olivia Wright up round the outside, but Ella Liang, she won the time trial just a few days ago. She's very strong from the front, very quick indeed, so she's going to be comfortable here. Go through in the top 2. Olivia Wright will join her in the next round. Everyone else, we'll see them in the repechage. We move on to heat number 2 now in the junior women 19 Keirin. Welcome our riders up onto the track. Rider 153 is Ebony Robinson. 155 is Piper Newton. From New Caledonia, rider 164 is Louise Chavitz. Rider 171, Victoria Smith, and Milan Bradshaw is rider 176. Everyone finds their way behind the motorbike. Gentle pace to start off with, they come into the home straight. Ebony Robinson in the orange colours won the sprint title in second position there. Victoria Smith up behind the motorbike, then Piper, Newton and Chavitz and Bradshaw. And Robinson, she's had a good week. Won the sprint, won the team sprint with her team. Medalled in the 1,000-metre time trial. It'll be a good contest today. There's Ella Liang has been right in the thick of the action. Olivia Wright, 1 or 2 others. So the Keirin race, as we saw with the men's, a great win in the elite men's Keirin with Sam Dakin. 1 New Zealander up against 5 Australians in the final. He took the gold medal. So anything can happen in Keirin racing. Really looking forward to see how this junior women's event plays out here today as they head down the back straight. Kalinda Robinson getting herself up to the front. They'll have 2 laps to go when they come to the home straight this time. Robinson going to dictate terms. Doesn't want to go too early because they're going to try and come from the clouds as they head down the back straight. New Caledonia rider trying to get her way up round the outside. Hasn't worked for it yet. Victoria Smith up on the wheel. Come into the home straight this time. Robinson leads. It's Milan Bradshaw. No, Victoria Smith, sorry, I was right the first time. Smith on the wheel, Piper Newton looking for a way. The other two are going to come back through the repechage. Robinson fast from the front, too strong. Race for second place is going to be taken out by Victoria Smith. So Robinson and Smith go through. Newton, Sharvitz and Bradshaw, they will come back through the repechage. Well, they'll try and come back through the repechage, but that is where we will see them next. Event 144C coming out on to the track now. If you're watching in the stands or you're watching at home on the YouTube channel, results.ozcycling.org.au, you'll be able to see what I see from the start list here. It's a live start list with times and so forth. You'll be able to see who qualifies. You'll also be able to go back through all of the previous days' events and see the results and the times that have been set here. Welcome our heat number 3 of round 1 out onto the track. Rider 130 is Zadie Scott. 154 is Minnie Collins. Then Natasha Sitsky, rider 157. Hope Harnety, rider 160. Paige Squire, rider 167. And Emily Watch, rider 178. 6 riders in this heat. Motorbike comes through. Paige Squire it is, who has drawn the front spot. She will go up behind the motorbike. All very evenly matched, these heats so far this morning on paper. This one's probably, I would say this one of the ones we've seen so far, this heat is probably the hottest of the lot. When I start going through the names, Sitsky, Watch, Squire, Collins, and Hope Harnedy, Zadie Scott. So this is probably the toughest of the first 3 heats that we've seen so far to get yourself up into the top 2. They'll come through this time with 4 laps to go. Paige Squire, then we have Emily Watch. They head down the back straight. 2 New Zealanders, Zadie Scott and Minnie Collins in this one. Hope Harnety in the Victorian colours, Sitsky on the back of the group. The motorbike will come out this time. Third wheel, Zadie Scott. Having a look over the shoulder, seeing where Hope Harnety is. Hope Harnety moving up, no trouble whatsoever. Sitsky rode brilliantly in the team sprint the other night. She's just a little bit far back at the moment on the outside. She'll be looking for a way forward. 2 laps to go this time. Harnety comes up to the hip of Paige Squire. Emily Watch in a little bit of bother, caught underneath, as Sitsky able to get round the outside, and the New Zealander Collins trying to go with her in the green, but she finds there's a little bit more of a block of riders between her. Look at the ride of Emily Watch. She was boxed in half a lap ago. She's got herself out. She's going to race down the back straight against Paige Squire. Paige Squire is going to be ridden into the box, and the 2 ACT riders comfortably 1-2 as they come through the bend. Paige Squire will attack them in the home straight, but it'll be Emily Watch, Natasha Sitsky go across the line comfortably into the next round. Paige Squire and the rest will try and come back through the repechage. Next event coming out onto the track once again with the Kerins. It's junior men's Keirin round 1. Welcome our riders as they come up onto the track. Rider 112 will be Nate Argent. 115 will be Chris Mullins. 119 Leighton Riley. Patrick May 133. Mitchell Louis 140 and Luca Piet 141. Same again. Motorbike will stay on for 3 laps and pull out with 3 to go. A little bit of a difference here. 2 heats of the junior men Keirin. So the first 3 riders here will go into the final. The remainder will go to the 7 to 12 final. So the first 3 get to the gold medal ride-off. Important race to start the day off here as they roll away. Luca Piet, South Australian, up on to the back of the motorbike as he's drawn number 1. Leighton Riley in second wheel, then Mitchell Louis, Chris Mullins, Patrick May and Nate Argent on the tail of the field. So Patrick May and Mitchell Louis would be the favoured guys in this one, then possibly Nate Argent, the way they've ridden it so far this week. But it's Keirin racing, anything can suddenly happen. All about the tactics, and if you know who the fast sprinters are, you'll be able to put yourself into a position to try and just get away from them ever so slightly. Tactics, so important. You get riders second-guessing themselves sometimes at 2.5 to go, or whether they should move forward or stay where they are. Coming up with 3 to go now. Nice piece of riding here from the New Zealand rider, Riley, as they head down the back straight this time. He's going to dictate terms here. Patrick May finds himself on the back of the bunch. Luca Piet in good position as they come up to 2 laps to go this time. Riley leads, having a look over the shoulder. They lie off. He's riding a good tempo. This is where it starts to get dangerous. With 1.5 laps to go. Mitchell Louis, he knows his track inside out, and he moves forward now. Good pace, and his teammate Mullins on the wheel. So Louis and Mullins trying to get themselves into the final here. Patrick May coming from a long way back. This is good riding by Louis, great riding by Mullins to be on the right wheel here, and Patrick May moving nicely, comfortably. 1, 2, 3. These 3 riders will go into the gold medal ride. Good riding there by Mitchell Louis, keeping it all nice and safe. Chris Mullins, he drew that wheel before they came onto the track, and he knew that was the wheel to follow. And Patrick May showed quite comfortably that he has the strength and the speed to put himself where he needs to be. He gets up for 3rd place, and they will go through to the gold medal ride-off. Louis, Mullins and May, Piet, Argent and Riley, they will be in the 7 to 12 final. We move on to our second heat of round 1. 7 riders in heat number 2 for round 1. So one of these riders is going to miss out for the rest of the day. Rider 116, Sebastian Topping. 120 is Angus Withington. Miles Preener is 127. Jeremy Cannon 134. Ben Murphy 143, Alex Schuler 145, Flynn Underwood 146. Well, my goodness me, as the kids say, this heat is lit, and it certainly is. We've got the whole of the team sprint team that won the gold medal a couple of days ago. Murphy, Schuler and Underwood in this one. And Schuler and Underwood, well, they were in the final of the sprint championship as well. Angus Withington also a medalist. So this one's going to be tough, very tough. 7 riders looking for the top 3 spots to get themselves into the gold medal ride here today. 4 to go as they come through this time. The rider up behind the bike is Sebastian Topping. Then it's Angus Withington. They'll come to the straight with 3 to go. They'll be very much paying attention. The move starts straight away. No surprise here. Flynn Underwood up round the outside, silver medalist in the sprint championship. Going to try and dictate terms here. He's got his teammates a little bit far back. Shulot won the sprint. He kind of unfortunately had some unfortunate luck in the time trial as they head through the 200, coming up to a lap and a half to go. Riders trying to move forward. Ben Murphy in a little bit of problems here. Shula just following wheels at the moment, showing some confidence here. Good riding here from Underwood as they go through. Seb Topping on the wheel, holding the wheel nicely. I'll tell you what, it looks like the sprint champion's going to miss out here. They come to the home straight. Underwood's fine, Topping's fine. Withington hanging on for third, and he will. Unfortunately, the man who won the sprint championship, Shula, goes across in fourth that time. Great riding by his teammate, Flynn Underwood, though. Seb Topping as well, got himself into position nicely there. And then Angus Withington goes across in third. As I've said before, Kieran Racing, it's not always going to go to what we think the seed will be. Great ride. Underwood, Topping and Withington, they are through to the final. Shula, Prina and Cannon, well, they are going to come back and ride the 7 to 12 final. Ben Murphy, unfortunately, the rider to have missed out. But Ben Murphy has already become Oceania champion this week in the team sprint, so he's had a good week. 11.4 from the front for Flynn Underwood. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome event 147 out onto the track now. This is race number 1 of our Junior Women 19 Omnium. It's a 30-lap scratch race. We introduce our riders. First of all, lining up on the fence, rider 158 is Sophie Maxwell. Then we have Caitlin Rose, Anna Dubier, Liani Vandenberg, Eden Sealy Cunnington, Nina Worrell and Megan Moore. At the bottom of the track, in the sprinters lane, rider 175 is Hannah Payne. And we have Amalie Sanders, Madeline Wasserbach, Ava Schmidtke, Charlotte Sayers and Neve Parslow. For those of you who joined us during the week, you would have seen the Elite Omnium Championships. Very straightforward. 4 events. You score points in the first 3, 40, 38, 36, 34, all the way down to the end of the field. The idea is to consistently race and score points as the day goes on. Then the final event of the day is a point score, and in the point score, your points go towards your tally of the results. So you can win all 3 races this morning, end up with some good points, and then when you get to the points race at the end of the day, if you take a lap, you get 20 points, and those 20 points will go to your score. Whatever points you score in the points race at the end of the day, they go to your tally as well. So everything to race for. The secret to the Omnium Championship is to not have a bad ride. Consistent all day. You want to be top 5 or better. You really want to be top 3 or better if you want to win this one. But you do have to back up with the points race at the end of the day, because if the legs aren't any good in the points race, riders start taking laps, start taking consistent points, and it can put your position on the podium in jeopardy. They go through with 27 laps to go. So this big final day of competition here at Anna Meares Velodrome. It's been an absolute joy to call the action once again. I've done it several times up here in Brisbane over the last 10 years. And we've always had some very good co-commentators helping me out. And this week we've been trying out one of our new guys, Andre Dubier from New South Wales, has been giving me a hand, and he's turned up early today. He's found out that track racing happens before midday. It's not just happens in the evening session. So I've now got Andre to help me out in the commentary box, which is really nice. And of course his sister Anna is in there riding the Omnium Championship today. So Matt Pointer and Andre Dubier helping you out with a bit more information about the racing as we go throughout the day. And Andre, they've got 22 laps to go when they come into the home straight this time.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you everyone for having me so far. What an action-packed day of racing we have here in the final day of competition for our Oceania Championships. We've got the under-19 women out on track at the moment. In the field today, we've got Emily Sanders. Our lap score getting a little bit early there. This is the scratch race after all, so only the final lap counts for this one. The under-19 women, though, 30 laps on the track. We've got Emily Sanders here. She won the National Omnium Championship a couple of months ago in the under-19 women down in Melbourne with a very strong race there. Like Matt was saying, consistency is key, and in those Omnium Championships, she was ultra consistent throughout the 4 races, which secured her title there. We've also got the silver medalist from that championship, Anna Dubier, backing up after her win in the points race yesterday. At the moment, though, the race hasn't really been taken on at the moment. Each rider happy to pull consistent turns before swinging up the track. Remember, these riders have done many intensive days of racing back to back to back. And I can't imagine a harder way to end a championship than the Omnium. The Omnium combining 4 disciplines in one. Obviously, we start off with the scratch race, then we move into the tempo, the elimination, and the points race. So all these races that have been raced individually throughout the championships are now being combined on the final day of competition. So you definitely have to feel for these riders, but they're out there. they're going to give this one a huge crack. They've got 4 kilometres left, so that's 16 laps of the Anna Meares Velodrome. At the moment, we have the Australian champion on the front. That is Emily Sanders. She's followed by rider number 161. That's Nina Worrell from New Zealand. Caitlin Rose now, she takes her turn on the front. Like I said before, the pace has been relatively consistent throughout this scratch race. And we saw in Melbourne that a late move and a late charge with around 4-5 laps to go. That's when the pace really started to kick off there in the under-19 women's. It'll be interesting to see how this is raced. There's a few different faces, a few new faces that weren't down in the Melbourne Championships. Will they want to take this race on early, or will it come down to a sprint? Emily Sanders there. She swings up the track. Her back wheel is marked by the rider of Hannah Payne from New Zealand. She's been following that wheel now for the last couple of laps, identifying Emily as one of the favourites for this race. There's a big battle there for her back wheel. Now it's the Butterfields rider there, swinging up the track. Both Ava Schmidtke and Madeline Washerback very, very strong in yesterday's points race, picking up the silver and bronze medal in those championships. So 2 riders definitely to look out for, both in the Butterfields kit there at the back, at the bottom of the velodrome. They're led now around in the N-Swiss colours. That's Anna Dubier. She won the points race yesterday. She swings up the track. Still the pace, not on completely. It's definitely firm and consistent. As we see rider 168, that's Madeline Wasserback getting towards the front.
They'll get 9 laps to go when they come in the home straight without the bell. They'll start to look at the tactics, see how they start to set up. We see this quite often in the Omnium. Good pace being set, and then all of a sudden, everyone starts to be jockeying for position just that little bit earlier than you normally would possibly in a straight out scratch race, because you're not just thinking about the win here. You want to make sure that you're not too far down at the back. You don't have to win it, but you do need to be in that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th spot. The riders will be really thinking about trying to keep themselves in that front pocket, which allows a very big opportunity for somebody to try and just launch themselves off the front. We saw in the women's elite Omnium, nice drawn out bike race, good tempo the entire way, and then with about 6 laps to go, everything went to the fence, and it really was 4 across the track, 3 deep. There's 12 riders in a space of about 2 bike lengths coming through the 200-metre mark in the elite women's race. Megan Moore at the top of the track was possibly having a little bit of a think about it, and she then met Anna Dubier just at the top of the track, and I think Anna knew what was about to happen, so took away the little bit of a line. They'll come through this time. That's Emily Sanders swings to the top of the track this time. They're going to keep an eye on each other. Look at this. Sanders looks over the shoulder. Dubier medalled in the Madison, won the points race beautifully last night. This is the 5th day of racing. This is like riding a tour for these riders. They're racing every single day in the endurance events. If they're not riding a decent amount of scratch races, bunch races, they're riding individual pursuits or teams pursuits. 4 laps to go is what they had when they came through that time. Dubier and Sanders not going too far from each other at the moment. Schmidtke and Leonie Washbacher, they're coming to the home straight now. Here we go. This is what we talked about. Opportunity favours the brave. A nice attack here. Rider 163. It's Nev Parslow. Parslow now coming up to get 2 laps to go for Parslow. You can see the chase in the group. They're not totally committed because they don't want to be the rider that absolutely lays it down on the line and then runs out of legs. Schmidtke leads down the back straight. Dubier up into second wheel. Sanders bringing the train around the top. One or two riders not got their head on the swivel as they go through. They go through. Parslow's now going to be reeled in as they head down the back straight. It is Parslow up round the outside. The South Australian colours coming through. Great finish as they go across the line there. Superb finish. Leonie Vandenberg found a different speed to everybody else and gets herself up round the outside. So one or two riders just caught out in that last lap and a half dash. But Leonie Vandenberg, she's woken up with some good legs today. Great sprint finish, made it look very easy in the end. So junior women 19s will leave the track now. They'll get back onto the stationary bikes and the rollers. Just trying to get rid of the lactic acid that's now come back into the legs since last night, or added to what was already there. And now under 19 men just clipping in, rolling around to the back straight, and they'll roll up to the fence in the home straight and also the sprinters lane. We welcome our riders on to the fence now, on the fence line. Kyle Paris, 144, then Robert Turnbull, Bailey McDonald, Toby Jones, Ben Crawford, Sterling Jarnell, Joshua Grieve and Carol Mutri of New Caledonia. And then we have Hunter Dalton down the bottom with Alexander Hughes, Sam Washington, Jonas Shelverton, Zach Douglas Savage, Oliver Clark, Lockie Walters and Kirian Mutri of New Caledonia. Straight out scratch race once again. 30 laps of the track. And one or two riders here have had some very successful weeks here. And one or two have just missed out on a medal here and there. So we're looking forward to seeing some good racing over the next 30 laps.
We certainly are. And what a stacked field we have here in the under-19 men's. You notice a few wheels down. That is the rider of Toby Jones. He has the Australian National Champions jersey on, a title that he won down in Melbourne a couple of months ago. A very hot contest there. It was a battle right to the end. Toby Jones came out victorious. So definitely one of the pre-race favourites coming into this Omnium. But remember, in the Omnium Championships, one race can change it all. You can be going so well And just getting caught out in one of those races can spell the end of your Omnium chances. Conversely though, riders a little further down coming into the points race can make up a lot of points, because remember, the total points that you gain in the points race get added to your total. A reminder that in the scratch race, tempo and elimination, the winner gets 40 points, second 38, and then so forth down the order. So a lot can change here as we see one of the Queensland riders. That is the rider of Lockie Walters. He swings up the track. He has his Madison pairing partner from yesterday on his wheel. That's Zachary Douglas Savage. They rode really well yesterday. We've got 24 laps to go, 6 kilometres left in this opening scratch race for our under-19 men. As we see our New Caledonian rider towards the front, Sam Washington, the winner of the points race. He swings up the track. No one really wanting to take the race on. Everyone committed to the short, sort of 30, 40 metre turns. Bailey McDonald there follows suit. He swings up the track. Likewise, Lockie Walters. Now it's Douglas Savage. Just over 20 laps now left of this scratch race. We saw in the women's race, the pace was consistent, not all out in the early stages, and then we saw big moves towards the end. A chance move there from one of our Queensland riders in the last race. Potentially something we could see here in the under-19 men's as riders swing up the track. They don't want to use too much energy early on in the scratch race, so it'll be interesting to see what we have here as they come around with 20 laps to go.
As Andre says, good consistent pace being displayed here. There's going to be one or two riders. Legs are still going to be juicy from a couple of big days of racing with the Madison and also the points race last night. The points race was a little bit light on for numbers. Obviously, a number of riders thinking about the Omnium this week, feeling that they've got a better opportunity. It suited Sam Washington down to the ground. Very impressive winner of the points race last night. Of course, got the national champion, Toby Jones, second wheel as they come to the home straight. Zach Diaz swings up. Then we've got Toby Jones, Jonas Shelverton, McDonald as they go down the back straight. Lined out once more, which means the pace has gone up. They'll have 17 laps to go when they come into the home straight. Always very similar, these scratch races. Everyone riding the bigger gear on the indoor tracks. You really have to wait for somebody to not want to follow the wheel. Somebody decides they don't want to go into a gap. They want to find a different position. And all of a sudden you've got 2 or 3 groups with about 10 metres between each, and if somebody spots it early enough, the attack will go on. One or two riders just laying off at the back. They're spotting riders who swing up from doing their turns and thinking, oh, I think I might like to follow that wheel for a while because that's one of the named riders or one of the recognised better riders, and they'll try and get those wheels. You can see Zach Doug Savage just moving himself up around the outside. Was thinking of getting onto the wheel of Sam Washington, but got ridden off. Now thinks better of it, drops back through the field. We'll come through this time with 14 laps to go. Nice position on the front of the bike there. Alex Hughes swings up, has a look over the shoulder. Head down the back straight this time. Now our New Caledonia riders, they've been riding beautifully this week. There's been a few rewards in there as well for our New Caledonia riders. They've stood on the podium, which has been good to see. Points race last night. Zach Diaz, Sam Washington, McDonald down the back straight this time. Washington just stretching the legs a little bit more, a little bit longer turn there. Short, sharp turns, the order of the day as normal. Crawford and Clark at the front of the group. The two New Zealanders. Let me go back to Hughes. Start to have a look back through this. Three riders who haven't really left each other at the moment. And that's Jones, Shelverton and Washington, and Dalton. Just splitting them a little bit here, just making sure he's on the wheel of the national champion, Hunter Dalton. Jones, Dalton, Shelverton, Washington. Then we've got McDonald. Zach Douglas Savage, he keeps trying to get in near the front. He keeps getting ridden off on the outside. He's going to find himself a wheel, otherwise he's going to be riding twice as far as everybody else, and it's going to get into the legs really quickly. They're going to come through this time with 9 laps to go. You can see that the pace just going out of this race at the moment. The two brothers from New Caledonia, the Moutries brothers, they swing up and have a look. The national champion now swings up. Nobody wanting to take on the pace here. Opportunity for somebody who wants to use it. They're going to have 2,000 metres to go when they come into the home straight as Jonas Shelverton leads the way.
This race has been raced super tactically already early on. As Matt mentioned, a lot of these riders have been grouped together for the last 20 or so laps, not leaving each other's side. Jones there, he's been shadowed by Dalton for this entire race. They're going to come around now with only a few laps left to go. 6 laps. That's 1,500 metres left here in the men's scratch race. This is where we saw the tactics really come into play in the women's race. A lot of riders started to swing up above the blue line, the pace came off, and then that's when the attack launched. Could we see something similar here? At the moment though, Toby Jones, he's leading the charge. Dalton, again, he swings up the track, following it, the wheels closely. The points race champion from yesterday, Sam Washington, in the WA skin suit. He's on the front now. Still a lot of riders happy to peel off those short, sharp turns. No one really wanting to take the race on. As I say that, Alex Hughes, one of the major contenders from the Omnium down in Melbourne a couple of months ago, he swings up the track. That causes a reaction from the rest of the field. They know his strength and they know his class. And now this is where we saw the move happen in the women's race, and it's where we see it happen in the men's race as well. This is rider 122. That's Ben Crawford from New Zealand. He's taken the race on. He's got 2.5 laps to go now, but the peloton is just behind. Where are the favourites? Crawford now, he swings off. It's taken up now. The pace is coming from the back. And it's Toby Jones, ladies and gentlemen, the Australian champion. He's taken the race on with 1.5 to go. He's got himself a 15-metre, 20-metre gap now. He's on the charge, but he's being chased there by rider 142. That's Jonas Shelverton. He's making a charge in the back straight. McDonald's trying to come around and challenge. Jones, though, he's holding on to it as he comes into the front straight. Can anyone come over the top? No, they can't. Toby Jones, the Australian champion, he takes out the opening scratch race. A blanket can be thrown over second and third. McDonald was up there, likewise Shelverton. We'll have to go to the official confirmation for those results, but what a race, ladies and gentlemen. Toby Jones takes out the scratch race.
Well, Toby Jones, timed to perfection. We talk about riders who just need to make position in races and they need to get themselves in the right spot, and certain riders get targeted. Well, he's wearing the national champion jersey and nobody saw him go. He moved that quickly down the back straight. Andre was just saying to me, just over 50 kilometres an hour for the first race of the day. 8 minutes, 59 seconds, that 30 lap. scratch race took, and that's the first race of 4 for these guys. It's not even just a straight out scratch race. Other side of 50k an hour for our junior men 19. So the stocks of riders in Australia, New Zealand and New Caledonia for the 19s moving forward is very nicely, thank you. Toby Jones, Jonas Shelburne, Bailey McDonald, Alex Hughes. They are some of the big names in the under-19 field who have got themselves up high in the points to start with. Change of pace now, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to the elite men 1,000-metre time trial qualifying. The top 8 will go through to the final later today. We please welcome, just getting himself up into the back straight, having to carry his own bike. You don't see a lot of that at Oceania Championships. Please welcome rider number 55 in the back straight. That's Reuben Smith. In the home straight from the ACT, please welcome Edward Marks. We're away in the first heat of the elite men 1,000-metre time trial qualifying. 10 heats in all, 20 riders, and they're looking for a spot in the top 8. Reuben Smith come out nicely here. Oh, he almost missed his handlebar as he sat down, but he's onto it now, and he's moving nicely. He'll go through the first 500 with some pace. 20.06 to Ed Marks, 21.06, so a second difference. Ed Marks will be very strong over the last part of the journey. As we've seen in 1,000-metre time trials already, as they go through 500, 34.05, 35.06. Still the same distance between these two. It's the last lap and a half that counts so much. Can they hang on to the pace? That's what we're going to find out. They've got 1 lap to go. Both riders moving nicely. Marks just trails ever so slightly, but he's brought back the deficit by about half a second. Reuben Smith got just a quarter of a lap to go. Same with Ed Marks. Marks coming back on Reuben Smith beautifully there. And Marks goes through 1:04.357. Reuben Smith 1:04.486. And that's only heat number 1. Great times to start the day.
That's right, Matt. We've got a very strong contention of riders coming up now. And heat number 2, we've got Daniel Morton from New Zealand. He's in the front straight. And in the back straight from Australia, Finn Carpenter. Those are your next 2 riders here in the 1,000-metre time trial. Like Matt was saying, the last 1.5 laps is where it's really decided here. A lot of riders you can see can take a really fast start and then start to fade in that last half a lap. The more endurance riders will build into this race as we wait and get ready for heat number 2 of our 1,000-metre time trial. Daniel Morton and Finn Carpenter. And they're underway, ladies and gentlemen, both getting off to a really strong start here. Morton in the front straight. He's got the gear up now. Likewise, Carpenter. They both around now. They've got the half lap done. Carpenter, he's just got the drop bars. So he's got out to a really fast start here, ladies and gentlemen. He's split at 19.3. That's the fastest time so far. He's looking really strong. Coming around now, he's going to see the halfway point. He's almost got Morton in his sights. What time are we seeing? 32.7. He's absolutely flying here, ladies and gentlemen. Finn Carpenter, he's got 1.5 to do it now. What time will he set? He's coming around now. He will receive the bell. The all-important time, 46.5. He's looking really, really strong, but this is where the legs start to really fade. The gear starts to become bigger. He's got a quarter lap to come at it now. What time are we looking at? He's going to be over the minute. It's going to be low minute. Minute 1. Minute 1:06 for Finn Carpenter. And in the front straight, Daniel Morton, the 4th fastest time so far with a 1:04.7. But wow, ladies and gentlemen, second heat of the day, and we're already into the minute ones. A very great ride there from Finn Carpenter. Off to a strong start, and he was able to hold it on for the 4 laps.
Absolutely superb ride there from Finn Carpenter. 101.676. Standard bike setup, no tri-bars. This man comes from a BMX background. He's only been racing track for a few years. It's been absolutely superb. What a ride. We move on to the next heat. We welcome in the back straight. Rider number 29 is Magnus Jamieson from New Zealand. And in the home straight, his clubmate, Mitchell Fitzsimmons. So these two riders have been riding the endurance events throughout the last few days. I'm going to click on the speed legs, and off they're going to go. 101 already here today. So in the home straight, moving away nicely, Mitchell Fitzsimmons, Magnus Jamieson, rode the Omnium yesterday, the day before yesterday. They're also the Madison riding these guys through the first lap. 20.2 to 20.3 here. Jamieson and Fitzsimmons fairly evenly matched. Moving nicely, moving smooth. You expect these two to be able to go through the last lap and a half at a very similar pace, 34.4, 34.5, nothing between the two. Remember, Carpenter went through in the low 32s on his way to 101. Standard handlebars as well. They'll come through this time, receive the bell. Moving nicely, the two, 2nd and 4th position on the list at the moment. They're not going to tickle the time of Finn Carpenter. And they're going to have to wait a while to see if they make the top 8 here today. In the back straight time, 103.214, 103.9 in the home straight. Good rides. They'll go into the hot seats and see if they can make the 8 today.
We're here with heat number 4. On the front straight from Australia, we have Luke Rickett. On the back straight from New Caledonia, we have Herve Solon. You've seen a lot of those riders around the 103, 104 mark, and the outlier, Finn Carpenter, at the moment. He's sitting in the hot seat at the moment with a 101.6. That's an incredible time there. Like Matt was mentioning, just on the drop bars, not the aero skis that you typically see in the 1,000 meters. Got off to an incredibly hot start and was able to hold it on. What can Rickett and Hervé do? We'll have to wait and find out. Four laps of the track, 1,000 meters for these two riders coming up. Both riders out of the gate well. Salon there on the back straight. It looks like he's turning a really big gear here for the time trial. So it'll be interesting to see what he does coming into the first lap. They're both now into the saddle, into their work. The first lap splits, they're going to be in the low 20-second range. What do we have here? Hervé Salon, he's with a 21.06. Rickard not that far off. They've come around now. They're going to receive the halfway point. Remember, coming here, Carpenter was in a 32. What's the times here? 35.4 and 36.2. So a little bit off the pace at the moment. Can they make it back? They've got 1.5 laps now to put themselves into that top 8 position. Hervé's looking strong though. Likewise, Rickett. Rickett looks like he's just a little bit off at the moment. Hervé, he's split the 7th fastest time at the moment. What can he do? He's got half a lap now to put himself into the position. That gear is starting to look a little bit bigger now coming into the finish. Hervé Salon there, he breaks it with a 105.3. Luke Rickett with a 106.3. They go to 7th and 8th at the moment respectively. And still after 4 heats, the time of Finn Carpenter still stands, a 101.6. Still the fastest time at the moment. Jameson and Fitzsimmons, they sit in 2nd and 3rd respectively so far. As we look towards heat number 5 now, we've got the 2 New South Waleshmen in the N-Swiss skin suit. This is Xavier Bland and Noah Mason. 2 incredibly strong sprinters from New South Wales. They raced the time trial championships at the state championships not too long ago. Both riders incredibly strong out of the gates. 2 riders that could very well challenge the time of Carpenter in those opening 2 laps. Can they hold it on for the remainders though? Bland with the aero skis. Mason though, he's just gone with the drop bar setup. What can these 2 riders do? Xavier Bland, Noah Mason, heat number 5 of our elite men's time trial. Big fast starts as expected from both the New South Wales riders, both getting on top of the gear well. Bland now, he's into his work, likewise Mason. Mason still off the saddle, he's dropped into the saddle now. What is the first lap split? This is going to be fast here, ladies and gentlemen. 1st and 3rd respectively. Bland with a 19.2 first lap. What can he do coming into the 2nd? Mason strong as well. He had the 3rd fastest opening lap. Bland now into his work, into the skis. He's got the 2nd fastest time. Mason the 3rd. 32.9 for Bland at the moment. But this is where it really starts to hurt for a pure sprinter. This is Xavier Bland. He's got 1 lap to go. Likewise, Mason. Mason looks like he's fading. Bland still looks strong, though. Xavier Bland, he's on for a good time here as the gear really starts to hurt with half a lap to go. Mason looks like he's really fading. Bland, though, he comes around. What time's he going to set? 102.6, ladies and gentlemen. Noel Mason with a 105.5. But ladies and gentlemen, Xavier Bland, he goes to 2nd place at the moment 102.6. Really, really strong ride there from the young New South Wales rider. We knew that he was going to have a really strong start coming from the sprinting background, but he was able to maintain it in those final 2 laps, and that proved all the difference. So 102.6, that's going to put him in a really good position here to try and make that top 8. Remember, the top 8 fastest times here in qualification will have to race again in the final later on in today's program. So it's all important to try and make that top 8. And Xavier Bland with a 102.6 has put himself in a really, really strong position. As we introduce our next heat, we have James Brister and Kyle Atkin. Brister in the front straight, Atkin in the back straight. Brister, we know his sprinting prowess. Again, another rider that can get off to a really strong first couple of laps. What can he do in the closing? We'll have to wait and find out, ladies and gentlemen. Brister off to a strong start. He's just got the drop bar set off. Atkin with the aero skis in the back straight. They're both off well and into their work now. Brister looks like he's turning quite a large gear. Atkin, though, he's into the seat and he's ready to power away. After the first lap, what are the splits? Brister with a 19.7, Atkin with a 20.4, I should say. Brister, he's looking strong. He's got himself into a really nice aero position in the drop bars. 2 laps done now. He's got the second fastest time with a 32.8. He's got Atkins almost in his sights as they come around now. Atkin, what can he do in the final lap and a half? Can he bring this one back? Brister, though, he's looking strong. The fastest time after 3. He's got a 46.4 here, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to get inside the time of Carpenter, but it's really starting to hurt in the back straight for the rider of Brister. What time is it going to be when he comes around now? It's going to be a minute 1. Minute 1.7, just outside the time of Carpenter, but a minute 1.7. That is the second fastest time so far. And Carl Atkin, 104.3. That gets himself into 7th position. Brister there just fading slightly in the last half a lap, but a very strong ride nonetheless to go sub-minute 2. Puts himself in a real contention for the final later on today.
Please welcome our next heat out onto the line. In the back straight from New Zealand, this is Marshall Irwood. In the home straight, the white skin suit of national champion Nicholas Kyrgyzou of New Zealand. Away now, Kyrgyzou in the home straight. Been one of the absolute driving forces of the New Zealand track team for over a decade now. Rode Commonwealth Games here. Part of the World Championships teams that have come before with New Zealand, and he's getting off to a nice start here into the bars. Kyrgyzou goes through. Low 20s for both these riders. Marshall Irwood, he's had a good week. He's been on the podium already as well in the elimination, but Kyrgyzou's got a little bit more going here at the moment. He goes through. A short 33 there, 33.8 there for Kyrgyz. So he's got to get himself down to around that 101, 102 pace at the moment, because that is what's going to get you into the top 8 here. He goes through, fourth fastest time at the moment. Irwood trailing a little bit on the time so far today. Kyrgyz, can he lift himself up higher than fourth place? He'll come into the home straight. He'll get ready to stop the clock. Kyrgyz 102.232. He never slowed down, gets himself up into third with 4 riders still to come. He will qualify into the qualifying 8 for the rest of the day. No, there's actually 6 to come. He's going to have to go and sit and sweat for a little bit more, but I'm sure he'll get there. So not quite into the final just yet. We've still got 3 heats to go. But a great ride from Kyrgyz. So we've seen 101.6, 101.7, 102.2, 102.6, and then we go into the 103s, 4s, 5s, and 106 there. If you've been in the bikes as long as I have, every single one of those times is sensational. But 101, and we've still got, as my co-commentator flapped his arms around me, we've still got 6 riders still to come, not 4. We move on to the next heat. In the back straight, we welcome Max Liebschnicht of South Australia. In the home straight, we welcome Rowan Hayden-Smith.
Both riders out of the gate well. 2 very different style of riders. Rowan Hayden-Smith, definitely more an endurance-based rider, while Liebschnicht, definitely more of a sprinter, and you can see the difference there in terms of the equipment they've brought. Liebschnicht just with the drop bars, Rowan Hayden-Smith with the aero bars as well. After 1.5 laps though, Liebschnicht, he's got a slight advantage at the moment. 2 laps now. What's the time sitting at? Liebschnicht with a 31.5. Rowan Hayden-Smith, 33.2. Still all to play for Maxwell Liebschnicht. He's in the box seat at the moment. Fastest time after 2. He's looking strong after 3. Where is he? He's still in the fastest time, ladies and gentlemen. Max Liebschnicht, he's on a really strong ride here, the South Australian, but it's really starting to hurt in the final half a lap. Can Rowan Hayden-Smith bring it back at all? Max Liebschnicht, though, he's hit a brick wall, ladies and gentlemen. Rowan Hayden-Smith, 101.8. He's come flying back in the last 1.5. Maxwell Liebschnicht still with a very strong time, 102.5. But Rowan Hayden-Smith, ladies and gentlemen, a very strong last 1.5. He's got himself right up there. Currently with the 3rd fastest time, the Queenslander, 101.8 for Rowan Hayden-Smith. Max Liebschnicht with a 102.5. That's still good for 5th position at the moment. Still 4 riders still to come, so it's going to be touch and go. But Rowan Hayden-Smith, he's booked himself a spot in today's final.
My goodness me. 101, 3 101s at the top of the leaderboard. We move on to our next heat. This will be a good one. We welcome in the home straight, man who won the Kieran this week from New Zealand. We welcome Sam Dakin. In the back straight, his first outing in an elite UCI competition here. The junior world champion, junior world record holder in the 1,000-metre time trial. In the back straight, we welcome Tate Ryan from South Australia. Dakin launches out of the blocks there, getting the big gear going. What's he going to be able to do here? Kieran Ryder, sprinter, and he's up against the junior world champion. Look at the pace of Tate Ryan here as he gets himself going. Is Tate Ryan going to back it up? Back up the hype, he goes through. Second fastest start, 18.791 though, that is moving. Ryan goes through the home straight, moving nicely. Dakin was the third fastest. These two are going really well. Going through the first one, 31.841, 32.37 for Dakin. Ryan now heads towards the bell lap, and he is really starting to move. We'll see where he is first now, 45.438. Is this going to be the first of our Minutemen here today in the qualifying? Ryan is absolutely motoring. He's not slowing down as he goes into the back straight. Tate Ryan, junior world champion, he's going to stop the clock. 1 minute, 0.193 in qualifying. Sam Dakin beautifully as well, 1 minute, 0.460. The fast men are coming out to play with one heat still to go. Well, there you go. Two riders, 1 minute, 0.193 for Tate Ryan. 1 minute, 0.460 for Sam Dakin. So we've got Ryan, Dakin, Carpenter, Brister. They're the top four. Then we've got Rowan Hayden-Smith and then Nick Kyrgyzou. Those six riders, they're safe. They're going to ride the final later today. Xavier Bland and Max Liebsnick, they've both ridden 102.51, 102.67 with one heat to go. And what a heat it's going to be. Byron Davies, the big man from Queensland, and he's going up against Tom Cornish.
You're certainly right, Matt. This is going to be fast here, ladies and gentlemen. We've already seen two riders in the minute. Could we possibly see a rider go sub-minute? Tate Ryan got very, very close with a minute one. Two riders very capable on the track at the moment, Tom Cornish and Byron Davies. We'll have to wait and see though. Big starts for both the riders. Davis, he's off and going, likewise Cornish. They're both out of the gates well. Half a lap now they've completed. They're going to get into the saddle now and into their work. What's the split going to be after one lap? Davies looking strong, likewise Cornish. Third and fourth fastest at the moment. Davies with a slight advantage. 18.8 after one lap. Still looking very strong, both riders. This is where Cornish really comes into his element, the final two. Davies, though, he's split with a 31.9. Cornish with a 32.0. What can we see here with a lap and a half to go? This is where the race is decided, ladies and gentlemen. Both riders looking strong. They're looking really consistent. Davies now, he pushes up into second position. Cornish into third. 45.4 for Davies. He's starting to hurt in the back straight. Cornish looking strong. It's going to be close here, ladies and gentlemen. Touch and go. They're going to be very, very fast. Davies, minute 0.075. Cornish, 1 minute 0.5. Ladies and gentlemen, Byron Davies, he goes to the top of the standings. Cornish goes to fourth. What a race there, ladies and gentlemen, from all of our elite men. Byron Davies, though, he goes into today's final as the fastest qualifier. Tate Ryan, he's your second fastest qualifier. Sam Dakin, he's your third fastest time. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We have four riders here, all in the 1 minute time. That is truly incredible. Our other qualifiers, we have Finn Carpenter, James Brister, Rowan Hayden-Smith, and Nick Kyrgyzou. They round out your top 8, ladies and gentlemen. And doesn't that just say the quality of the Oceania region? In order to qualify here, you had to ride a low 102. That is moving on any international competition. But Byron Davies, he's going into tonight's final as the hot favourite with a low minute time. And if the conditions suit timed events well tonight, we could possibly see that minute barrier cracked. 4 riders in the minute. An incredible start to today's program. As we move into the next race, we have our under-19 women's Kieran Repechage. We have 5 riders here on the start line. We've got our women's Kieran Repechage. The first 3 go to round 2. Got our under-19 women's Kieran Repechage getting ready to go here. So the first 3 riders from this Repechage, they will progress to round 2. On the start line, we have rider 130 from New Zealand, Zadie Scott. Rider 154 also from New Zealand, Minnie Collins. Rider 162 from Australia, Madison Smith. Rider 174 from New Zealand, Hazel Gardner. And rider 176, Milan Bradshaw from Australia. Those are your 5 riders here, ladies and gentlemen. Top 3 progress to round 2. So a very important race here for our under-19 women. Trying to book themselves into the next round as the motorbike comes around. Remember, in the Kieran Racing, riders draw their positions, usually by a card system. Nowadays, on an iPad more likely. You have to stay in that position for at least the first lap, and then riders can move around their position, but you can't chop in front of somebody unless the gap is there and presented to you. At the moment, though, behind the bike, we have rider 130, Zadie Scott from New Zealand. She's followed by the Queensland rider, that is Madison Smith. So this is where tactics really start to come into play. Some riders prefer to draw the early places in the Kieran. Some riders really like to be behind the bike. That puts them in the hot seat, but that means they also have to lead it out when the bike pulls off with 3 laps to go. See a little bit of a move here from the back, Milan Bradshaw. She drew the final position, which meant that she started all the way at the back of the group. So she's moved herself around now. She's going to tuck into the sprinters lane now. 2 laps to go for the under-19 women's Kieran. We've got 3 abreast though, 500 metres left to run. Bradshaw's got the sprinters lane. Coming over the top is one of our New Zealand riders. I believe it's the rider of Hazel Gardner. She's got herself right towards the front. Milan Bradshaw though, she's tucked in the wheel. Madison Smith, she's rode this one well. She's getting a free ride here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, top 3 go to the round 2. At the moment, it's Smith, Bradshaw, and Gardner. They've got themselves right up into it, ladies and gentlemen. Taking this one out though, rider 154, Minnie Collins, I should say, sorry, my apologies. Then it was the rider of Milan Bradshaw. Then it was the rider of Madison Smith. Those are your top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Those riders will progress to round 2. Strong ride there by Minnie Collins. Took the race on early and was able to hold off the charge from the rest of the group. Bradshaw there, she was tucked in well. Likewise Smith. We have our next heat coming up shortly.
Move on to event 150B. Once again, first 3 will go through to the final of the junior women Keirin. We welcome our riders onto the track. Rider 155, Piper Newton from New Zealand. 160 is Hope Harnety from Victoria. From New Caledonia, we have rider 164, that's Louise Shavitz. Paige Squire, 167, and Indy Plant from Australia, 177. The motorbike is on its way. First 3 will go to the final. Indy Plant it is who has drawn the front position. She'll go up behind the motorbike to start things off. Well, we've got to catch our breath a little bit here this morning after watching those qualifying rides in the 1,000-metre time trial. 4 riders riding 1 minute. Back in the day, the guys who were slightly off the pace used to ride a 1/6. 101 seems to have become a 1/6 nowadays. 1 minute, 4 riders, 1 minute. That's absolutely amazing. And the 101s as well, they're superb rides. Couple of real out-of-the-box rides there as well. Had 1 or 2 riders hoping to do 1/3, 1/4, and they've come out and ridden 101 and short 102s, so superb riding here. Riding 102 and not being able to make the top 8. That's just shows the quality, because 102 is sensational. I can guarantee you of that. Women 19 Keirin, they move down the back straight with 2.5 laps to go, and Hope Harnety, Paige Squire on her wheel. That's how they lead as they come into the home straight this time. We've got a big day of racing here today. Loads happening all day long as they go through with 2 laps to go. Hope Harnety leads, getting challenged as she heads down the back straight. Good move from Shavitz from New Caledonia here, trying to get herself up round the outside. However, Hope Harnety is very fast and a very strong rider. She wasn't able to quite get over the top of her here, so now it's going to be a drag race down the back straight, 3 abreast. Harnety, Shavitz and Paige, they move nicely. Paige Squire up round the outside. Can Shavitz hang on for 3rd place now? They're coming to the home straight. 1 and 2 are saved. The New Zealander is just going to get up round the outside and take 3rd place there. Piper Newton, she will go through into the final. It was a good try by Louise Shavitz. It just couldn't quite get around the outside to be able to have the shorter run home. Harnety, Squire and Newton are the 3 riders that will go through to the gold medal ride. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to event 152. This is the second of our races in the Junior Women Omnium Championship. And let me tell you, if you've never seen a tempo race, if you're joining us on YouTube for the first time, you're about to see a really hard, exciting bike race. This is one of the best races we see on the track all week. We'll just go through the Omnium points standing so far. Liane Vanderberg leads the way, rider 172, then Amelie Sanders, Madeleine Wasserbach, Anna Dubier, Sophie Maxwell, Caitlin Rose, Eden Seeley-Cunnington, Megan Moore, Anina Worrell, Shayla Sayers, Niamh Parslow, Ava Schmidtke, and Hannah Payne. They're the 13 riders in the field. That's how they went across the line. One or two riders got caught out in that first scratch race. They'll be looking to get themselves up the leaderboard. As Liane Vanderberg, with a great ride in the scratch race, she sits at the top on 40 points. 13th rider is on 16 points. So it is moving day already in the Junior Women's 19 Omnium. They'll roll away. Nothing for the first 4 laps, just tempo, literally, in the tempo race. Then the bell will sound, and then every lap for the last 26 laps, there is a sprint for 1 point. Of course, if you take a lap, you'll get 20 points. If you lose a lap, you'll lose 20 points. That doesn't go to your aggregate for the end of the day. It just happens for this race. Plenty of ways to get things done. We've seen these races won literally with 3 points from time to time. And on the odd occasion, we could have 2 or 3 riders score points and the rest of the field not score any points. And it all comes down to the final sprint, just like a scratch race, to be able to work out who finished where. Not a huge amount of pace on at the moment. Why would they be? They've already raced once today and they've been racing for the last 5 days straight. They're not going to have to panic about anything until they hear the first bell. And then we'll see who's keen. We'll see who really wants to get themselves some points. Because you really do need to judge your effort in this one. Bell lap this time through. Not a lot of pace on. Everyone's saving the legs a little bit. Does that give you an indication how hard they've raced this week? Yes, it does. Nobody bothered about it at all. Nobody going to try and take the cheeky point. Well, coming to the home straight. There's an agreement been written by the looks of things. Well, not actually. But they're looking after each other's legs as they go through. As rider 175, Hannah Payne, takes the first point. She's the leader of the bike race. That gets the adrenaline going and she just starts to pick up the pace. Megan Moore, she'll be looking to get herself a little bit closer to the points this time. Megan Moore 8th in the first one. Now the pace is on. Megan Moore goes down the back straight. She takes 1 point. Now they're all lined out. Coming to the home straight. Megan Moore going to get challenged for the point here. So a little bit, but she's not going to get beaten. So Megan Moore takes the point again. So she got challenged up round the outside, but it didn't do any good. I think it was Niamh Parslow who was the rider up on the outside. This time she thinks better of it as they come into the home straight. This time Megan Moore takes another one. My apologies, it wasn't Niamh Parslow, it was Caitlin Rose. I blame my co-commentator, he's from New South Wales. He gave me the wrong name. They head down the back straight this time. They're going to come around at this time. They'll find 20 laps to go. Worrell takes the 1 point. And Megan Moore leads the way on 3 points. Then Hannah Payne, Caitlin Rose, Nina Worrell, all on 1 point. Pace is consistent. They're not flat out at the moment. They're really having a think about this one as Sanders just gets out of the saddle and speeds up and says, don't try and take me on. 1 point to Sanders now as they head down the back straight. One or two riders just in a little bit of trouble. Hannah Payne, the name says it all. She starts to go out the back of the group here as they come through. Sanders getting challenged. She might have just missed that one out. 158 up round the outside was Sophie Maxwell. Sophie Maxwell did take that 1 point. Bit of a clean go. Oh, Anna Dubia up around the outside. I don't think she did enough though. Might have missed that by the width of a tyre. As they head down the back straight, the judges. No, Anna Dubia gets herself up for 1 point, the points race champion. And it's got punched in the side by her brother for not giving her the sprint. Dubia again takes another point. That's 2 points now for Dubia. So clever bike riding. Hasn't shown her face until halfway through this one. Now Leonie Vandenberg finds herself off the front, the leader of the Omnium at the moment. Pace moving nicely. Vandenberg takes a point. Just having a look underneath the saddle as she goes round. Just riding a good tempo. Sanders down the back straight. One or two people now wanting to score some points as they come into the home straight. Sanders going nicely. She goes across the line, gets another point. Now it's Neve Parslow swinging up the track as they go into the back straight.
You just feel like something's about to split here in the under-19 women's. A lot of riders scoring points, so the points are being very evenly distributed amongst the riders. We've got Megan Moore, the current leader of the bike race. She's got 3. Sanders and Dubia both with 2. And then we've got a whole stack of riders on 1 point. That gives the opportunity for people to move up here in the closing stages of this race. 12 laps still to go. Remember, if riders are tied on points at the end, it goes to the rider who placed better in the final sprint. Now Megan Moore, she was active early on. She's getting herself right back up amongst the points. She wants to take this race on. She's already got herself a handful of points. Now she's starting to extend her lead in this tempo race. Megan Moore, the current leader of the bike race, she picked herself up another point. She extends her lead. She's got a 2-point advantage at the moment, and she looks like she's going on with this. Now the response is really from behind. Now some riders here, you might see the rider of Sanders and Dubier. They're okay actually with Megan Moore going up the track. They're currently sitting in second position at the moment. Megan Moore with a healthy advantage at the moment. So they won't actually want Megan Moore to come back, because that means that the points can be given to those riders that are currently on 1 point and can really challenge their second position at the moment. So at the moment, Megan Moore though, she's doing it strong. She's got herself around a quarter lap of advantage. 2 kilometres left here in this bike race. Megan Moore, she picks herself up another point. Now Sanders, the Australian national champion, she gets herself to the front. She's marked by Dubier. At the moment, Megan Moore though, she's on 7 points. Going to be very hard for her to be brought back in this bike race. Now we see a response here, rider 173. That's Ava Schmidtke. She's a little bit further down in the standings after the scratch race. She wants to get her name on the board here in the tempo race. Can she do it, ladies and gentlemen?
Schmidtke up round the outside to Megan Moore. Megan Moore, let's hope that she's looked after her legs a little bit and she's just going to drop back into the bunch here, because she's done more than enough to win this bike race, but she's got to stay with them now. I'm a bit worried about Megan Moore here. I'd like to see her get out of the saddle and make sure those legs are working. Schmidtke coming into the home straight, has a look over the shoulder. She looks a little bit too late because Sanders was moving 2 to her 1. Look at the gap starting to open up between the wheels here as they head down the back straight. Sanders leads the way. I look to the back of the bunch, Megan Moore. She's going to have to hang on here. She's got 4 laps to survive and she'll win the bike race. which will definitely go very close to winning the bike race because Sanders is starting to take points. Megan Moore, it's been a good ride to this point. Sanders is going to come round and find herself with 3 laps to go. Moore finished 8th in the first race. At the moment, she sits in top spot. Sanders takes another point. She will go to 5. She's only going to end up with 7 if she stays away. So Megan Moore just got to get herself through on the same lap as everybody else, and she'll win the tempo race. Sanders riding a good tempo. Doesn't have to put much more effort in now because she's going to be into the top 2 placings. Moore just needs to stay on the same lap. They're all bunching up. The reason they're bunching up is after Megan Moore and Amelie Sanders, Dubier and Vandenberg, who both got 2 points. Then Rose, Worrell, Maxwell, Wassenbach and Schmidtke are all 1 point. So it's going to be a sprint finish for your placing here as they come into the home straight. Megan Moore onto the back of the group. She's going to be the winner of our bike race, or no, she's going to be second in our bike race because Amelie Sanders is going to take the final sprint, put herself up onto 8 points, win it on a count back over the top of her teammate Megan Moore. Anna Dubier comes out, goes across the line in second place, but that'll put her to 3rd outright. So great piece of riding there by Amelie Sanders and Megan Moore. They've put themselves 1 and 2 respectively, and a Dubier will put herself up into 3rd place. Then we should have Leonie Vandenberg. She's on 2 points, and then we'll go back after that. It will be on a count back for the next 5 riders. They all had 1 point, and then we had a few riders. Sealy Cunnington, Sayers and Parslow didn't have a point, so we'll have to wait and see where they finished. And we'll get those updates. All of those updates of the result will be live on results.auscycling.org.au very shortly. We'll be able to go through and peruse all of the results of this week's racing. Put your hands together for our junior women 19s. They're finishing 5 days of racing with the Omnium Championship. Individual time trial, individual pursuit, teams pursuit, scratch race, elimination, points race, and now they're doing the Omnium. It is a very big workload.
If you're joining us on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, we have our under-19 men's now at the moment. They're just rolling around to begin their tempo race. We begin very, very shortly for the second round of our Omnium Championships. for our under-19 men. We just saw the under-19 women race the tempo. The under-19 men have the same distance as they are ready to begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next event on our program, event 153, the under-19 men's tempo race, part of the Omnium Championships. After the Scratch Race Championships, Toby Jones, he leads the way. Jonas Shelverton, Bailey McDonald, Alexander Hughes, Carl Paris, they round out your top 5. Then we have Zachary Douglas Savage, Hunter Dalton, Carol Mortrees, Samuel Washington, Robert Turnbull, Lachlan Walters, Joshua Grieve, Oliver Clark, Kieran Moultrie, Sterling Jarnell, and Ben Crawford. Those are your 16 riders, ladies and gentlemen. They've got 30 laps on the lap board, and they'll have the tempo race. We just saw the under-19 women's race, the tempo. And the beauty about the tempo is that there are so many different ways that this race can go. Matt was saying earlier that you could possibly win this race with just 2 or 3 points. Sometimes you see a rider collect 10 or 15 points, and then second place is determined by someone maybe with 1 or 2. So there's a lot of different ways that this race can go, and that's the beauty of track cycling. And what a place to watch track cycling here up in Queensland at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Thank you to everyone joining us live and those watching on the YouTube channel. What a championships it has been. As we see the under-19 men's, they're underway. So the first few laps are non-scoring laps. Doesn't mean that the race won't be quick. The race will certainly be fast early on, but you just do not score points in the first 4 laps. A lot of riders will be wanting to conserve energy here. They've still got 2 more races to come after this, so they'll be mindful that the tempo, in my opinion at least, is the hardest race of them all. So they'll be looking to try and score points, but doing so in a very concerted manner to try and get themselves the points, but not try and burn too many biscuits. They've still got a lot of racing still to come here. As we see the Australian national champion, he swings up the track. Toby Jones, the current leader of this bike race, rider 114, that's Sterling Jarnell. He's on the front at the moment. He's got half a lap now. Can he hold on to the points? At the moment, though, it's his fellow countryman coming around the outside. That's rider number 125. Collecting the first of the points. That's Hunter Dalton. Now Sterling Jarnell back on the front, but this time it's not Dalton who's going to be challenging. It's going to be McDonald. McDonald now, he's coming around the outside. McDonald's going to pip him here for the second of the points. Now, Douglas Savage. He was sitting in third wheel. He's getting himself amongst it with the bright orange helmet. He's getting challenged, though, around the outside, coming into the front straight. This is rider 128. Now getting amongst the action. And that's Robert Turnbull from New Zealand. Now, Lachie Walters, Queensland. He comes from a long way back. He wants to get himself a point. Sterling Jarnell. He's been second on a few sprints at the moment. Second, unfortunately, doesn't get you anything in this tempo. You have to win the sprint. And he's just been pipped a few times now. Can he get his luck to change? No, he cannot. Alex Hughes now, he gets himself amongst the points. He's followed by Shelverton, Washington, Jones. They're all present. Mortry likewise. Alex Hughes, he's trying to get himself the second of his points. It's going to be close there on the line. Did he possibly get pipped there? Yes, he did. Jonas Shelverton, he gets himself on the board. Now the points race champion from yesterday, Sam Washington, he wants to get amongst the action. Sam Washington, he picks up his first point here. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a whole bunch of riders on 1 point as we have a little incident there in the back straight. Toby Jones coming down, one of the riders from New Zealand as well. The race currently neutralised. Really nasty crash there in the back straight. Hopefully both the riders are okay. A little bit of a touch of wheels there. The under-19 men's tempo now under neutral conditions, the yellow flag out. And now the red flag, ladies and gentlemen. The red flag indicating that the race is currently paused, so riders will return to the fence. We'll have a pause in proceedings at the moment as our riders get checked too. Very unfortunate there to see. You hate to see it in bike racing. Toby Jones, though, he's back on his feet. He's walking on the infield, but he's out of this Omnium Championship. But it's good to see that he's on his feet at least. A New Zealand rider that also came down, he's back into the race. A little bit of skin off. We hope that all the riders involved in that incident are okay. It's something that you hate to see here in bike racing, especially when the pace is on like that. But good to see that all riders walking away from it. The riders currently just getting an updated briefing and the track getting some attention, and we'll be underway again for our under-19 men's. They've still got 22 laps left in this tempo. So we've just got an announcement from the commissaires. There will be 4 laps of non-scoring, then they will receive the bell, and then points will resume being allocated. So they've just rewound the race a little bit to get the neutral laps in, and then scoring points will resume after the bell. So after the first 8 sprints, look at that, ladies and gentlemen, all riders tied on just 1 point. So no rider was able to grab 2. We have 8 different scorers at the moment. So a race that is going to be very, very interesting. In a race like this, when all there's tension there, when you've got a whole bunch of riders on the same points, it becomes very interesting in the closing laps. They'll want to suss out where their nearest rivals are. They're going to have a couple laps now before the points resume being allocated. Lockie Walters, he's on the front. He's picked himself up a point already in this tempo. There's still, though, a lot of riders who haven't picked up points yet, so they'll be looking to grab themselves some points in the final 18 laps. There, the bell rings. Rider 125 on the front. That is Hunter Dalton. He's got himself in a good position now to pick up another point. He's already got himself one at the moment, and he'll get himself two now. So he'll go to the outright lead in this bike race as one of our New Caledonian riders gets to the front. Everyone swings up, and he goes through on the charge at the moment, but he's followed by Alex Hughes. Alex Hughes trying to come around. Alex Hughes will get there. So Alex Hughes now, he moves himself to two. Jonas Shelverton now, he puts the charge on. McDonald's also there present. Sterling Jarnell, ladies and gentlemen, he's missed out a couple of times. He's trying to bridge back now. Jonas Shelverton, though, he picks himself up another point. He swings up. Alex Hughes comes through. Bailey McDonald tucked in on the wheel. Now Douglas Savage in the bright orange helmet. He wants to pick himself up a point here. It's going to be close. A blanket over it between Hughes and Douglas Savage. Wait for the official confirmation on that one. Douglas Savage there, ladies and gentlemen. He picks up the point. Now, Bailey McDonald, he's on the front. He's looking around. Is anyone going to pip him? No, they're not. Bailey McDonald, he picks himself up another point. Now it's Jonas Shelverton. He's got to work on the front. Is someone going to try and challenge from behind? Yes, they are. One of the New Zealanders now coming onto the hip. That's rider 128. That's Robert Turnbull. He's already got himself a point so far, so he moves up to 2 points now. A lot of riders on 2 points, a lot of riders on 1 point. As we see him move here, this is Lockie Walters from Queensland. He's dragged one of our New Caledonian riders with him. That's rider 135. That's Carol Moultrie. Carroll's already got himself 1 point at the moment. Now Lockie Walters, is he going to get pipped here? No, he's not. He swings up now. Moultrie, he gets to the front. These two have got themselves a good advantage here. About a quarter of a lap on the chasing peloton. Who's doing the chasing here? It looks like rider 129. That is the rider of Joshua Grieve. He's currently without a point, so he wants to get himself amongst the points. But Lockie Walters and Moultrie, they're doing a really good job here, ladies and gentlemen. They're sharing the work well. Walters, he pulls up. Moultrie now, he's on his own. And now the points race champion, ladies and gentlemen, from yesterday, Samuel Washington. He was out of the action for a little bit. Now he's making his presence known. He gets to the front. A very talented individual pursuit rider, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Washington. He's got himself a quarter lap of advantage at the moment. This is going to try and get a response from the peloton. But can they do anything about it? It's easier said than done. You know you need to bull him back, but can you? That's the question. Sam Washington, quarter lap advantage. He's looking around. What's the response from behind? Alex Hughes. He's on the front at the moment. He doesn't seem too concerned, which is an interesting choice there. Sam Washington, though, he's riding himself right into the lead of this points race. Jonas Shelverton, he's right up amongst it. So at the moment, Lockie Walters and Sam Washington tied on points, but Sam Washington's going to pick himself up yet another point. So Sam Washington here, I believe, is going to win this bike race, ladies and gentlemen, possibly even take a lap here on the field. But looking down the standings, Lockie Walters, he's got himself in a good position for second. But look at the battle for third, ladies and gentlemen. Hunter Dalton, Alex Hughes, Jonas Shelverton, McDonald, Turnbull, and Moultrie, all on 2 points. That's a handful of riders there. They're going to sprint it out here for the last sprint. They need to sprint out for the minor placings because remember, the Omnium all decided here. Washington, though, he's got around 50 metres. Can he grab the lap here? As Douglas Savage, he puts the pace on at the moment. He's got himself 1 point at the moment. Washington, though, he's laying off the wheel. He'll receive the bell. So Sam Washington will be your winner of this tempo, ladies and gentlemen. Lockie Walters will grab second, but the battle for third is the one we're concerned with at the moment. They receive the bell. Alex Hughes now, he's tucked in on the hip. He's trying to come around the outside. Jonas Shelverton's also amongst it, but look at the move from Baylor McDonald all the way from the back. McDonald's trying to come around the outside. He will get there. Alex Hughes, Shelverton amongst it as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the tempo, Samuel Washington from WA. He was 9th in the scratch race. Winning that tempo push him right up in the scratch race. It will put him right up in the Omnium standings. It was a battle there for third position. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation. But Sam Washington takes it ahead of Lockie Walters.
Great racing in the end there. Very unfortunate, though, to see Toby Jones crash out of the Omnium here. The Australian champion. Very unlucky. Simple touch of wheels. Changed everything. So we'll wish Toby all the best. And we'll look forward to seeing him at the National Championships in a few weeks' time here at AMV. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next of our finals here today, and this is the Elite Women Elimination. And they're all lining up for this one. This is going to be an absolute ripper. We welcome the riders. The riders lined up on the fence line will be Kira Will, Brianne Botha, Claudia Marks, Tegan Faringa, Isla Carr, Ali Anderson, Sophie Edwards, Riley McMullen, Mackenzie Milne, winner of the scratch race, Amelia Sykes and Odette Lynch. And lining up at the bottom of the track in the sprinters lane, Sam Donnelly, Prudence Fowler, Summer Nordmeyer, Sally Carter, Mia Wolfenden, Courtney McGowan, Maeve Plouffe, Emily Sherman, Lucy Reeve, Nicole Duncan and Lilith Jones. 22 riders for this elimination championship. They'll roll away when the commissaires are happy with what they see. They'll come together, the whistle will go, and then it will be every second lap until we get down to 2 riders left. Every second lap we'll lose somebody. For those of you watching at home or the first time watching elimination race. It's the back wheel of the last rider across the line on the sprint laps that we're looking for. The elimination race, the tempo race, and the Madison, the top three exciting races to watch in velodrome racing these days. As far as the bunch racing goes, that's for sure. They roll away, and you can see riders who have been seeded to line up a little bit further down the field start rushing to the front straight away. You cannot be complacent in this first couple of laps at all. You can't be complacent in this race at all, really. But if you roll away from the start and take the attitude of, I'll just get myself into it, before you know it, you'll be out of it. The whistle sounds. The names, they come to the front to try and sort themselves out. Places to watch out for. Last three riders, always in trouble. And if you're down low on the track, when it bunches up, you run out of space. They head down the back straight this time. The rider's still moving forward, trying to find pace. We turn our attention to the tail end of the field. Rider 77, rider 77, 77. It's getting a little bit tight already out there. 77, Mackenzie Milne, the winner of the scratch race a few nights ago, was the first rider to miss out. "21 riders left. Fantastic to see 22 riders on the start line for this Omnium.
80.
Rider 80. Amelia Sykes is eliminated this time. It's good pace so far, but it's not the flat out pace. You can tell that by the way they're bunching up across the track. Bell sounds again. Next time round we're going to lose somebody else. And look to the back of the field, Isla Carr, who was a little bit unlucky in the Omnium elimination, touching down. Got knocked from pillar to post a couple of times as well. We look to the back of the group.
105.
105, Lilith Jones, 105 is the rider to be eliminated. The VIS rider. Sophie Edwards down the bottom of the track, Maeve Palouf as well. Ali Anderson around the outside. Brioni both are number 66 in the black colours. Just moving to the front, Claudia Marks as well. Turn our attention to the back of the field once more. So who's going to be in a little bit of strife here? 83, rider number 83, and that is Tegan Faringa. 83 is eliminated. Doesn't take long, does it? Pace starting to line out ever so slightly as they came through the bend that time, indicating the legs are starting to get a little bit juicy, a little bit tough. Isla Carr down the back. Lucy Reeve still very low on the track there, got second in the scratch race. Have a look who might be in trouble this time. 79, Lucy Reeve is the rider eliminated. 79. Made a real habit of riding to the bottom of the track in the Omnium elimination as well. It's only so long you can survive in those situations. They go through now. Heading down the back straight, one or two riders have a look up the track to see where they are. Sally Carter and Isla Carr, the two West Australians, moving forward, trying to move forward. Rider number 89 is eliminated. Rider number 89, Nicole Duncan. Nicole Duncan is eliminated. Rider number 89. Maeve Plouffe on the outside of Brianna Botha there as they go through. Riley McMullen to her outside. Sophie Edwards up there as well. Claudia Marks moving forward, the West Australian jerseys. Languishing a little bit down the back at the moment. Rider number 94. 94, Summer Nordmeyer is eliminated. Summer Nordmeyer, 94. Rider number 94. 94 is eliminated. 94. Rider number 94. Now she comes out, gets in the way of a couple of people. That's going to hinder one or two. Come through this time. Rider number 68. Rider number 68 is eliminated. That's Prudence Fowler. She got caught up with one of the riders coming out a little bit late after being called out. So it's unfortunate. This is a straight out race. It's not the Omnium. It expects you for this one only. They go through this time. Prudence Fowler has had a big week of racing. She can now go and have a rest. Just a few more than 10 riders left in this field at the moment as they come into the home straight. The white flag goes up. 107 is Sally Carter, and she is eliminated from the bike race. On 07 was eliminated. We have a look back here. The bunch is all in to the bunch, all in. I won't call the number yet, but everyone is in. Everyone is in the bunch. All in, all in. Everyone's in, everyone's in. Rider number 81 is eliminated. Rider number 81 is eliminated. So Mia Wolfenden is the rider eliminated. They'll hear the bell again this time. It's McGowan, I think it is, the rider who's in a little bit of strife. Courtney McGowan keeps looking down at her bike, then looks like she's had a bit of a problem. She's been doing that for the last 2 or 3 laps. So it's Courtney McGowan, the Queensland rider, coming out the back of the field this time. 103. Courtney McGowan is eliminated. We look to the back straight. We've got 10 riders left now. Just the 10. Sophie Edwards leads into the home straight. To the outside of her, number 66, Brioni Botha, Isla Carr moving forward. Nice to see after a rough and tumble ride in the Omnium elimination. Maeve Plouffe is up there as well. However, with just 10 riders left, there's not much space left. Don't want to get your back wheel caught out. We come up to the line. Rider number 93. Rider number 93 is eliminated. Odette Lynch, 93. Commissaires' decision for Odette Lynch. She is eliminated as they go through again. Just the 9 riders left this time. Sophie Edwards just going to get a little bit caught out there down the back straight. Still got space to run through if she can get there, and she does nicely. 74, Claudia Marks. 74, Claudia Marks. Rider number 74. 74. Horrible sound for the riders. They get halfway down the back straight and they suddenly hear this sound ringing in their heads and they think, I think that's me. They don't want to accept it though, and who can blame them? 8 riders left as they head down the back straight. 4 New Zealanders and 4 Australians. 71, rider 71 is eliminated. Riley McMullen, 71. 4 Australians, 3 New Zealanders now. The Oceania Championship on the line. Sophie Edwards on the inside again down the back straight.
One
1:06, Isla Carr. Just ran out of space there, Isla Carr. 1:06, the West Australian, Isla Carr. She's sitting up, she's coming out, she heard it. Now we've got 6 riders left as Isla Carr leaves the track. She's ran out a little bit of space to be able to move forward then. The legs were okay. 3 and 3 again. Australia versus New Zealand as they head down the back straight. Ali Anderson leads. Sophie Edwards dicing with the devil there in that position as they come into the home straight. Rider 64, Maeve Plouffe. Rider 64, Maeve Plouffe. A little bit unlucky. 1 or 2 riders very comfortable as they come into the home straight. Not allowing for the rush home. There's more space up the track at a slow pace for people to be able to sprint to the line. Ali Anderson. A little bit of coming together of the 2 riders on the front here. A few muscle tactics being used. Anderson has a look over the shoulder. Edwards still caught down low on the track. There's room to move. 61, Sophie Edwards. Always seem to be inevitable when you're riding very low on the track at this stage when there's not a lot of pace on. If they're 5 across the track, they're not always sprinting in the elimination. It just means there's no pace at the front. 4 bike riders left. Ali Anderson is trying to be the lone Australian to get herself on the podium. And she's got to take on the entire New Zealand team here, and Botha is putting her on the hip. She's going to be okay, I think, Anderson, to get on the podium. It was surrendered in the home straight. Rider 72. Emily Shearman. She misses out on a medal here. 3 riders left. We're going to go down to the final 2. They'll get the bell this time. Now, Ali Anderson has played the tactical game with the New Zealand pair and let one of the New Zealanders ride away, which is Botha. Sam Donnelly now chases. Anderson now goes with her, so Donnelly lays off the teammate ever so slightly. She's going to have to keep an eye on where Anderson is as well. They come into the home straight. It will be Ali Anderson who is eliminated. She'll end up with the bronze medal though, so a good result for her. And once again we see Sam Donnelly and Briony Botha are going to fight it out here for the Oceania Championship. They'll come through this time with 1 lap to go. Donnelly gets the run down the banking. Is she moving too well here? Botha, she's got a world record, and the white flag goes up. Put your hands together for the racing here this morning. Put your hands together, most importantly, for Samantha Donnelly, Oceania Elimination Champion for 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another one of our Para C1 to C5 finals coming out. And this is the team sprint final. So, so in the back straight, we're going to have a team made up of Paige Greco, 193, Matthew Gray, and Max Sudholz. And in the home straight, we're going to have a team made up of Aaron Normoyle, Kyle Willis, and Corey Boddington. 3 laps of the track, 750 metres. Team sprint for Para C1, C5 works exactly the same way as it does for regular racing. Away now in our Para Team Sprint Championship. The riders in the home straight in the Australian colours. It's Aaron Normoyle, Kyle Willis and Corey Boddington. Mixture of team here. Paige Greco getting the team of Matt Gray and Max Sudholz away. All part of the process in our Para development here. As Matt Gray now gets in front with Max Sudholz, but Kyle Willis and Corey Boddington well ahead after the start there. Good pace here from Matt Gray, taking some time back, but it's the world 200 metre record holder, Corey Boddington, in the Australian kit down the back straight this time. Really starting to move. Max Sudholz has been on the podium several times this week. He's moving nicely, but the Australian team, unsurprisingly, goes through, takes that one out. 52.738. And the Australia B team in the back straight, 53.963. So we move on to our next event now. This is our Para B team sprint, being a UCI event, the Oceania Championships, carrying points that enable teams and riders to line up in World Championships. So we welcome our top 2 teams in Australia. Our female team of Tegan Redder and Jackie Mengler-Moore are in the starting gate. And they're going to ride with the team of Kane Paris and his pilot Luke Zachariah. So Jackie Mengler-Moore, the rider who steers the ship here for herself, and Tegan Redder getting underway. Then we have Luke Zachariah steering the bike for Kane Paris. Let's get behind our best teams in our para tandems here. Out to set the fastest time they possibly can here as a team. Doing a good job of it as well, Jackie Mengler-Moore and Tegan Redder. As they come into the home straight this time, they'll get up out the way. So 2 laps on the front. And the guys will come through and they'll finish off nice and quick for 1 lap. Luke Zachariah steering Kane Paris as they come into the home straight this time. They'll come down, stop the clock, 52.958, which will complete the Para Championships for 2025. And some great results we've seen from our Australian and New Zealand competitors. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on with the presentation of our Women's Elimination Championship. We're just waiting for the riders to make their way over to the ceremony area. On the completion of this presentation, there will be a 20-minute break. As soon as I have a start time for you, riders and officials, I will let you know when we will recommence. But we're going to have the elimination presentation, and then there will be a 20-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the Elite Women Elimination Ceremony. To do the presentations and award the medals, Louise Jones, Commonwealth Games champion 1990. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, is Ali Anderson from South Australia. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, Briony Botha, New Zealand. In first place, winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion, Samantha Donnelly, representing New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the presentation for the Para C1, C5 Team Sprint Final. In second place, winners of the silver medal, please welcome the team of Paige Greco, Matthew Gray, Max Sudholz, Australia. In first place, winners of the gold medal and Oceania champions, please welcome the team of Erin Normoyle, Kyle Willis and Corey Boddington, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please show a big round of applause for our para champions. Please welcome our presentation of our Para B team sprinters. And the medals go to Tegan Redder and her pilot, Jackie Mengler-Moore, and Kane Peris and his pilot, Luke Zachariah. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Australian Para team. So ladies and gentlemen, we now are on a 20-minute break. Racing will start at 5 minutes to 12 Brisbane time. The next part of the session will start at 5 minutes to 12 Brisbane time. Those of you joining us around Australia, not in Brisbane, or around the world and in New Zealand, we'll be back in 20 minutes. To all of our viewers on the Off Cycling YouTube channel, which have a little bit of a delay in proceedings to the racing here today, there's going to be a video played for everyone at the stadium in tribute to David Nicholas, Paralympic champion, who is retiring, and there'll be a video displayed with a number of his family and friends and teammates here within the stadium. We will put it to screen, but the sound might not come through to you too well because we will be using the sound from the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. It's a very special occasion here today where we have one of our all-time greatest para-athletes has announced his retirement, David Nicholas. Please turn your attention to our big screen.
There's still more to come, my friend. But I'll just get Jesse on behalf of our cycling. If David bets if we can have that photo, the frame. Jesse, if you're able to say a few words on behalf of our cycling. Thank you, Ozza. So, Dave, it's my absolute pleasure and privilege on behalf of our cycling and all the partners involved with their journey to, well, celebrate your career and say a couple of words. And I think what it comes down to is what we're trying to do as a team, an organization, whether that would be with our cycling, the Paralympics teams, the Olympic teams, and the broader sport community, is try and create lasting champions. And what that means is trying to help individuals like yourself that can contest podiums at the biggest bike races on the planet, but also inspire community, have a connection with the broader team, and at the end of the day, really carry forward what it is that we aspire to be and what younger generation aspires to be, and it becomes about not who we ride with in terms of the team or the name on the back, but who we ride for when we start thinking about loved ones, family, teammates, country, and hence it's not just about trying to win a bike race, but how you go about it, how you carry yourself in a day-to-day, and hence beyond just the Paralympic success, the World Championship success that you've had, you've been an absolute exemplar, and I think you will continue to be exactly that in years to come towards the Paralympians that will now come behind you and stand on your shoulders and reap the benefits of all the work that you have done to allow them to do that and inspire next generations. And also want to acknowledge that once you have the green and gold, you'll be an alumni for life. And just looking around, seeing Burko and Kels and Jordan and Anna up in the stands, the alumni club just got a little bit stronger. And I just want to thank you for everything that you did for sport, everything that you did for us cycling, and the Paralympic Committee. Congratulations on an amazing career, mate. Really well done.
Thank you, Jesse. Now, if I could have Peter Day and Nick Formosa please come up with a jersey. We're still getting signatures from a lot of the para group, so you will get a jersey, David. But I would just like Peter Day and Nick to say a quick few words on not only what an awesome athlete, but what a beautiful human and person you are. Peter.
Turn it off.
Thanks, Lauren. I guess people can hear things a bit better than it sounds in here, but anyway. Just personally from me, thank you very much for the invitation to share this special moment, David. I think I won't talk too long, I'll keep it brief, but we all know about the results and the performances David had throughout his cycling career, but the journey started somewhere. So that journey started with a guy that helped him as his first coach, a guy named Peter Brooks. And the one story of that, the very first international trip we had with David, I joined the trip later, I think it was 210, and all I got was this brilliant story about a guy who was racing in C45, who got run off the road coming into the finish line and still was racing up through the paddock to try and get to the finish line with everyone. As time would have, he got reclassified into a C3, and that made him really international standard and medal performance. That journey then took it where I was able to take over the coaching of David through London. The tears that came when he finished fourth in the IP, but the tears that came again a few days later when he won the individual time trial. They're all the things, the pain, the suffering, the joy, all that goes with it, the things that we've got to remember as part of our journey with our athletes as we take them through. That one of the hardest things for me was realising that I couldn't continue to put the same performance enhancement opportunities into David, and at that time I was really, really fortunate to be able to look at Nick Formosa, tap him on the shoulder and say, can you please take David through the next part of his journey? So congratulations to Nick for what he's done with David, but a huge congratulations for David for not only all the performances and the results that are written in books, but the type of man he's turned into be, and the role model that I've actually used in my mindset, how I want athletes to react, develop and perform and present themselves as an Australian standard athlete. So to Em and David, wherever your life takes you now, we were fortunate to be at their wedding as well, but as your life progresses now from this retirement, I'd just like to really wish you the very best, Dave.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Lauren, as well. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks to my family to be here as well. I won't say too much about Dave's results, but it's been an absolute pleasure to be part of your journey, Dave. And the family has been involved in this journey as well. From
just a couple of stories. Like Dave spent a lot of time staying with us over the years, and I think I wouldn't say I was a harsh coach from Dave, but we kept on track and we kept on the goals that we wanted to achieve. My wife though, Dave would come over, he'd leave stuff laying around, and Joe, my wife, would give him a spray, go tidy up and make sure you're doing the right things around the house. But look, I won't talk too much here, but look, congratulations, Dave. Knowing you from a young man to an adult and be a part of the journey, absolutely congratulations. Obviously, there's been a lot of people involved, including Oz Cycling and Cycling Australia over the years as well. But look, mate. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Peter and Nick, if you would like to sit down. David, we've had a special message come overnight. Cameron Jennings, if you are able to come on up. And we've got a message from Europe. A very...
Yep, so just a final thing here. Dave's influence and inspiration has spread the world wide. And Dave, obviously we're logged into a few people from the para program there as well, so you can have a chat to them afterwards. But I'll just read through the message that I received the other day. Dave, we met through our parents some years ago and I felt directly a connection with you. Seeing you rise to stardom in cycling while working a good job and having a relationship showed me your resilience and drive in life. It's been wonderful watching you race over the years, albeit from a distance. You can be proud of your career. You're a role model for many, including myself. All the best for the future, Alan Piper.
Thank you, Cam. If those that are in front of us, if you're able to form two lines, would like to form a guard of honour for David to walk through. If we can cheer, hold up some wheels, hold up some bikes, whatever we can. But David, you're a beautiful athlete, you're a beautiful man, and you've got a beautiful wife and the next stage of your career. Have you got any words? Obviously, we've got the Para family online that will get you to talk to them as you walk through. But would you like to say a quick couple of words?
Just check it out. Was it like our second and all my coaches for Peter, Nick and David Best and and my family for school me. You can do if I family behind or a group of people behind.
Beautiful. All right. Now, I know you're working in the para space for push mobility, and so your next stage of your career is well underway. But David, thank you on behalf of Oz Cycling, Paralympics Australia. It's beautiful. Please walk through. If everyone could please stand up and cheer and clap your hands. Congratulations, Dave. I'm bloody nervous. All right. Walk through.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a Paralympic champion, David Nicholas. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting on with our racing program now. Fantastic tribute to David Nicholas. Move on to event 158, ladies and gentlemen, the Junior Women Omnium. This is race number 3. This will be the elimination. Riders come to the home straight and line themselves up. We go through our list of riders. Emily Sanders is the leader at the moment on 78 points, then Liani Vandenberg. 74, Anna Dubier on 70 points, then Madeleine Wasserbach on 66, Megan Moore on 64 points in 5th, Sophie Maxwell in 6th. We have Caitlin Rhodes, Ava Schmidtke, Eden Seeley Cunnington, Nina Worrell, Neve Parslow, Shayla Sayers and Hannah Payne. They are our 13 riders in the Omnium here today. This one is the elimination. We've seen a number of these this week. Roll away. Our chief starter is satisfied, but they're in a group, and then every second lap the bell will sound. The next lap round after that, last rider across the line, their back wheel will count. If they are last, they are eliminated. Very important stage of the Omnium process now. So roll away into the back straight. So important to try and stay in the top 3 or 4 places in the elimination. If you're already up in that top 4 or 5 riders in the standings, elimination is one of those races that catapult you further forward in the standings. That can also have the adverse effect if it goes wrong quickly. They'll come into the home straight this time, they'll receive the bell. Nice pace being set down the back straight here, a little bit more lined out than we saw in the Elite Women's Championship just before the break. Turn our attention to the tail end of the field. 159, rider 159, Shayla Sayers, 159. 159, Shayla Sayers. She's the one to miss out that time. They'll go through, bell sounded. Keep our attention to the back of the bunch more than the front of the bunch for these races. Watching riders who are caught underneath the wheel. Front wheel is slightly underneath the back wheel as they come to the home straight. Turn our attention to the rear again. .152 is the eliminated rider. Eden Seeley Cunnington is eliminated. You see several honest bike riders in the elimination each time we run this race. Tend to take themselves out first before listening for the number. And when the number comes out, it's not theirs, they have to race back up. Don't come out until you're called. Then second guess it. Then keep going. 161, Nina Worrell. pace up around the top. But a fantastic tempo race to bring herself from 8th place to 5th place outright. I think that sort of progression over the next couple of races should be in the medals for sure. 4 wide across the track as they head down the back straight this time. Sanders and Dubier and Vandenberg as they line up. We look to the tail end of the field though. 175, Anna Payne. 175, Anna Payne. Into the home straight again. Pace goes up ever so slightly. A little bit more lined out this time as they go through. Ada Schmidtke, South Australian, setting the tempo. And a Dubier making space for herself. Leanna Vandenberg just trying to close it down as they went into that straight. Turn to the back of the bunch again. Right at 166, Caitlin Rose, 166. And a move now to the back straight. This is a good move here from Megan Moore. She found herself at the back of the group and kept on fighting for position. She's done the right thing here. She's gone, I'll go on with it, try and just break away for a little while by myself. I'll take care of at least one position. Teammate colours coming out after her though, so Megan Moore's going to be safe this time. Pressure is at the back of the bunch. 173, Ryder 173 is eliminated. Ava Schmidtke is eliminated. So the pace drops out, Megan Moore's been caught. Bell sounded. They go to the back straight. We've got 7 riders left for this one. Megan Moore, some work to do from there after making a big effort. Coming to the home straight, there's plenty of room to move. $169, Megan Moore, 169. 169, Megan Moore. Well, the idea was a good one, but they chased. Only now formed the attacking problem. They go through 6 riders. So I think it is on the front end, Dubier, Sanders. Coming to the home straight again. $158 is the next rider eliminated. Sophie Maxwell. Sophie Maxwell is eliminated. 5 riders left. They're coming to the home straight. Queensland on the front. New South Wales, Sassy. And the Tasmanian Institute supporters at Butterfield. Looks like the Butterfield's kid. As they head down the back straight, ARA, Arlie Sanders up around the outside. Dubier riding great position, hasn't really been out of second wheel the entire ride. To the home straight this time, Parslow drop maybe. 163 is eliminated. Steve Parslow, 163. Scoreboard taking a while to update. 163 is eliminated. 4 riders left. Scoreboard shows 163. Parslow was the last rider to go. Coming to the straight this time. The white flag seems to have gone up here. Front 3 will be safe. Fourth rider across the line in trouble. 168 is Maddie Wasserbach. She is eliminated. One of the riders at the top of the leaderboard. She started this race in 4th place. So the top 4, the overall standings, become the top 4 in the elimination as it is. Dubier gets underway, Vandenberg and Sanders. Sanders, of course, second wheel. She leads out right in front of Vandenberg on the points. Dubier is in 3rd. Dubier going to try and fight them off and get herself to the top 2 at least here. Come to the home straight. A bit of work to do though. 165. Dubia is eliminated. This race champion from yesterday evening. She will stay in third place overall for now. Down to two riders. Who's going to win the elimination? Is it going to be Vandenberg, who's second outright, or Sanders, who leads outright? Sanders moves first, trying to extend her lead here. Vandenberg won the scratch race to start this competition, but Sanders is going to take another win, and she's going to take out the elimination. As Vandenberg sits up, Sanders into the home straight. Nice win here for Amelie Sanders. Move on now to our junior men 19 Omnium. Third race, this is their elimination. And we look at the points standings to start with. Bailey McDonald leads the way on 72 points. Jonas Shelburton in second on 70 points. Then Alex Hughes on 68. Sam Washington sits in fourth place on 64. Lockie Walters on 58. Then we've got Zach Douglas Savage on 54. Hunter Dalton with him on 54, as is Kirill Mutri on 54. Then Robert Turnbull on 52. Kyle Paris on 50. Next rider listed, but I don't think he's on the start line, is Toby Jones, who was on 40 points, but he did crash out earlier. I don't think he's on the start line now. Joshua Grieve on 40, then Ben Crawford on 30, Oliver Clark 28, Kirian Mutri on 28, and Sterling Janelle on 28 points also. So just the 15 riders, as we're missing Toby Jones, who had the crash in the tempo race. So the Australian champion, unfortunately, won't be joining us for the rest of this one. They roll away once again as soon as the commissaires are happy, and they're together at the end of the first roll round lap. Whistle with a little sound, and they'll be underway. Bell every second lap. The rider will come out on the sprint. They come through this time, they're all together, so the whistle's going to sound, and they're underway. High pace at the front of the mugs now as they come into the home straight. Everyone trying to move forward quickly. 122 is the rider who's going to be leading us, Ben Crawford, rider from New Zealand. So able to get up onto the wheel and get part of the advantage of the slipstream to do anything Shelburne leads down the home straight. Washington and Hughes up on their outside as they fall back through the bunch. Two New Caledonia riders, the two brothers down the back need to move forward. Bit of a push and bump there as they come round. 136.136 is Kieran Utri, 136, 136. Kieran drops out to the back of the group. Go round three abreast all the way down through the line here. Good position for Jonas Shelburne and Alex Hughes on the front, the top two. Leader of the bike race, McDonald. Washington sticking his wheel in there as well. 129, 129, 129. 129 is eliminated Joshua Grieve. Come through this time. Remembering it's on the back wheel. It's on the back wheel. Change in the blink of an eye where you are in the position, but it's always on the back wheel. Coming to the straight this time once again. 144, rider 144, Kyle Paris is eliminated. Approaching 101 if you think it's going to be close. Try not to be on the side where the commissaire standing. Because you're the one they'll see first. They head down the back straight this time. New Zealand rider coming around the front, making good position this time. It's a bit of a sandwich as they come down the home straight. 121, 121 is the rider eliminated. That's Oliver Clark. He knows it, so he's up high on the track. So we've got the points race to come for these guys here this afternoon. Race being set, Shelburne comes back to the front as he goes over the top of Sterling Jarnell. Good positioning here by Mutri now, up in the second. A couple of riders on the back getting themselves into a spot upon the hit. Sam Washington having a look over the shoulder. This could be disastrous if they don't move forward. 128, Robert Turnbull, 128. Good tactics there by the Queensland and WA riders. Come through this time. Walters not going to mess around with the last wheel, he's going to come to the front. Then Shelburne. Then Jarnell again. Touch and go. 125, Hunter Dalton with a 1,000-metre time trial. He's out this time. 8 riders. Washington moves up. Look at the point here now in this elimination. This is when you get to the stage where there's not really a bad rider left in the field. Not there's a bad rider in the field. They're just a little bit quicker when you get into the top 8. Come through the bend this time. McDonald on the front. .142 is the rider I'm told. 142. 142 is eliminated. Waiting for the scoreboard update. 142. Race is neutralised. Yellow flag. Race is neutralised. No elimination. Race is neutralised. Race is neutralised. Waiting for the scoreboard update. 142 is the rider who is eliminated. Race is neutralised. 142 is eliminated. And this rider here, Mutri, is being directed by the commissaires to catch back up. He hasn't. Mutri is still in the race. He's being directed by the commissaires to get back up onto the track, so they're going to allow Mutri to come back in. It's the commissaires' decision in this situation for those of you who are watching from the stands or from home. If a rider does something that impedes another rider, possibly the wrong thing in the bunch etiquette, they can be eliminated by the commissaire without being the last rider across the line. That is what one of our commissaires has seen in that previous sprint. Moutry being the last man across the line, just figured he was out. That's when the yellow flag comes out, he gets neutralised, he gets to get back in, all ready to go again. Whistle sounds, they can settle themselves in. 7 riders left, Moutry to the front of the ride. Then we've got Zach Diaz, then Bailey, McDonald. On the home straight this time. Bell goes. Pace goes up. Sterling. John L, the one who is setting the pace. Right at 1:25 that time. This time, Kirill Moutry is out. Kirill Moutry, the rider eliminated, 1:35. He knows it now. Is eliminated this time. Sterling Jarnell. Just the 5 riders left. One rider from the ACT, one from WA, the rest from Queensland as they head down the back straight. Walters with some work to do. Zach, Douglas Savage. We're ready to go at the moment. So we've got work to do to fight from there. 113, Zachary Douglas Savage is the rider eliminated. 4 riders left now. McDonald on the front, then Hughes, Washington, and Walters. McDonald doing great defense of the Omnium lead here as they head down the back straight, just getting caught out. The pace goes up by Hughes. Walters with work to do, Washington as well. Bailey McDonald, commentator's curse, talk him up, he's the next man out. 2 Queenslanders and the West Australian as they come into the home straight this time. Hughes, Washington, Walters. Chance to gain some points back on the race leader here for these 3. Hughes steps out. Washington just laying off, making sure he doesn't get boxed in by Walters as they come into the home straight. There's another look at Walters. Walters knows he won't get there. He will finish 3rd in the Omnium. 1:32. Walters now we're down to 2. Alex Hughes and Sam Washington, 2 of the best under 19s in the country, will come through, receive the bell. Hughes and Washington. They sit 3rd and 4th. There's 4 points between them on the standings at the moment. As they hit down the back straight, Hughes over the saddle, Washington getting up round the outside. Going to take some points back against Hughes and the rest here and win the elimination after winning the tempo race here. And he won the points race last night as well. So the legs are good at the big final week of racing here.
The next race up is our junior under-19 women Keirin round 2. So the first 3 from this go to our 1 to 6 final. The remainders go to the 7 to 12 final. Our start list: Ella Liang, Piper Newton, Paige Squire, Victoria Smith, Milan Bradshaw and Emily Watch. So the motorbike comes around now. And they roll out now. So our Keirin 6 laps, 3 laps behind the motorbike. Riders must remain in the positions that they draw for at least the first lap. They can only move around if the opportunity presents itself. 3 riders go through to the 1 to 6 final, the remainder to 7 to 12. A lot of quality here in our under-19 women, led by the moment by rider in the blue kit. Then we've got our 2 Queenslanders tucked in behind. Looking back at the moment, sussing out who's going to make the first moves. That's rider 167. That is Paige Squire. So gap starting to form here. Now, you might think, is this because the pace is on? Not necessarily. That means the riders are giving, otherwise it's a very hard task for you to do. They've got 2 laps now, 500 metres. This is the charge here coming from the Queensland rider from behind. That is Ella Liang. She's taken it on the hip now. They're going to have a drag race here, ladies and gentlemen. Ella Liang is stepping out. She's trying to get herself into this 1 to 6 final. Ella Liang's looking strong. Squire's falling back a little bit. The Queensland team, they're getting amongst it here. Ella Liang, though, she's leading this one from the front. She's going to take out this round 2. Teammate 171, I believe that's Victoria Smith, takes out 2nd position. You can throw a blanket over it, though, for 3rd. Definitely going to have to go up for the official results for that one. But Ella Liang there, she came out with a couple laps to go. She drew last in the Keirin, which is always a hard position, I find, to come from. You have the most distance to... She did a very strong race, though. There's confirmation of your results. Ella Liang takes it out. Victoria Smith and Emily Watch, they go through to your 1 to 6 final. Paige Squire, Milan Bradshaw and Piper Newton, they will be in the 7 to 12 final. Great racing there from our first of our round 2s. The second of our round 2s now getting ready to come out onto the track. We have Olivia Wright, Ebony Robinson, Minnie Collins, Natasha Sitsky, Hope Harnety and Madison Smith. They follow the same format as what we saw in the first of the round 2s. Top 3 riders will progress to the 1 to 6 final, the remainder through to the 7 to 12. Ebony Robinson coming in with a lot of form at the moment, the New South Wales rider. She's currently drew 5th position at the moment. Behind the bike is the ACT rider. This bike comes around now, 3 laps behind the bike. So they roll out now. That's rider 157. That's Natasha Sitsky. She's drawn behind the bike, followed by the Queenslander, tucked in on her wheel. We didn't see a lot of movement in the opening 3 laps in our previous heat. A lot of riders content to hold their positions and then make the moves in the final 3 laps. I wonder if we'll see anything different here. Sitsky's got the bike. So after that first lap, they're able to move around now if the opportunity presents itself. Sitski looks comfortable though behind the bike. Again, slight gaps opening. That's just so that you can get a run at that wheel. That's right at 118. That's Olivia Wright. She's given herself about 5 meters there. Giving herself a little bit of distance, a little bit of room to work with. So we see a charge from one of our New Zealand riders from the back. That is the rider of 154, that's Minnie Collins. She's taken it high. Ebony Robinson though, she squeezed her way into a good position here. As they're going to come around now, they've got 2 laps to go, 500 meters. Leading it out though is the rider in the all black. That is right at 118. That's Olivia Wright. Ebony Robinson tucked in on the wheel. Now we see a late charge here. This is Minnie Collins. She's gone to the front. It's going to be a drag race here. Just over 1 lap. Remember, the first 3 progress. Ebony Robinson now, she sticks out. Sitski over the top as well. Crash there in the back straight, but the race is out in front. Ebony Robinson, she's leading it out. Sitski is trying to get into that top 3. It's going to be close here on the line. Ebony Robinson takes it out. I think it was the Queensland rider there who came into 2nd position. Sitski, I think, may have just got pipped on the line. We're going to have to wait for official confirmation for that one, but we hope both those riders involved in the incident are okay. There's your official results. Ebony Robinson ahead of Madison Smith. Hope Harnedy takes the 3rd position. Well, we hope those riders are okay and they're back on their feet.
Do you guys want to go down?
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the 1,000-metre time trial final now of the elite men. Welcome our first rider onto the track. Please welcome, representing New Zealand, this is Nick Kyrgyzou. Kyrgyzou, no stranger to this velodrome whatsoever. He gets away. He rode 1:02.232 this morning to qualify in 8th place in this final. Times have been absolutely electric in our men's field. He goes through 19.88. Nice fast start here from Kyrgyzou. Comes through for the first 500. Nicely done, 33, 682 here from Nick. Team's pursued an endurance rider as well, so he's not going to slow down hardly at all in this as he comes up to get 1 lap to go. Moving nicely, 47.727. Can he improve on his 1-2 of this morning? Not slowing down at all here as he comes through the final bend. Nick Kyrgyzou of New Zealand will come through and he'll stop the clock. 1:02.579, virtually identical time from this morning. Great way to start off the final 8. Our next rider to come onto the track from the Balmoral Cycling Club here in Queensland, Rowan Hayden-Smith, ladies and gentlemen. He rode a 1:01.807 this morning to qualify in 7th position. Rowan Hayden-Smith away, got the very big gear on. Rode extremely well in the Omnium here this week. First 3 rides, first 3 races, absolutely top notch. The point score just got away from him ever so slightly. The legs have come good this morning though. He goes through 19.67 for his first lap, faster than Kyrgyzou. He's slightly faster than Kyrgyzou this morning as well. This is one of those riders thought he was going to come out here and do a 1-3 or a 1-4. He went out and did a 1:01. Moving nicely, nice and smooth. He heads down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Once again, one of our endurance fast men who won't slow down too much over this 1,000 metres. He gets 1 lap to go now. Still the fastest time so far out on course. 1:02.579 is the time to get himself up into the top spot. Rowan Hayden-Smith from the Balmoral Cycling Club comes up, stops the clock, 1:02.339. Top time at the moment, a little bit slower than this morning, but as we saw in the elite women's category yesterday, all the times just that little bit slower in the afternoon. The second effort and also the atmosphere changing just that little bit here in AMV. We're going to move on to our next rider that's going to come up onto the track. We welcome rider number 43. This is James Brister. Brister rode 101.717 this morning. He's had some great form. Top 4 in the individual sprint. It's great to see that James really at the top of his game. Just a month out from the national championships as well. Brister away now. Standard setup, just the normal handlebars, standard setup handlebars. They're hardly standard setup bikes these days with the double disc, carbon, everything. Brister going to get that bike up to speed. Expect to see a very fast first lap. 19.251 for Brister. He's going to be trying to go through that first 500 in the high 32s, low 33. He's moving very nicely indeed, Brister, as he comes into the home straight this time. Goes through 32.621. Nice riding here from Brister. Wants to try and get himself as close to that 1 minute mark as he possibly can. Into the home straight this time. Pedaling nicely, not really slowing down as yet. 46.608. Travelling faster than the ones who have come before him. But he is starting to labour a little bit down the back straight now. Brister going to fight on through the bend. It's getting heavy work out here. It's been a big week of racing. Brister's going to stop the clock. 101.998, almost 102 dead on. As a cyclist, that's what you like to see, isn't it? 101.99, not 102 dead. Great ride from James Brister. He gets inside the 102 marker again. Moving nicely. We welcome our next rider up onto the track. This is Finn Carpenter. Brilliant ride this morning, rode 101.67. Finn Carpenter comes from a BMX racing background. Originally from Western Australia, still on the West Australian licence, training in South Australian Institute of Sport. They've really brought him on beautifully in the last couple of years. He'll go through the first one. A little bit of a slower start this time from Carpenter. He really zinged around this track this morning. Came out like an absolute shotgun. Come to the home straight this time. See how he's travelling now. Just missing the tape ever so slightly, but low 33s here. A little bit heavier conditions here for Carpenter as he goes round. The two rides very close together. It really can damage the riders. Second fastest for the moment, 47.096. The time of James Brister, safe for now. It's Carpenter finishing off a big week of racing. You can see it's just starting to hurt him a little bit as he comes up, and he'll stop the clock. Second fastest time, still a beautiful time, 1:02.311. Finn Carpenter, he will sit in second place for now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our top 4 qualifiers. For those of you who didn't see this morning, we welcome our next rider onto the track, and this is Tom Cornish in the Australian colours. He rode 1 minute, 0.582 this morning. Fastest time was 1 minute 07, done by the Queenslander Byron Davies. The second fastest time was 1 minute 0.19, done by Tate Ryan. Sam Dakin from New Zealand rode 1 minute 0.46, and Tom Cornish rode 1 minute 0.58. Nothing between the top 4 riders riding 1 minute. I remember when Shane Kelly was the first man to ride 1 minute to win the World Championship. Top of the front wheel as he came out of the blocks there, Tom Cornish. He's going to try and get himself going now, whether it affected where his pedal stroke was when he started or not. He's got to get away really, really quick here, Cornish. He comes through for the first lap. Fastest time so far, 18.545. Cornish, junior world record holder when he was in the junior ranks in this event. He'll come up to the 500. We'll see where he goes. 31.441 for Tom Cornish. Can he get under that elusive 1 minute barrier here today? It's very warm. He'll come into the home straight. Let's make some noise for the Australian champion. Tom Cornish goes through 44.869. He's on as long as he doesn't slow. He's tightening up a little bit with half a lap to go. Cornish is still smooth. He'll come through the bend. Tom Cornish, we look up to the clock. 7, 8, 9, 59.574 for Tom Cornish. He says to the top 3, take that. 59.574, Tom Cornish. That puts the cat amongst the pigeons now, doesn't it, with our fastest 3 still to come, who are all sitting around the 1 minute. Put your hands together for Tom Cornish, ladies and gentlemen. Member of Australia's world team sprint team just a couple of years ago, a medalist in Paris as well. And he never puts a foot wrong in the 1,000-metre time trial. Great ride from Tom Cornish. Welcome our next rider up onto the track, the man who won the Elite Men's Keirin here this week, number 9 in the light blue colours of New Zealand. This is Sam Dakin. Sam Dakin growls his way away from the start line this time on a very, very big gear. Getting the speed up nicely here, really trying to get on top of that big gear. Have a look and see how his first lap is. Second quickest, 19.01. It's a perfect start. But Cornish's was excellent. Dakin now into the home straight. It's going to get close to the 32 or under if we can here. 32.369. It's just trailing off the time of Tom Cornish at the moment. But how will he go over the last lap and a half? If he doesn't slow down, it's not going to matter because he's going to be moving nicely. Moving nicely here, 46.168. seeming to be more around the 101, even to the 102, depending on how he finishes off here. Dakin into the home straight, trying to hang on to the time. He'll stop the clock. 1 minute .911. Great ride from Sam Dakin, backing up this morning's ride, about a half a second behind it, which is what everyone else seems to be doing, except for, of course, Tom Cornish, who took a second off his ride from this morning. Put your hands together for Sam Dakin. He sits in second place at the moment. Strong lap, held it together to finish that one off. We've got 2 riders left to go in the elite men time trial, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome to the track the junior world record holder and junior world champion, Tate Ryan from South Australia. Great start out of the blocks here for Tate Ryan. Can the apprentice become the master here this afternoon? Cornish sits atop the leaderboard. Tate Ryan, we have a look to the scoreboard. Fastest first lap so far. Ryan is on 18.544. Nothing between him and the time of Cornish on the first lap, but Ryan takes the edge. We have a look. First 500, Ryan slightly in front again, 31.355. He moves down the back straight and he's not slowing down yet. Tate Ryan coming up to get 1 lap to go. Can he step up to the big plate? All second fastest now. This just shows how strong Tom Cornish was. Ryan, you can see he's just starting to labour, the shoulders and the head rocking and rolling. Where can the young man finish off here? Tate Ryan comes up, stops the clock, second fastest, under the minute, 59.878 for Tate Ryan. Goes to the number 2 spot. Great ride, qualified in second. It hasn't been able to match the time of Tom Cornish. Cornish 59.574. Tate Ryan 59.878. At the moment, Sam Dakin in third place on 1 minute .911. We've got 1 man to go, and he was the fastest qualifier this morning in a 1 minute .075. Ladies and gentlemen, from Queensland, please welcome Byron Davies. Byron Davies is away. If anyone's capable, it's Byron Davies to upset the apple cart here for Tom Cornish. He'll get that big gear going. How's he moving at the end of the first lap? Byron Davies goes through 18.71. He's about 2.2 behind the time of Tate at that point. That's not surprising with the start that Davies has. He starts to motor through lap 2 to 3. He comes through this time 31.6. Remember the top 2 times here at the Junior World Champions over the last several years and record holders. Davies into the home straight this time, coming up to get 1 to go, not slowing down at all. He's just outside the time of the top 2 though, as he heads towards the back straight. Davies still looking strong, not moving the upper body too much at all, which is a great sign. Byron Davies comes into the home straight now. Can he break the minute as he hits the line? 1 minute, .122 to go to 3rd place. Literally an identical time as this morning. Great ride from Byron Davies. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. He's warming down on the track centre. The winner of the Elite Men Time Trial today, Tom Cornish, representing Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving into a 30-minute break. We'll be returning to racing at 1:45 Brisbane time. It's 1:45 Brisbane time. So 1:45, we'll be back on for racing.
No, because I think we're doing something.
It's just gone 1:42 here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. We'll be underway with our next event in quarter to 2 o'clock. 45 past 1, quarter to 2, we will be underway. So just a couple of minutes, next race, please start making your way to the marshalling area. Thank you. Let me say welcome back to our Oz Cycling YouTube channel as we get underway for the final session of the 2025 Oceania Track Cycling Championships. We're going to kick off with the fourth race of the Junior Women 19 Omnium. It will be the points race over 60 laps of the track, sprint every 10. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on each sprint, double points on the last. And if you take a lap, you'll get 20 points. If you lose a lap, you'll lose 20 points. Now, the very big difference between the fourth race and the first three, the points you accumulate during this race go to your tally of the day. As where the first three events, you scored points on where you finished in the race. This one, you score points based on if you score them in the points race at all. So everything to race for here today. The riders make their way gingerly around the circuit, around our velodrome to bring themselves back to the home straight. I'll just read through our 13 riders' standings as it is right now. Leading the event, rider 170, is Amelie Sanders on 118 points. In second spot is Liane Vanderberg, rider 172. She's on 112 points. Third is Anna Dubier on 106. Fourth is Madeleine Owasabak on 100 points. Then we have Megan Moore, who's moved herself up from 8th to 5th. She's on 92 points. Sophie Maxwell, the first of our New Zealand riders, in 6th place on 88 points. Caitlin Rose, she is on 82 points over Schmidtke. got caught out in the elimination. She's on 76 points, down in 8th place. Niamh Parslow on 74 points in 9th. Nina Worrell in 10th on 68 points. Eden Silly-Cunnington, 66 points in 11th. Shayla Sayers in 12th place on 56 points, and Hannah Payne on 54 points rounds out our field. So Amelie Sanders, she goes in with a 6-point buffer over the top of Liani Vandenberg here. The points race champion last night, Anna Dubier, trails by 12 points for now off the gold medal. 60 laps of the track to go. Going to be a big finish here for our junior women 19s. They'll roll away, they'll sort themselves out, and they'll come round next time. As long as our chief starter is happy with what he sees, they'll be underway. Whistle sounds, Liani Vandenberg leads them away. It's always interesting at this start of the day. You pretty well know that the lead cyclists, the ones at the top of the leaderboard here, are just going to want to feel their way through this first few laps, see how they're feeling. I always love to see the riders further down the rankings just go for broke. You might as well see if you can. They'll let you go and take a lap, take 20 points. Because halfway through this race, everyone's legs are going to be screaming. It's not going to make a difference by then. Go out, get the points, take the race on. They've got 58 laps to go when they come into the home straight. Sanders swings up, Dubier takes over. Hannah Payne swings up straight away from second wheel, which means you've got to be paying attention when you're in third wheel, when a rider goes up straight away. You're expecting the lead rider to swing up. You're not always paying attention for the second rider on the wheel to swing up. For these riders giving a little bit of distance on the wheel, they're not jammed on it like in a team's pursuit. They're about half a wheel, almost a wheel behind the wheel in front of them, so they've got a little bit of space to move. If there's a propping in the pace or a little bit of diversion needed, they've got space to go either side of the wheel to get out of trouble. 56 laps to go. My name's Matt Pointer. For those of you who've been listening, I've been ably assisted by Andre Dubier this last few days, which has been absolutely lovely. He'll be joining me again this afternoon to finish off the day's racing. And we'll be back up here for the National Track Cycling Championships, starting on the 22nd of March, 22nd of March to the 30th of March. We've got our junior championships. That's the under 17s and under 15s. And they will run straight into the elite and under 19 championships and para championships starting on the 25th of March. So very big week of racing, or week to 10 days of racing. Once again, Anna Meares Velodrome towards the end of March, and we'll see all of the Australians that we see here now, the majority of Australians we see here now, all the coaching staff, that's for sure, up here looking after riders once again. So looking forward to the end of a very, very big summer of racing here in Australia this year. It started off in Melbourne with the Madison Championships and the Omnium Championships back in December. If I'm biased, it started a month before that with the Westrel Wheel Race in WA. And of course we moved on to the National Road Championships, Tour Down Under, Cadell's Road Race, and here we are at the Oceania Championships. A big difference in the summer season, of course, the PSL Racing League. It's changing the surface of bike racing in Australia. They come through this time with 1 lap to go to the sprint. The bell sounds. Good pace, Niamh Parslow. Parslow leads down the back straight. Amelie Sanders. Good intelligent riding there from Sanders. She had a look over the shoulder, saw no one was coming at her. She decided when she'd go round. She takes the 5 points. Dubier will take 3. Then Parslow the 2. Dubier straight on with it down the back straight. Doesn't want to give anyone too much of a reprieve just this early. When you're a rider like Dubier, she's the national road champion in this age group. As we have a look at the points, Sanders, Dubier, Parslow and Caitlin Rose. And the stronger road riders in these track endurance events, every lap that goes by and they haven't turned the screw to put one or two people in trouble, there's a chance gone. So they will be thinking about that as they go towards the finish of this bike race. But Amelie Sanders looks a little bit unstoppable here this afternoon. Inside 50 laps to go now. She's now on to 123 points, 11 points clear of Liane van der Berg. The first thing Dubier has to do is get herself in front of van der Berg on the points. She started off doing that now, taking 3 points in the first sprint. Van der Berg not available for the first one. That's not unusual though. It's very hard to score points in every single sprint. There's no point in just running fourth in a number of sprints. You're better off just laying off, trying to make sure you win a sprint. Better off to win a sprint every now and then than contest a whole swag together that just wears you out. They head down the back straight. Amelie Sanders, then Payne. Nobody wanting to do too much on the front of the bunch at the moment. There'll be several riders in here just happy to see the lap board ticking along. And it was 60, now it's 45. They'll be happy when it's 30. They'll be happier when there's 5 to go, because some of them just want to get to the finish. Remember, this is the Omnium. We started off on racing on Tuesday. These riders have ridden an individual pursuit this week. They've ridden teams pursuits. They've ridden the Elimination Championship, the Scratch Race Championship, the Points Race Championship. 1 or 2 have even had a go in the time trial. And the way they've been going, it just shows that we've got some very good depth of talent through New Zealand and Australia. 43 laps to go this time as they come through. Megan Moore rode brilliantly in the tempo race. She rode well in the elimination as well. She was in 8th. She's moved herself up to 5th. A little bit far away for the points and the medals at the moment, unless she can get herself a lap. There needs to be a little bit more going on in this race for people to start taking laps. Everyone just nursing each other around at the moment. The pace will start to increase as they head down the back straight. The Omnium race leader, Sanders, goes to the front. She goes a little bit high now. Possibly lost count of where she was as they come into the home straight. It's Anna Dubier. No, but Sanders now steps around with a lot of strength as well. Ava Schmidtke tried to get round. Dubier fights off Ava Schmidtke as they head down the back straight. Amelie Sanders, though, another 5 points coming her way to extend her lead. She's putting on a display here. Dubier takes 3. And I think it was Caitlin Rose who was up for the 3rd place sprint. Possibly Schmidtke up for 4th. We'll wait for the result. It's either Schmidtke or Wasserbach. So Sanders, Dubier, Schmidtke and Wasserbach. New South Wales rider I thought was in 3rd, but nope. Scoreboard telling me something different. So Sanders now leads on 128 points. Anna Dubier has moved herself up to equal 2nd place now on 112 points. So she's making some good forward progression. Liane van der Berg hasn't moved just yet. Just don't know how the riders are feeling when they come out into this last race, do we? You know, they know the tactic they have to employ, but 1 or 2 riders might just be in a defense mode. They also might have the tactic of wait until I get through until the second half of the race, because everyone can go well at the start. They head down the back straight through the bend now. We've got 36 laps to go. Sanders has won the first 2 sprints. She's on 128 points. Van der Berg on 112. Dubier has added to her tally, and she sits on 112 as well.
What a dominant start to this points race from Emily Sanders. She came into the points race, the race leader, and she's extended that so far after the first 2 sprints. Anna Dubier, a good fight there from her. Really tactical riding. She's moved herself up into equal second now. Coming into the points race, she was trailing by 6 points to Liani Vandenberg. After the first 2 sprints, picking up 6 points. Vandenberg unable to pick up any points thus far. So Anna's got the momentum at the moment. We take a look back down now. Madeline Wasserback, she's not out of it by any means, ladies and gentlemen. She's got on 101 points. So at the moment, still 11 points shy, but remember, double points on the final sprint. I know I sound like a broken record saying it every single time, but it really is true. It's decided a lot of the races we've seen so far. A lot of the Madison's points races, Omniums, have all been decided by that final sprint. And I suspect the medals will be contested there once again. We've got 2 laps now until our next sprint. The race has gone high up the track. Pace come off. Vandenberg, she's following the wheel of Dubier. Now Megan Moore, she launches it. Megan Moore, a little bit quiet early on in this points race. She wants to get herself among the points. She got herself a good lead there. She's got about 50 metres or so on the chasing bunch. She's chased by her Queensland teammate though. That's right at 152. That's Eden Seeley-Cunnington. Now the move comes from the Butterfields rider. Now Vandenberg's getting amongst it. Dubier's there as well. But Megan Moore, she's going to pick up the 5. Is she going to continue on? Here, Vandenberg, she picks up the 3. The points split there, I think, between the 2 of the Butterfields riders. I'm not sure who it went to there. We'll have to wait on official confirmation for that. But Liani Vandenberg, she's been quiet in the first couple of sprints. Now she stamps her authority. She reclaims that second position outright from Dubier. She pulls 3 points ahead now, as they just go past the halfway point of this points race, ladies and gentlemen. A really nice time move there, though, from Megan Moore. She saw the race went up the track, the pace went off, and that's the perfect opportunity to launch one from the back. And Megan Moore fully capitalized on that opportunity. She's a little further down in the standings. She's currently sitting in 5th position. And with that 5 points, we'll put her right there or thereabouts. We're still waiting on the official confirmation of those points there. There it is. Megan Moore takes it ahead of Vandenberg, Schmidtke, and then Wasserback with the 1. So what does that do to our overall points? So after 3 sprints here, Emily Sanders, she still leads the way. 128 points, leads from Vandenberg on 115, Dubier with 112, and then Wasserback with 102. So after that sprint, the pace has come off. Megan Moore, the winner of the last sprint, she's put herself right towards the front. She's got Emily Sanders there, both in the ARA kit. Then it's right at 159. That's Shayla Sayers. She swings up the track. All riders happy to have a slight null in the pace. It's been such a long week of racing for these under-19 women's. We've seen them compete in every single endurance event, sprint event. Some of these riders even did the kilo. So there's a lot of fatigue here in these legs. They've just got 24 laps left to go. That's 6 kilometers here in the Oceania Championships for the under-19 women. Right now, Emily Sanders, she leads the way. What can the others do? Megan Moore now, she's up towards the front. They've got 2.5 laps to go until the next sprint. Emily Sanders there, she finds her way to the middle of the bunch. Dubier locks in on that wheel. And again, same thing that we saw in the last sprint. The pace comes off, the riders go up the track. This is where we saw Megan Moore in the last sprint take her opportunity and take the race on. What will we see here? 2 laps to go, 500 metres, and we do see a move, ladies and gentlemen, but this time it's from one of our other Queensland riders. She's she's made the acceleration, and this time Dubier's the one to respond. Sanders not out of the action. Vandenberg's there as well. So the top three in your Omnium, ladies and gentlemen, they're there for the sprint. Dubier now, she steps out, likewise Sanders. Sanders isn't going to let anyone take these sprints from her. Sanders is going to pick up the 5. Dubier's going to try and fight for the 3. She takes the 3. But importantly, Vandenberg there, she takes the 2. So Dubier was only able to reduce that margin by just 1 point in that sprint. So the margin now just reduces down to 2 points. But Amelie Sanders, isn't she showing some great form here?
Sanders racing like this, like she's starting the week, not finishing it off. Great piece of riding. Great contest between Vandenberg and Dubier. We've got 2 sprints to come, 5, 3, 2 and 1 on the next, and double points on the last. It's all going to come down to that last sprint. Megan Moore's moved herself a bit closer to Madeleine Wasserbach, 4 points trailing. Be a nice thing for her to do, to try and get up into 4th place if she can. Madeleine Wasserbach, it'd be nice if she can get a little bit closer to the medals as well. So plenty to race for with these riders as they come up now with 17 laps to go. Megan Moore on the front as she leads through. There's been no real concerted attack in this one. I thought 1 or 2 riders might try their luck. You just don't know how everyone's legs are feeling. Well, I can guarantee they're all feeling quite juicy at this stage of the race, at this stage of the week. It's just a question of being prepared to find out. Some riders down 6th, 7th, 8th, those sorts of places. Not necessarily this bunch, but just in general with these Omnium races. People will protect the points, protect the place. Sometimes you have to throw the eggs against the barn door and just say, well, I was going to finish 7th, I tried to finish 4th, I tried to get a lap, I tried to just go that, find out. And they fall away to 9th, it's not going to make that much difference. 7th or 9th, same result. They head down the back straight. Sanders controlling the bike race, it has to be said. They're going to come round this time with 14 laps to go. She swings up, hands over to her ARR teammate, Megan Moore. 2 New Zealand riders swinging to the top of the track. Sophie Maxwell, Hannah Payne. Into the back straight. Our 2 Queensland riders now. 13 to go when they come into the home straight. Still nobody prepared to throw in an attack. Getting a little bit late to do so though. There might be some attacks as we head towards the final 10. There's always bragging rights for the last one to win the 10 points. At the moment, it is going the way of Amelie Sanders. She sits now on 133 points. She started this one on 118, just 6 points clear. Now she's 16 points clear of the rest. Now the pace goes up. Nice to see the New Zealand rider, Maxwell. She's sitting in 6th place overall. She's starting to speed up a little bit too close to the sprint though, because everyone's ears prick up. They go out after her. It's creating a very nice lead for the rest. They head through the 200. Sanders leads again. The real contest though is between the riders following Sanders, and that's Dubier and Vandenberg. Is Dubier slightly ahead? Can she hold off Vandenberg to the line? She does for that 2nd place. Sanders, impressive, takes another 5 points, goes to 138. Dubier is going to pick up 3 and go to 118. Vandenberg is going to pick up 2, go to 119. It's all coming down to that final sprint for the silver and bronze.
We've got a race on our hand here, ladies and gentlemen, but it has to be said, Amelie Sanders, she's had a hand on this medal the entire points race. She's been extremely controlling here. She's picked up a lot of sprints, and she's got herself a nice 19 point advantage. Barring anything extraordinary, I think Amelie Sanders is going to be your Oceania champion, ladies and gentlemen. But look at the battle for second and third spot. We've got Liane Vandenberg currently in second position. She is on 119 points. Anna Dubier trails her by just the one. She's on 118. Now remember, the final sprint is worth double points. And remember, if two riders end up on the same points, it goes on to the result of the final sprint. Now, just to put it simply, whoever wins the sprint out of Dubier and Liane Vandenberg, they are going to be your silver medalists here at the Oceania Championships. And look at them. They are right towards the back of this group, ladies and gentlemen. They are following each other around. They know the importance of this sprint. Amelie Sanders, though, it has to be said, she's rode an extremely strong Omnium thus far, and she's going to be your Oceania champion, ladies and gentlemen. But where do the rest of the medals lie? Anna Dubier, your points race champion from yesterday, she's in with a shot. Liane Vandenberg is there as well. Where are those two riders? Dubier, she's up above the blue line. Vandenberg, she follows the wheel of Sanders. I suspect, though, Sanders, even though she has this one in the bag, isn't going to let this last sprint go without a fight. Amelie Sanders, we know the fighter that she is. The Australian national champion in the Omnium a couple of months ago. They've only got a few laps left to go in this Omnium Championships and in the Oceania Championships. Anna Dubier, she's up above the blue. Liane Vandenberg, she follows the wheel of Sanders. Sanders on the front now. Vandenberg follows, likewise Dubier. Caitlin Rose, she sits above there. There's a lot of traffic here coming in with a couple laps to go. Could we see a late attack go here? We've got Schmidtke and Wasserback on the front, and there's moves coming from behind now. This is one of our New Zealand riders now. They launch out. They're trying to get for the 10 points. They step out now. They've got one lap to go, but the action's very much behind, ladies and gentlemen. She's getting chased here. This is rider 168. That's Madeline Wasserback. Anna Dubier's locked in the wheel. Where's Liane Vandenberg? Liane Vandenberg's got herself out of position. Dubier's stepping over the top of Wasserback. Anna Dubier's going to get herself a silver medal here, ladies and gentlemen. But your champion of the Oceania Omnium for the under-19 women is Amelie Sanders, representing Queensland. She came into the points race, she was leading it, and she's extended her lead in the points race with a fantastic effort. Your Oceania champion, ladies and gentlemen, your Australian national champion, representing Queensland, Amelie Sanders.
So we move on to our final race in the junior men Omnium points. This is the point score over 20 kilometres. We'll go through the list. This is close at the top. This is going to be a good one. Equal leaders, Bailey McDonald and Alexander Hughes on 106 points. Sam Washington is next on 104. Then there's a little bit of a break back to the next rider, Jonas Shelverton on 96 points. Lockie Walters on 94. Zachary Douglas Savage on 94 as well. Sorry, on 94, it's 96 for Shelverton. Kirill Mutri on 86. Hunter Dalton on 82. Robert Turnbull on 78. Kyle Paris, 68. Sterling Janelle on 58. Joshua Grieve, 56 points. Oliver Clark on 48. Ben Crawford on 42, as is Kirian Mutri. And we've got one rider who's failed to finish, and that was Toby Jones, who crashed earlier today. We're underway, 80 laps of the track. Remembering most of these riders rode the 80-kilometre point score last night as well, which was won by Sam Washington. So 2 points separating the top three, just 12 points separating the top four. Everything to go here for the junior men. Once again, as we see with the start to these Omnium races, just pace on a little bit better here, a little bit more lined out in the junior men's race, but everyone just getting the legs going, waiting to see what happens on this first sprint at the moment. Nobody wanting to find out just if they throw a big attack in, what it's going to do. Inevitably, you get worn out that little bit quicker and you lose a lap rather than take a lap. But that's what we all think. So one way to get around that is go and find out and see if it'll happen. Because the top three guys, McDonald, Hughes and Washington, they are very difficult to beat. You're certainly not going to beat those guys by going to every sprint with them. You have to get away from them, have to mix it up, have to start to alienate one or two people, start to leave some gaps, just put some pressure on. Meanwhile, you've got riders in there who are just looking at the top 10 and going, I want to finish in the top 10. Looking at the top 10, I want to finish in the top 8. They'll race to protect those positions. Now the pace goes up. It's good to see. Sterling Jarnell, the New Zealand rider, wasn't happy with the pace. One of the riders I'm talking about, he's on 58 points. It'd be ideal for him to go and get 20 points. He'll move up a few points in the ranking. We'll find out where the legs will take him. The next time you get on and race, you go, I'm all right for this. I can do a little bit more with it. They head down the back straight this time. 73 laps to go. They all swing to the top of the track. Everyone becomes a track sprinter for a moment, trying to find position. Washington and McDonald towards the back of the field here. Alex Hughes at the top of the track in a little bit better position than those two. But he's a little bit deep, but look at this. Hughes comes to the front. His two opponents are down the back of the bunch. They're coming to the home straight this time. Hughes leads. There's traffic for the rest to get through here. Hughes with Dalton up on his outside. Then Zach DS. They'll head down the back straight. Hughes out of the saddle, and it's the West Australian Sam Washington. He's had to come from the clouds to get into this position. He's taken McDonald with him, but Washington will take the 5, McDonald the 3, Hughes 2. That's just going to bring the game that little bit closer. Washington's going to take 5 and go to 109. McDonald will take the 3 and also go to 109. And Hughes, he's going to take the 2 and go to 108. Then Kyle Paris was the next rider. He'll pick up 1 point. And he's only going to go to 59. We wait for the updated points. 109 to McDonald and Washington. 108 to Alex Hughes. This is going to be a close one.
It certainly is, Matt. What a fantastic day of racing we've seen here for our under-19 men's. Super, super competitive, and you can see that at the top of the standings, just 1 point separating the top three. And like you said, Matt, those three have been clear as some of the fastest sprinters here in the endurance field. Sam Washington obviously coming off yesterday's points race, and didn't he look in great form yesterday? There was that breakaway that was around about half a lap ahead, and then when he got to the front, he was able to pull that back very quickly. So Sam Washington from WA, a very dangerous rider here, and Bailey McDonald has obviously recognised the threat, and he's been shadowing him here for the opening 20 or so laps. But you can never discount the rider of Alex Hughes. Ultra consistent rider. He sits there about halfway in the bunch. So those are your top three at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. A little further down, Jonas Shelverton. You can't count him out. He got caught out a little bit in the elimination a little bit early, but he's right there or thereabouts in the points as well. And like we said, a lot can change in the points race. This is where fatigue is at its highest. These riders have been racing now for an entire week. This is their final race, the final 15 kilometres for these riders. So the fatigue is setting in. That's where gaps can appear. And I could suspect someone will try and take an advantage of that. As we see multiple riders swinging up. They don't want to commit to the front. Alex Hughes, he's put himself in a good position here. Shelverton follows him. They've got 2 laps now to go until the next of our sprints. Does anyone want to lead this one out? Looks like Shelverton does. Right at 140 point here. Jonas Shelverton, though, he picks up the 5, Sterling Jarnell the 3, and then I think Sam Washington picked himself up a point there.
Starting to get amongst it now, the riders who missed out on that first sprint. Shelverton, Jarnell, Clark, Washington gets 1 point. So Washington goes into the lead of the bike race, used a lot of energy to pick up that 1 point. We saw him ride very similarly last night in the points race. Not sort of going from second or third wheel, some of the time coming from 6 and 7 places back and very late in the finish. But he seems to have the legs to be able to recover from it. This is race number 4 on the day today, though, after a big week of racing. But as we saw with Amelie Sanders, the week of racing doesn't seem to have affected her too badly. She was cruising in the final race of the day for them in the under-19 women. Walters swings up, so does Zach Diaz. Move down to the back of the bunch of the Queenslanders, Alex Hughes as well. 56 laps to go. It's Mutri, the New Caledonia rider, at the top of the banking. Pace goes up down below. 1 or 2 of the New Zealand riders just getting on with things. And this is what I like to see in these races. You see now, somebody's decided they don't need to chase because they've got some of the guns down the back of the race. Grieve it was who swung up and said, well, I don't need to chase this wheel. I've got the first 4 riders in the race sitting behind me. Let them do it. Let them chase back across to Alex Hughes, who they're sort of not paying attention to as he almost slipped away with a group of 4. Forcing McDonald to come to the front, forcing Shelverton and Washington to chase on. These are the sorts of tactics that make and break people at this stage of the bike race. Well, coming to the home straight this time, they'll see 53 laps to go. The tactics starting as we drop back to the back of the field. Washington, McDonald, Shelverton and Hughes all following each other here. McDonald the first one to move forward. Washington follows him first, then Shelverton, then Hughes. Then we look at the front of the bike race. We've got 3 riders trying to get themselves off the front here and see what they can do with the proceedings. Greed leads down the back straight. Zach Diaz on his wheel. Robert Turnbull there as well. Then we go back to Lockie Walters. They'll come up to get the bell. McDonald in good position, as is Washington. Then Shelverton and Hughes, they'll go through. No one stepping out just yet as they head into the last 150. The pace is right up. New Zealander up around the outside as they come into the home straight. Lockie Walters looking for some points. Good piece of bike riding there by the West Australian. Washington just using the slipstream of the pace line to get himself up over the top of McDonald.
Really smart racing there by Sam Washington. Like you said, Matt, used the pace of the Queenslanders, got himself up over the top, picked up 2 points. Zachary Douglas-Savage picked up the 1. But Lockie Walters, he took that sprint out with the 5. Robert Turnbull with the 3. So what are our standings saying now? Sam Washington gives himself just a little bit of breathing room. He's on 112, McDonald 109, and then we've got Alex Hughes on 108. So 3 points, definitely not a lot. With still 48 laps left. As we see 2 of our riders now, they're peeled off the front after this sprint. This is Moultrie and right at 129, Joshua Grieve. They're a little further down in the standings, so if they can try and get themselves working here, they want to try and get this lap. But the peloton, they're not letting them go. Big move here by Sterling Jarnell. He wants to get himself back in the action. Another one of our New Zealand riders, that's right at 144, that's Kyle Paris. He swings up the track. So what's really interesting in the Omnium here, in the points race, it's multiple races within a race. You've obviously got the race for the medals, and then you've got some riders that are a little further down in the standings who are trying to pick up perhaps a lap, perhaps a few of those sprints to boost themselves right up in there. So you'll notice that a lot of the favourites will follow each other. As you can see, McDonald right on the wheel of Washington. They're marking each other out. That gives an opportunity for someone else to try and launch it, perhaps get that lap, put themselves back up into contention. Alex Hughes now, he's on the front. He swings up the track though. He doesn't want to lead this one out. Zachary Douglas-Savage though, he takes a good turn on the front. But everyone, just a couple of pedals, and then they're swinging up the tracks. Likewise, Sterling Jarnell, he follows suit. Now look, 3 of our top riders here, Hughes, Washington, McDonald, all present, all one after each other. Sam Washington, the points race champion from yesterday, so definitely has form in this discipline. A little bit of pushing and shoving there at the back as Washington tries to find the wheel of Hughes. Jonas Shelverton now, he's launching it. He's just outside the medals at the moment. He wants to get amongst it. Alex Hughes now, he follows. Jonas Shelverton though, he kicks out. Where's Washington? Washington's in 4th at the moment, but Shelverton's kicking out in front. Hughes now, he's going to try and challenge. But here comes Sam Washington, ladies and gentlemen. Does he have enough to come over the top? No, he doesn't. Alex Hughes, he takes that one ahead. Shelverton and Washington, though, very close on the line for 3 and 2. A great ride there from Sam Washington. Gets himself amongst the points, but Alex Hughes picks up maximum.
Good riding once again, but no points for Bailey McDonald. There's 2 sprints in a row there that he's unfortunately missed out on points. So Washington leads on 115, Hughes 113, McDonald on 109, Shelverton bringing himself up to 103, and then we see Joshua Grieve now launching himself off the front, trying to find out. Good move here by Grieve. He's down in 12th place on 56 points. Good time to go. It's good practice for points race riding. Hit them halfway, see who's serious about it. But as we've seen with the junior men 19s before, and we saw it in the junior women 19s, it's not right like an elite race where they might let you go and allow you to take the lap, get yourself 20 points. It's not going to affect them. Our junior racing, well, they tend to chase everything down the road, don't they? Always very keen. Grieve's aware of it, and he can see that they haven't really slowed down. Tactics are starting aplenty though between our top 4 on the track. Everyone letting the wheel go, forcing the other one to chase. No need to worry about Sam Washington chasing. He leads the bike race. It's the other 3 who need the points. They're the ones who have to keep themselves there and thereabouts, because they've allowed him to ride himself back into the lead in this bike race, and now leads by a few points. Joshua Grieve, he's been reeled in. He knew they weren't going to let him go, so he's back in the group. Come up the home straight this time. Alex Hughes, Madison champion with Toby Jones. They absolutely annihilated the field in the Madison, these two young guys. Unfortunately, Toby Jones had the unfortunate crash earlier today where he touched the wheel. I think he touched the wheel of Alex Hughes, actually. There was nothing in it. It's just one of those things that happens in racing. But he did bang his head, so he's okay, but won't take any further part in today's racing. Hughes swings up. The pace totally goes out of this one. They start to stack up on each other a little bit. McDonald swings up. He's missed points in the last two. Hughes, Shelburne just underneath him as they go through. I'll get the bell next time round. They head down the back straight. No pace on at all here. Have a look at the ride of this man, Sam Washington. He likes to use some energy, but it is effective energy. Washington just goes around the entire field because they just didn't have any pace on. And when I say he's using energy that time, he didn't have to use that much. Has a look over the shoulder, another 5 points, big look over the shoulder. And the three riders who are the most danger to him don't score points at all. Walters, however, he gets himself 3 points, gets a little bit closer to points land. And great piece of riding there by Washington. 5 points, extends his lead.
Great racing there from Sam Washington. Now we turn our attention down a little down the standings. We've got 28 laps left. Jonas Shelverton and Lockie Walters, they've both ridden themselves into medal contention now. Jonas Shelverton just trails Bailey McDonald by 6 points. Lockie Walters trails by 7. And with 3 sprints remaining, I should say, there's still more than enough points there for them to get themselves into that medal contention. You have to say, though, Sam Washington is in control at the moment. Coming into this race, he was tied points. Now he's got himself 7 points advantage. By no means enough to just ride ultra defensive now, but with the sprinting that we've seen from him, the points race champion from yesterday, he looks very, very strong to take this one out. What do the others have in response? Now the pressure's back onto Bailey McDonald. Matt said earlier, McDonald a little bit quiet in the last couple of sprints. He still sits in third position at the moment, but he's got Shelverton and Walters now really, really close as we see a move now. This is a few riders that are slightly down in the points, but they're going for it. That's Joshua Grieve from New Zealand. He's taking it on. Likewise, Zachary Douglas Savage, Jarnell Sterling, he's in amongst it. These four now. Can they get together and work to try and get away here? Rider 121 as well, that's Oliver Clark. He's amongst it, but just not enough cooperation between those riders. You need cooperation with the quality of the field that we've seen here in our under-19 men's to even have a chance of getting away. You need to cooperate because there's a lot of strong riders chasing. One of them, Jonas Shelverton, he swings up the track. And look at that, Shelverton, Hughes, Washington, McDonald, all present right next to each other. They're not letting each other get away from this one without a really good fight. Zachary Douglas Savage, he's up towards the front. Leading it out though is the rider of Dalton. He's had a strong race, and now we see a little bit of a kick here. This is the rider of Alex Hughes. He wants to get amongst it. Washington's out the back. Alex Hughes has an opportunity to pick up some points here. He's looking back. He wants to see who's going to challenge me for this one. Alex Hughes, he kicks into the back straight. Sterling Jarnell, he's locked in his wheel. Can he come around? It doesn't look like it. Alex Hughes, he's going to pick up the 5. Sterling Jarnell the 3. Douglas Savage the 2. Lockie Walters, though, importantly, he picks himself up a point. McDonald didn't score there, so the gap down to bronze narrows slightly, and Alex Hughes takes a big step forward, to the lead of Sam Washington and how quickly everything can change. It was a 7-point advantage coming in. Alex Hughes now has reduced that deficit by 5. So we've got 2 sprints remaining. A reminder, the last sprint, double points. Sam Washington, 120. Alex Hughes, 118. Bailey McDonald, 109. Lockie Walters and Jonas Shelverton, they both are on 103. So all very much to play for. I suspect this sprint here with 10 to go is going to be a very important sprint in the outcome of this race. If Sam Washington can pick up some points here, extend that margin out to Hughes, he'll feel confident coming in. But if Hughes can lock this one up and send it down, we're going to have a real thrilling last 10 laps here, ladies and gentlemen. The race is out in front though, 129, that's Robert Turnbull. He swings up the track. We've got 16 laps left for our under-19 men's. 6 laps until the next of the sprints. This one's going to be a very important one, like I said. Look for where the favourites are sitting. Lockie Walters, he hasn't given up trying. He came into this points race a little far down, but he's really worked himself up into medal contention. What can Bailey McDonald do? He's been a bit quiet here the last 40 or so laps. He's still in the bronze medal position, but he's certainly not safe. There's a lot of riders chasing in behind. 14 laps now. Sterling Jarnell, he picked up 3 the last time. Alex Hughes though, he's on the charge. The momentum is with him. He's tucked himself into second position at the moment. Sterling Jarnell, he's been on the front for a lap now. It looks like he's leading this one out. 3 laps until the next sprint. Where is Washington? Washington's further back in the bunch. Alex Hughes though, he's sitting in pole position, second wheel. 2 laps now until the next of our sprint. Sterling Jarnell's done a turn here, ladies and gentlemen. He's been on the front for 2. Alex Hughes, he's licking his lips. He wants to pick up this 5 and get himself ahead of Washington. But Washington's not going to let that happen without a fight. Sam Washington's come from 8 wheels back and now he's on the charge, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Washington, he's come out this one, ladies and gentlemen, like it's the final sprint. Sam Washington, he leads in the back straight. Alex Hughes though, he's closing the gap. Can he get back onto terms with him? No, he cannot. Sam Washington, he's going to pick up the 5, Hughes the 3. So Washington gives himself some breathing room with 1 sprint remaining.
It's all going to come down to the final sprint. 9 laps to go when they come to the home straight. Washington, the ability he has to be able to dive bomb the sprint from a long way back. There we go, Shelverton, a man up there on points. He steps out. Jonas Shelverton's on 103 points. Lockie Walters is on 103 as well. Shelverton gets on with it. McDonald is chasing. Washington says, I don't need to. I'm going to think about one guy and he's 4 points behind me, just to my right-hand side. That's who he's going to be thinking about over the next couple of laps. But have a look at Shelverton here. This is a good ride. Get behind the Tasmanian here. He's in 4th place on 103 points. Trying to get the 10 points, trying to get him on himself onto the podium here. As it goes, Washington leads on 125. Then it's Alex Hughes on 121. McDonald on 109. Then Shelverton. And also Lockie Walters. This is exactly what Sam Washington wants to have happen, because McDonald is now going off the front. He can't catch the points of Sam Washington. Neither can Shelverton. This is playing into the hands of the West Australian with 3 lots of points going up the road now. Hughes swings up, comes down to the back of the bunch. He'll find Washington. He'll be able to shake hands about it, is about all. Now Hughes, I think, realises he's got to get amongst it, because he's seen McDonald come back. Now he's going back to the front. Shelverton, if he takes 20 points, is it possible? Is it possible that he can take the 20? Here he comes. The leaders go through the 200. They go down the back straight. We're going to be counting numbers of riders here. 3 laps to go. Shelverton, has he got the legs? the front of the group. There's 6, 7 riders. In the second group, though, there's only 6 riders, so there's still 7 riders to get the majority. Still a bit far forward for Shelverton. The front of the group is now in the home straight with us. Shelverton's got to get himself around that group if he can. He's got to get himself around that group because he leads. Shelverton leads for the 10 points on the back of that group. He's going to miss taking the lap by about 50 metres at the moment. They come into the home straight now. The 7 get through. Shelverton's going to take the 10, but that's all. We go back to the front of the bike race now. Shelverton goes through with 10 points. They step out down the back straight. Alex Hughes is leading. He needs to get 4 points over the top of Sam Washington here. He's going to take the 6, is he? He is indeed. And Washington's not going to score a point on the last sprint. Alex Hughes takes the 6 points. Jonas Shelverton takes the 10, but Hughes takes 6 by my reckoning. And it looked like Washington possibly missed out. We'll go and wait for the official result. But that 6 points will take Alex Hughes to 127 and he'll win. But we'll wait for the official one. There was a lot of traffic riding around that bunch. We will wait to see exactly where everybody was because they were all coming together at the last second. What a great bike race, what a great finish. Everything down to the wire. Looking for the updated sprint finish. Great riding. Shelverton's taken 10, there's no doubt about that, and he'll go up to 130. Here it is, Alex Hughes has taken the 6. He wins the Omnium Oceania Championship by 2 points over the top of Sam Washington, and Jonas Shelverton has got himself up onto the podium now on 113, with Bailey McDonald and Lockie Walters finishing on 109 for McDonald, 103 for Walters. What a finish to a bike race. Congratulations to Alex Hughes of Queensland. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could turn your attention to our medal ceremonies. The presentation now for our elite men 1,000-metre time trial. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Queensland, Byron Davies. In second place, representing South Australia, Tate Ryan. In first place, winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion, representing Australia, Tom Cornish. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our champion and medalists. The medal ceremony for the Junior Women 19 Omnium Championship. In third place, representing South Australia, Liani Vanderberg. In second place, representing New South Wales, Anna Dubier. In first place, winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion, representing Queensland, Amelie Sanders. The medal ceremony for the Junior Men 19 Omnium Championship. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Tasmania, Jonas Shelverton. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Western Australia, Sam Washington. In first place, winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion, representing Queensland, Alexander Hughes.
To those watching on our Oz Cycling YouTube channel, we will be recommencing the program very, very shortly. We have our Kieran Racing. Our under-19 women's will be up shortly with their 7 to 12 final. Then we will have the under-19 women's 1 to 6 final before progressing into the rest of the program. The journey's coming up now, and we will be underway very, very shortly with our under-19 women. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our under-19 women's Kieran 7 to 12 final. We have 4 riders on the start line: Piper Newton, Natasha Sitsky, Paige Squire, and Milan Bradshaw. As the motorbike comes around now, 6 laps for under-19 women. And they get the whistle and they are underway. Milan Bradshaw there in the Queensland skin suit. She's drawn behind the motorbike, so she has to stay there for at least one of the laps. And then the riders are free to move after that. We've got 4 riders here: Newton, Sitsky, Squire and Bradshaw, all battling it out for that top 10 position here in the Oceania Championships. Rider 157, Natasha Sitsky, she's looking back. Slightly different tactics when you don't have the full 6 riders in a Kieran. You get a better view of where your riders or where your opponents are. And if you're sitting in 4th wheel, you don't have to do that extra effort that you have to do when you're coming all the way from 6. Be interesting to see here what the tactics are. At the moment, no one really trying to change their position. Milan Bradshaw, she still holds the bike. Behind her, rider 167, that's Paige Squire. Behind her, Natasha Sitsky. And then rounding out the field, Piper Newton. So 3 Australians here. Bradshaw still leads the way. 2 laps to go now. They start to get high on the track. Milan Bradshaw given a good view to see who's coming. We're going 3 wide now with 1.5 laps to go. Who's going to be the first to kick? It's the ACT rider. We've got 3 abreast coming into 1 lap to go. This is the rider of 157, that's Natasha Sitsky. She's taken away with this one. She's got about 10 metres on the rest of the riders. Bradshaw now, she tries to kick out into the back straight, but it's Natasha Sitsky, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to grab 7th. Milan Bradshaw, she's fighting home. She's going to grab 8th. And then rider 167, that is Paige Squire, will be 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is the rider of Piper Newton from New Zealand. But a great ride there from Natasha Sitsky. She takes that one out. A really strong jump there with 1.5 to go. And she takes it out, the rider from the ACT. As we wait now for our under-19 women's 1 to 6 final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the final, the Junior Women 19 Keirin Oceania Championship. We welcome our 6 finalists onto the track. Rider 178 from the ACT is Emily Watch. 171 is Victoria Smith. 162 is Madison Smith. Hope Harnety, rider 160. Ebony Robinson, rider 153. And Ella Liang, rider 151. Gold, silver and bronze on the line for these riders. Looking forward to a very hotly contested final. Emily Watch is the rider who's drawn the front spot and goes up behind the motorbike. Hope Harnety in front of her. Then Robinson, who won the sprint championship. She also won the team sprint, then was second in the time trial. She had to give way to Ella Liang in the time trial championship. They come round now with 5 laps to go. Liang in last wheel. Victoria Smith in front of her, and Maddie Smith in 4th wheel. Should be pretty happy with that draw, sitting on the wheel of Ebony Robinson. They have to draw for spots. They have to turn over a card, whatever number's on it. If it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, they then have to go and line up in that position. So the idea being it's fair and equitable, but you suddenly get the best wheel in the house, in your opinion. Just makes that job a little bit easier. Smith will be thinking about that as she's on the wheel of Robinson. Motorbike comes off, 3 to go, heading down the back straight now. Robinson gets up out of the saddle and Liang goes straight up onto the wheel. They head into the home straight. Robinson leads. Liang not worried about the slipstream. She's sitting around the hip. Pace not on yet. Then we've got the 2 Smiths go back to Harnety down the back straight. The 2 fastest sprinters in the under-19 category take each other on. Liang not able to get over the top of Robinson though, and Robinson fights back. Now it's going to be a drag race between the 2. Liang not backing off, but Robinson surely is going to be too strong from there as they head down the back straight. Robinson trying to fight off Liang. Liang trying to come again, but I don't think she's going to have the legs unless she can do it up the home straight. They're almost 5 across. Ella Liang with the throw, but Robinson wins. Position counting for everything. Great riding there from Ebony Robinson. Ella Liang into silver, and I think it was Madison Smith who got across for the bronze. I'll have to just check that. Indeed it was. Ebony Robinson the winner. Ella Liang and Madison Smith takes the bronze. Great racing from our junior women 19s in the Keirin.
We welcome to the start line now our under-19 men's Keirin final, the 7 to 12 final. Six riders here. 6 very strong riders. We've got rider 112, Nate Argent. Rider 119, Leighton Riley. 127, Miles Prina. 134, Jeremy Cannon. 141, Luca Piet. And 145, Alex Schuler. Those are your 6 riders here, ladies and gentlemen. So the riders getting the final briefing. This is our 7 to 12 final here. The motorbike pulls away down the back straight. 6 laps here for our under 19 men. All still to play for here. Top 10 result in an Oceania Championships. Very good day out. As the riders get the whistle and they are underway. Jeremy Cannon from New South Wales, he's drawn the bike, so he has to stay there for 3 laps. Oh, I should say he has to stay there for the first lap. And then the motorbike will peel off after 3. We've seen a little bit of movement in a couple of the other Kierans, where riders want to change their positions, not happy with where they drew. But sometimes we don't see a lot of action until 3 to go. Cannon, he leads. Right now, little gaps are forming. Now, like we've seen this before, those gaps early on, not so much an indication of the pace that is being set, but rather riders not wanting to get themselves boxed in, giving themselves a little bit of breathing room so that when the charge comes from behind, they've got a little bit of distance to work with. Here's Jeremy Cannon. He's locked and loaded, ready to go. He's looking back. There's a little bit of gaps here, but Jeremy Cannon, he's ready to go. He's launching it into the back straight now. Jeremy's getting ready to fire out of the cannon, and here he goes. He has to follow the New Zealand rider, though. He's got the jump on him. Cannon, he falls into second position. Where's the charge from behind? We've got another couple of our New Zealand riders. They're coming over the top. We've got ourselves a drag race here, ladies and gentlemen. This is rider 145. That's Alex Schuler from New Zealand. He's leading it out. He's got 200 metres. Can he hold on? He's got a challenge, though, from his countryman coming from behind. Cannon's also there, but Schuler's got a good run at it. Schuler's going to take this one out. Then it's going to be 127. That's Miles Preener. Jeremy Cannon there gets in for 3rd. But Alex Schuler, ladies and gentlemen, he takes that one out. He's 7th in the Kieran. Then it was the other New Zealand rider of Miles Preener. Jeremy Cannon takes out the 3rd spot, and then Nate Argent. And then Luca Payat, he takes out 6th there in the 7 to 12th final, as we wait now for our under 19 men's 1 to 6 final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the final of the Junior Men 19 Oceania Kieran Championship to the line. Please welcome rider 115, Chris Mullins, 116, Sebastian Topping, 120, Angus Withington, 133, Patrick May, 140, Mitchell Louis, 146, the only New Zealander in the field, Flynn Underwood. Underway now. Chris Mullins is the rider to have drawn the position behind the motorbike. He'll go up behind that now. In the men's Keirin Championship, we saw 6 riders, 5 Australians and 1 New Zealander. That New Zealander was Sam Dakin. He took on the 5 Australians and he won it. Now we've got 1 New Zealander in there again. And that's Flynn Underwood. He sits himself in second wheel at the moment. He took the silver medal in the sprint championship. The sprint champion didn't make the final here. He also took the team sprint championship, Underwood. If my memory serves correct, I think he took a medal in the kilo as well. Might have took third. So he's had a great week, looking for an individual gold medal. Can he replicate what Sam Dakin did in the elite men and be the only New Zealander in the final and take the title? He's certainly the fastest on paper. The motorbike comes out the way. Angus Withington, who was up in the top 4 of the sprint, moving forward. They're all looking for a wheel here. Underwood, with the pressure on his shoulders, he goes to the front very early here. He says, if you want it, you're going to have to take me on. 2 laps to go. Seb Topping trying to get in there. Chris Mullins as well. Withington looking for a way. They head down the back straight, and Underwood's going to take them on from a very long way out here. The rest of them are going to have to race through traffic as they fight out each other. But Mitchell Louis up round the outside. Can he get close enough to Underwood down the back straight? Yes, he can. Mitch Louis up round the outside. The Queenslander's going to take it. Mitchell Louis goes to the line. Patrick May comes across in second. Underwood for third. What a ride by Mitchell Louis. Superb finish. Put your hands together for the young Queenslander as he comes up the home straight. Great win. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the penultimate race of our week. This is the Elite Women's Points Race final. 100 laps to the track, 25 kilometres, 20 riders going to be lining up. Along the fence line, please welcome Emily Shearman, Sam Donnelly, Tegan Faringa, Brioni Botha, Maddie Taylor, Maeve Plouffe, Megan Baker, Amelia Sykes, Nicole Duncan, and Courtney McGowan. On the sprinters lane, the bottom of the track, please welcome Prudence Fowler, Summer Nordmeyer, Riley McMullen, Sophie Edwards, Sally Carter, Mackenzie Milne, Lucy Reeve, Maya Wolfenden, Odette Lynch and Lilith Jones. 100 laps, sprint every 10, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Double points on the last. Take a lap, you'll get 20. Lose a lap, you'll lose 20. This is the final race for the women this week, and they have been superb in every race that they've come on to the track. Looking forward to this one.
And we're underway here for our elite women's points race. We've seen a lot of these riders race in the Omnium. Obviously the Omnium's got the points race as well. This is slightly longer, the standalone points race. But it's great to see what a stacked field we have here. A lot of these riders have been backing up day after day after day. So there will be a lot of tired legs in there. But still, the pace over the first few laps, consistent, firm. But no one yet taking the race on. I suspect we would see that later on in the race when the tired legs happen, about around that halfway point. That's really where you can see laps taken. A reminder, taking a lap, that's 20 points. Double points on the last one. So all very much to play for here. The New Zealand team, they've come in super, super strong, and haven't they shown it, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the Oceania Championships. They've been super dominant in the elite women's category. And they'll be looking to try and finish it off with a good result here in the points race. But plenty of competition here as we see the rider of 79 come to the front. That's Lucy Reeve from New Zealand. She swings up the track. A little bit of watching each other going on here. They've still got a few laps until the first of the sprints. No one wanting to use too many biscuits early on here. As rider 79, Lucy Reeve, back to the front. She's followed by the Australian and New Zealand team representatives. And the pace goes off here. You can tell it's pace off. All the riders above the blue line. Nicole Duncan now from New South Wales. She says, if the pace is going to go off, I'm going to put myself right up to the front. She looks around. It looks like she wants to lead this one out. She's turning her head. She's got her head on a swivel, knows the acceleration's going to come from behind, but who's the one going to launch it? Nicole Duncan. She leads them around with just over a lap to go, but she's getting challenged here. That's rider number 61 on her hip. That's Sophie Edwards. Nicole Duncan, though, she's putting in a big effort here to try and get the 5 points. Sophie Edwards, though, she's taking a run at it. Likewise, Maeve Plouffe. Nicole Duncan, though, really strong effort here. Is she going to get rolled? I think so. Sophie Edwards, I think, takes the 5. Nicole Duncan, the 3. Maeve Plouffe, I think, took the 2. We'll just have to wait on the official results there. But strong sprint early on here in the elite women's race. The young rider, Nicole Duncan, certainly taking on. There it is. Edwards, the 5. Duncan, the 3. Plouffe, the 2. And then Samantha Donnelly, she picks up the 1.
Great to see one or two riders It's changing up a little bit. First sprint of the evening, or the afternoon, should I say. Sophie Edwards, such a fast bike rider in the scratch race events, points races. Takes the 5 points. Good to see Nicole Duncan there as well. Just changing the script a little bit. We've seen the New Zealand riders have it all their own way for the majority of the week. So good to see the Australians taking them on. Good to see the national champion colours out there as well. Rider 71 in the white skin suit, Riley McMullen. Good to see so many national champion jerseys of the New Zealand team out there on the track this week. 86 laps to go as they head down the home straight. The pace dropping out as soon as they start fanning out across the track. You know the pace has dropped out, but this is a straight out points race. It's not the Omnium. People will be trying different tactics here. It's worth trying an attack, seeing if you can get clear. They'll come through. 85 laps to go. Remember, we've got the men's points race to follow to finish off our week here in Anna Meares Velodrome, Queensland. All the Australian officials and riders will be back here from the 22nd of March onwards for the junior championships, the under 15s and under 17s, and then the elite under 19 and para national championships from the 25th to the 30th. So plenty of racing still to come in the summer of cycling here in Australia. Of course, you'll catch the PSL League on SBS On Demand as we move forward throughout the next couple of months. Because lots of local racing as well, state championships and criteriums, some track championships still to be held in some of the states around Australia. So we get the most out of the good weather, there's no doubt about it. They head down the back straight, there's no way through if you're down the back. 5 riders across the track. One of the New Zealand riders is going to try to find a way though. They're going to have 82 laps to go when they come through. People just trying to make a little bit better position now. 3 on the front, 4 next, then 4 again, all bunched up. No one stepping out just yet. Just trying to muscle their way through the New Zealand train there. They're doing a good job of it too. They come round now. Nicole Duncan stepping out once more, and now Maeve Plouffe. She rode brilliantly last night in the points race in the Omnium. Maeve Plouffe got herself up to the bronze medal position outright. Plouffe leads, Duncan up into second again. She's going to get a bit more of a challenge. Well, it looks like both are as they come down the home straight. Sam Donnelly follows her through, so Duncan's going to get another point. Maeve Plouffe's going to take the 5.
A really strong sprint there from Maeve Plouffe. Took it on a couple of laps before. Botha gets herself into the action. She picks up 3. Donnelly as well. She's on 3 points. Nicole Duncan currently sitting in 3rd position. She's on 4. Sophie Edwards currently sitting in 2nd position with 5. And Maeve Plouffe, your current race leader, she's on 7. So the points distributed just amongst a few select riders to begin this points race championship. And this is a common theme that we've seen. Pace really goes on for the sprints, then we see a slight lull, and then we see it really ignite again just before the sprints occur. We've seen a couple of riders in the 19s in the points races. They've taken this opportunity to try and take that lap. It's potentially something we could see here in the elite women's. When the race goes and the pace goes off, everyone above the blue line, someone could try and nab away and try and take themselves a lap or get themselves that early advantage. So we see 3 riders now. They've got themselves a little bit of a gap, but no one there really wanting to push on. Nicole Duncan currently in 3rd position. She's there. And now there's a little bit of a push. That's rider number 81 who's given it a kick. That is Maya Wolfenden from New Zealand. She said, oh, if you're going to give me the gap, I'm going to go with it. She's grabbed another one of her New Zealand teammates with her. Now the pace is really on here, ladies and gentlemen. This is rider number 81, Maya Wolfenden. She's setting the pace. She's tracked, though, by Emily Shearman. That's a good rider to have for company. Now the response comes from the big favourites. Is anyone going to continue on with the counter-attack? One of our New Zealand riders. They dive down, but they don't want to continue that on. That was... Both are there, both have looked at it and said, I'm not taking that one on. Now we see a chase from one of our New Zealand national champions. They're taking this one on. They've got themselves a good advantage here. This is rider number 71. That's Riley McMullen. She's trying to grab herself this 20 points. She's got herself out to half a lap. She's got another New Zealander with her for company. This is a very, very strong pairing here, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to get the bell, so they're going to get the 5 and 3 points. That's rider number 78. That's Megan Baker she's taken with her. And they've already got the bunch in their sights here, ladies and gentlemen. The 5 and 3 are going to go to the 2 New Zealanders out in front. What is the response from behind? Another one of our New Zealand riders, they kick out. But look at here, ladies and gentlemen, this lap has gone in almost an instant. Our 2 New Zealand riders, McMullen and Baker, they've got a quarter lap now to try and push back to grab the 20 points. And we're going to see a huge shake-up in the standings just after a couple of sprints.
Baker leads through, McMullen, and look back to the home straight. Emily Shearman setting the pace. You can see they're all lined out. The gaps are starting to open between the wheels. The tail end of the field is just coming out the back a little bit. That'll allow McMullen and Baker to get across. They're not going to get across to the majority. The majority is still in the front group. McMullen just clawing away across here. What they'll be hoping now is a propping at the front of the bike races. They'll come up with 67 laps to go. There is going to be that little bit of a prop. They all swing to the top of the track, which means the second group, Cole Duncan on the front there, they're going to get back. McMullen rolls onto the back and the lap goes. Baker not quite there. Yes, now she is. Yes, the lap is gone. McMullen and Baker, they go up 20 points in front of the rest of the field. One rider, Justine tailed off, Lucy Reeve. She's ridden well here this week. So Riley McMullen leads the way on the front of this bike race, 25 points. Then Megan Baker, 23. Maeve Plouffe on 7. Then Sophie Edwards on 5. A number of riders already scored points in this one. .64 laps to go.
As we see another move go here, this is rider number 81. This is Maya Wolfenden. She tried earlier without any success, and she said, if you don't succeed first, try again, and that's what she's done. She's got herself half a lap advantage here, 2 laps until the next sprint. She's going to try and collect those 5 points, but look at the chase here behind. They're not letting this one go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the response from Emily Shearman. Maeve Plouffe as well there. Your current race leader, Riley McMullen, she's ever attentive. Sally Carter now, she bridges across, but the race is out in front, ladies and gentlemen. Maya Wolfenden, she's trying to get herself on the points. She's got a quarter lap to try and hold this one off, but the chase is coming from behind. Wolfenden now, she's really starting to fade with a quarter of a lap to go. Can she hold on to it? Yes, she can, ladies and gentlemen. She'll pick up the 5, Plouffe the 3. Your current race leader, McMullen, would pick up the 2. I believe the Western Australian rider, Sally Carter, picked up the 1. So McMullen, she took that lap early on and was able to bridge the move, pick herself up some points there, which is extremely hard to do when you've made that huge effort to grab the lap, to then back it up in a sprint next. That's a very hard thing to do. McMullen, though, she's looking really, really strong. McMullen with 27 leads from Meg Baker with 23. Maeve Plouffe still in third position with 10. But look at the damage that it's caused behind, ladies and gentlemen. There are splits everywhere in this field. Your current second place rider, Meg Baker, ladies and gentlemen, she is off the back here, just half a lap behind. She's paying for that effort she did early on. What do the other riders do in response? One of our New Zealanders gets towards the front. That's Samantha Donnelly. She's been very, very strong throughout this Oceania Championships. Megan Baker, though, she's in a world of hurt. She's trying to put herself right back into that bunch. The pace goes off in the main field, all up above the blue line. And it's hard not to call it early, but there was a huge acceleration there. One of our New Zealand riders is absolutely going for it, ladies and gentlemen. Got into the aero tuck position. She's full committed here. That's rider number 66. That is Bryony Botha. She's got a quarter lap on the field. But this is a rider they're definitely not going to let go. Maeve Plouffe now, what does she have to respond? She's given a good turn. She swings up the track. Short, sharp turns from the rest of the field to try and bring back Botha. But isn't she looking strong, ladies and gentlemen? Botha, she's got herself about a straight advantage here. The New Zealanders say that's not our one to chase. Someone else can chase it down. Plouffe, she swings up the track. Now it is the current race leader, McMullen. She gets to the front. She knows the danger that Botha poses to her lead. But the pace just comes off again.
Botha goes through, 52 laps to go. Fastest woman in the world, over 4,000 metres. Won everything there needs to win. Now that the World Championship's gone to 4,000 metres in the individual pursuit, I think she will really be looking forward to that. The same way Elise Andrews is going to look forward to the 1,000-metre time trial at World Champs. Botha leads down the back straight. Setting the tempo on the front, though. The New Zealanders, Sam Donnelly, she's only got 3 points at the moment. She's looking for a few more. Botha comes through. 50 laps to go now. Donnelly on the front, getting challenged all the way up the home straight. Hangs on nicely. Odette Lynch couldn't quite get to her. And then the next of the New Zealanders, I think it might have been Sam Donnelly, picking up the 1 point. Botha has a look over the shoulder. She'll see that the bunch is all swung up, but have a look at the damage this bike race is doing to the rest of the field. They're trying to come back across in 2s and 3s. They're going out the back all over the place. Botha grinding away, but it's the national champion of New Zealand, Riley McMullen, who comes into the home straight behind Botha now. Everyone else is sort of swinging to the top of the track. A number of good names starting to lose laps here, starting to not be able to keep up. McMullen, it's not done with speed, they're just grinding out the pace here. It's been that tough this week. It's been extremely humid and hot. Botha leads. Here's McMullen going out after her. We look to the front of the bike race as they come into the home straight this time. It's all New Zealand now. Whether it's a club jersey or whether it's a national jersey, it's all New Zealand on the front of the bike race. Botha swings up, sees the white jersey. She'll be disappointed it's the white jersey, but she'll be happy for the help at the same time. McMullen leads the bike race on 27 points. Then we've got Maeve Plouffe on 10 at this stage. Can they get the lap? I think they can. It's just going to take a matter of time. We've got 45 laps to go. They head down the back straight, working nicely together. You can see the way they work. When they swing up, they're coming straight back down onto the wheel, not letting big gaps go. Look at Botha, perfect. That just shows that they are still moving nicely here. There's 6 riders out the front. We look to where the rest of the main fielders, Maeve Plouffe is on that. So if they can get into contact with that group there, there's a very good chance that will be the designated lap. We'll wait to see where the commissaires are starting to point. I think it made the commissaire turn around, then he suddenly saw the brake. McMullen leads down the back straight. Both are on the wheel. They're all starting to go across in ones and twos now. The pressure is on Sam Donnelly trying to get across to that next group. Maeve Plouffe trying to get there. Odette Lynch, I think it is as well. Now both are in McMullen. See less riders as they all start to clamour across. The breakaway comes into the home straight and they're going to see 41 laps to go. The bell for the break. They're just setting tempo now, doing what they need to do. McMullen swung up to do a turn. Both wasn't really ready for it in the sprint lap. McMullen quite happy to share the points at the moment, that's clear. They're going to reel in this first half dozen riders. Both is going to take 5, McMullen another 3, so she'll go to 30. Both will get herself up to 13. We look back to see where the sprint is. Here's the front of the field. And that is Sam Donnelly, and then that is Sophie Edwards.
You can't turn away for a second here in the elite women's points race. Just 10 laps ago, everything seemed to be together, and now look at the changes, what's happening. We've got riders absolutely everywhere along the track. Right now, McMullen, though, she's having a really strong ride. The New Zealanders, they're dominating proceedings at the moment. When we turn our attention to the board, McMullen still leads, 30 points ahead of both, are on 13. Maeve Plouffe, though, she holds on to that bronze medal position. 6 sprints done so far. We still have more to go, and I feel like with the race, how it's been ridden there, we still have some more twists and turns in store here for the final race of our elite women's program in our Oceania Championships. And just as I said, the race was split all along the track, the bunches come back together right above the blue. Where are the favourites at the moment? McMullen, easy to spot in the white kit. Plouffe following her wheel. Where is Botha? Botha's there as well. So all attentive towards the front of the race. Still riders yet to score a point, but more importantly, yet to lose a lap. So they're still on 0 and they still have a chance here. Gaining a lap, put them 20, they'll put right above into that medal contention. And as I say that, we've got to move from 2 of our New Zealand riders. They've gone clear. The response, not quick enough from the rest of the field. That's rider number 67. That's Samantha Donnelly, ladies and gentlemen. That's a rider that you don't want to let go. She's got herself a straight. She's got a New Zealand teammate with her for company, and they're changing off well. That's rider number 77 with her. That's Mackenzie Milne. Those two riding really, really strong. Emily Shearman, though, she sensed the danger that those two pose. She's trying to instigate the chase behind, but at the moment, there's not a lot of cooperation amongst the rest of the group. These two riders, they've got themselves a straight advantage. Shearman still trying to get the chase going. Rider number 66, that's both are locked on the wheel. McMullen there as well, Plouffe. So all of our favourites right towards the front, but these two riders here, they're put in a real good effort here. They're going to get the 5 and the 3, but more importantly, can they get themselves that lap? We turn our attention now back to the main field for the sprints for the minor points. Who's going to contest them? At the moment, it's Nicole Duncan. Nicole Duncan, she steps out. She wants to grab herself a couple points here. She was very active early on. She picks up the 2s. Rider 61, that's Sophie Edwards. She picks up a 1. But just at the moment, those two riders just unable to really start to claw in this advantage. They're sort of stuck there at that half a lap advantage. And once the pace comes on, and here the pace comes on, ladies and gentlemen, this is rider number 72. That's Emily Shearman. She was trying to instigate the chase behind. No one was really cooperating with her. And she said, well, if you guys aren't going to help me, I guess I'll just do it myself. The New Zealander, she's in pursuit. She's closed that gap well. The rest of the bunch, though, they haven't chased. Sophie Edwards, she's on the front. The New Zealanders, though, they're in complete control of this points race as our two leaders start to just get across now. Rider number 77 and 67, Mackenzie Milne and Samantha Donnelly, they look like they're going to gain this lap. But this is always that hardest part, that just those last few meters. Can they bring it across? A big effort here from Shearman. She's had to do this all herself. Milne and Donnelly, they're going to get themselves the lap, ladies and gentlemen. We're really going to have to wait and see what that does to the overall standings. So now the race turns. The front of the race now becomes Emily Shearman. She's got herself around about a half a lap advantage. So after that lap taken, what does it do? McMullen still leads on 50. Both are still in second with 33. But Donnelly now leapfrog into the bronze medal position. We have Emily Shearman now. She is out in front. Quarter lap. My goodness, she's had to do this all by herself. Can she get that lap advantage? That would be huge for her opportunities here. The bunch swings up the track. That's going to help her. The issue is, though, the sprint's just about to happen, which means the bunch will start to accelerate. Shearman now just with a few meters left. Will she lay off for the sprint, or will she close it up? We'll have to wait for the commissaire's determination as to when they say the lap has been gained. And there it is, Emily Shearman, confirmation, gaining the lap, 20 points, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a huge round of applause. Now she's going to have to really conserve her energy as the pace goes on the front. Nicole Duncan sticking it to the New Zealand team. Duncan leads into the back straight. The New Zealanders are trying to come over the top on her. Nicole Duncan, though, she's looking strong. Can she pick up the 5 here? She's got a challenge around the outside from rider 66. That's Botha. Close on the line, though. We'll have to wait and see for the confirmation there. Plouffe getting amongst the points as well. Now Shearman, this is the real test. She's just taken a lap by herself. She has to conserve that energy, try and not lose the lap now. Gap starting to form. Plouffe on the front, McMullen as well. Maeve Plouffe has done this the hard way. She's been sprinting for every single point so far. She's still right up there in medal contention, though. But you'd have to say, after 8 sprints, McMullen's got herself a really good advantage here. That's 14 points ahead of her teammate Botha. Donnelly in third with 33. So as it stands, Riley McMullen, she leads the way of this bike race, ladies and gentlemen, with 50 points. Botha 36, Donnelly 33. Shearman not out of it with 25. But what sort of energy does she have left? She had to do that entire lap, gain the lap all by herself, as we see a move here from another one of our New Zealanders.
Well, Riley McMullen in control this afternoon, 50 points. Brioni Botha 36. Sam Donnelly on 33, and then Shearman, and then Milne. It's all New Zealand at the top of the leaderboard. The top 5 out there at the moment. Another one of the black jerseys heading towards the rear of the field. That's rider 68, going to get herself to the back of the group. Prudence Fowler it is. There's 20 points goes the way of Prudence Fowler. She takes herself to 20 points. And now we've got 6 New Zealand riders in the top 6 places here. So first and second with 13 laps to go. It's pretty well done and dusted, isn't it? McMullen, she's not going to let Brioni go anywhere over this next couple of laps. She's got a 14-point lead. It's 15 points available for both her if she wins both sprints, but I would say McMullen will definitely be following wheels through to score a couple of points at the very worst. Could be a good contest between Botha and Donnelly for the silver and bronze. Then we've got Shearman a little bit further back, 8 points trailing the podium at the moment. The bell's going to sound. Prudence Fowler, it's taken a lap, she's come straight to the front. There's going to be a race between the two Australians down the back straight, Maeve Palouf and Sophie Edwards, but then it's all New Zealand coming around the top. Rider 81 goes across, Mia Wolfenden has been pointed at as the leader as she goes through, so 72, Sam Donnelly. She'll take 3 points. Just going on, the Commissaire's leader out on the track is Wolfenden. Takes the 5. Then Shearman, Donnelly, Plouffe across the line. 3, 2, 1. Go to the leaderboard now. No change between McMullen and Botha. There's only 10 points on the line in the last. Donnelly 35 points. Shearman 28 points. Looks like the medals are pretty much done and dusted. They come through. 8 laps to go. Hope you really appreciate the racing we've seen from the elite women's field this week. It's been great contests, great displays of strength as they move down the back straight again. Pace goes up into the home straight. 7 laps to go now. Once again, Prudence Fowler trying to just launch herself off the front. Maeve Plouffe going with her, trying to salvage something a little bit further up the field. It's Nordmeyer who's gotten off the front with them as well, with 6 laps to go. She swings up, trying to see if she can get them moving a little bit. Summer Nordmeyer hasn't lost a lap on the same lap as everybody else, just hasn't scored any points in this one. There's a number of riders who have gone down a lap here. 5 to go as they come in. The national champion of New Zealand is going to turn herself into the Oceania champion here this afternoon as well. Maddie Taylor, it is, I think, leading down the back straight. They start to go off the front in 1s and 2s. The top 3 place getters in this at the moment aren't going to be too worried about losing points here. They know it can't really be changed. The race between Botha and Donnelly, that can be changed. And I'm sure they're going to take it on towards the end because only a point separates them. 3 laps to go. 2 riders going clear. We keep our eye on number 67 and number 66. That's Donnelly and Botha, as they sit in 2nd and 3rd on 36 and 35 points. The leader goes through off the front, Amelia Sykes. She's being chased by rider number 75, Maddie Taylor. Then we got Mackenzie Milne getting herself off the front. She did this in the scratch race the other night. She sits on 23 points. She'd have to, they're coming to the home straight this time. The front 2. We look for the sprint between Donnelly and Botha, really. That's 66 and 67, because that's about the only other change that can happen. Duncan goes through. 67 goes around 66 as they head towards the back straight, but Botha taking on Donnelly here, trying to get up in the point. She's going to have to get around Duncan. She's going to get around Duncan, and yes, she will. Will Duncan hang on? No, Botha gets there. Botha gets there and keeps her 2nd place nicely there over the top of Sam Donnelly. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the rider in the white outfit, rolling down the back straight and through the bend. Riley McMullen of New Zealand is now the Oceania points race champion. A great ride here in the home straight. So we move on to the final event of our racing program. This is the Elite Men Points Race Final. 40 kilometres, 160 laps. Introduce our field on the fence line. We'll start with Keegan Hornblow, number 10, then Kyle Aitken, Tom Sexton, Oliver Watson-Palmer, Liam Walsh, Daniel Morton, Hugo Pomelet, Mitchell Fitzsimmons, Oliver Bledden, number 2, Matthew Davidson, then Noah Blannon and Leo Zimmerman. Marshall Irwood at the bottom of the track, first rider there, Kurt Ether. The Olympic champion, Connor Lay, James Moriarty, Blake Agnoletto, Campbell Stewart, number 14, Magnus Jameson follows him, then Lucas Beamy, Hamish Keast, Luke Rickett, Declan Trezise and Oscar Gallagher. 24 riders lining up in the Elite Men's Points Race Final. 160 laps, 40 kilometres to go. Yeah, I'm just looking at the points. If both it gets revert, if both it doesn't get the points, she still gets the silver, and Donald's still the third. As Duncan was the next rider. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't affect the medals. It just reverses this way. Cool. Okay, no worries. I've got it as McMullen on 50, Rother on 36, Donnelly on 35. I don't think Donnelly scored points. Duncan was up there, so it should affect it. Could be wrong.
– 160 laps here, and this is the final race of our Oceania Championships, ladies and gentlemen. 40 kilometres for our Elite Men's Points Race. And look at the variety of colours of our jerseys here. Such a stacked field, a full complement, 24 riders here starting for our Elite Men's Points Race. Great to see the final race of the program filled to the max. That's what we love to see in track cycling here. So many favourites, so many strong riders, hard to name them all. Tom Sexton probably one of the favourites coming in, likewise Liam Walsh. Can never count out Campbell Stewart though. He's been up there in every single race. But one thing I can guarantee you for sure, this race is going to be fast, ladies and gentlemen. I expect the average speed of this race to be around about that 50 kilometres mark, like we saw in the Madison yesterday. I expect we see much of the same. Out here, out in front though, is a trio working together well. They've got themselves a little bit of an advantage here. Right now, the response is coming, though, from the peloton. They know the danger that taking a lap early poses for the rest of the race. At the moment, we've got a trio out in front. That is one of our Queensland riders there. That is rider number 39, leading the way. Coming through, that's Noah Blannon. He's joined with the South Australian Leo Zimmerman, and one of our New Zealand riders in and amongst it as well. They're working well together. They've got themselves half a lap advantage. That's rider number 19. That's Matthew Davidson. Quality rider out in front. What is the response from the peloton? They look like they're chopping off turns, but the advantage still out in front. Three riders got themselves half a lap as they come around now. They've got 1.5 laps to hold off this peloton. They're going to get the first of the points. 5, 3 and 2 will go to the leading trio, but I suspect they want this lap really, really badly Getting a lap here, a huge advantage. Although it doesn't secure you the win by any means, it does put you in the hot seat. So the 5, 3, 2 and 1, 5, 3 and 2 will go to your leaders. And what is the response from the peloton behind?
As Andre said, the leaders, they're cooperating here, thinking about the lap more than anything. It's good to see one or two different riders getting themselves up the front and getting on with it. Zimmerman takes the points in that first one, it looks like. They start to move off the front straight away, though. I think it's Keegan Hornblow. Hornblow moves off to get the 4 points. 3 riders got themselves onto the back of the group, though. Davidson, Blannon, Zimmerman, Liam Walsh, it's telling me here. Davidson, Blannon, Zimmerman go across. And Liam Walsh takes a point. They head down the back straight. Hornblow, Connor Lay, he's got himself across. Declan Trezise going across. So now we've got another 3 riders that want to get themselves off the front of the bike race and try and take a lap. That's what this is all about. Davidson, Blannon and Zimmerman, 3 names we haven't seen on the podium this week, but racing brilliantly. Then we've got 3 guys we've seen on the podium quite a bit over the last 10 years here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. Connor Lay, Keegan Hornblow, Declan Trezise. They're half a lap up now as they go through with 1:43 to go. Moving nicely. Great experience in the teams pursuit. Of course, Connor Lay, the Olympic teams pursuit champion. Another one of our Olympic teams pursuit champions. 5th wheel of the bunch, Oliver Bled and James Moriarty, the reserve, also here today. Been racing very well this week as well. A hard place to be in. He's handled himself very well. Hard place to be in the reserve spot in Paris, especially when the team goes and wins. Handled himself exemplary. Declan Trezise on the front, Connor Lay follows Hornblow. They're going to be organised as well, like the others, as they come to the back of the field. Looking over the shoulder as they head down the back straight. I don't think you're going to get much interest in the sprint, but there's another lap gone.
We predicted action aplenty in this points race, and that certainly delivered. It's only been 20 laps so far, and we've already seen 2 sets of riders gain a lap. So Declan Trezise, Connor Lay, Keegan Hornblow and Liam Walsh, they gain themselves points in that finals, in that last sprint there as well. So what are the standings after 20 laps? Matthew Davidson, he leads the way ahead of Noel Blannon and Leo Zimmerman. And there's the updated points, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Davidson on 25. He's equal with Declan Trezise. So those 2 riders out in front at the moment, but now the counter moves happen. This is rider number 7. That's James Moriarty. He's got one of the New Zealand riders in tow. So just as one move goes, another one follows. This is exciting racing here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Anna Meares Velodrome. This is rider number 28 taking the move on now. That is the rider of Marshall Irwood, very active in all the week's racing. He's got Moriarty for company. 2 very strong riders. They've got themselves half a lap advantage here. They're going for it here, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the 3rd set of riders we see take a lap, and it's only been 30 laps here. They've got a half a lap advantage. The response, not full cohesion from the chasing group, and that plays into the advantage of the 2 leaders. They will get the 5 and the 3 points for this sprint, but they really want that 20. Now we see the counter moves happening. That's Tom Sexton, one of the pre-race favourites. He said, enough is enough. I'm getting amongst the action as well. He's taken one of his New Zealand teammates with him. They've got themselves a handy little bit of an advantage. Moriarty, though, he's starting to hurt. They'll hold on for this sprint. The 5 and the 3 will go to the 2 leaders. But Sexton, and he's got rider number 24 with him. That is Daniel Morton. They're working well together. Here comes our 2 leaders. They're going to get the 5 and the 3. Sexton looks like he'll pick up the 2. Morton the 1. And that advantage has slowly diminished there. Now everyone coming over in 1s and 2s. This race, ladies and gentlemen, has been raced so fast, and now coming around the outside. That's rider number 10, Keegan Hornblow. He's getting amongst it. What is the response from the main field? Nothing really at the moment. The New Zealand team, they're really dominating this race. They've taken it on. Hornblow now. He's got Sexton in tow. Rider number 2, that's Ollie Bledden. He's in there as well. The bunch, though, they've gone right to the top of the track. So they're going to gain a lap. And just as I say that, we have more riders off the front. One of them being Oscar Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen. We've just heard over the commissaires, rider 24 now becomes the new leader of this bike race. So he now as well will take that lap as well. Now we look back. Where's the lead of the field? That's Oscar Gallagher. He's got rider number 26 in tow with him. This is a race, ladies and gentlemen. You can't blink, you can't look away. It's all very much on here at the Oceania Championships.
Gallagher moving with pace as he comes up to the tail end of the field. New leader now is Hugo Pomelet as he goes down the back straight. Rider in the red skin suit is the leader now. Declan Trezise will overtake him. Leader on the track, Declan Trezise. Then the next group of 6, they're all together. Then the main field just leaving the back straight. So Trezise leads down the back straight. Comes into the home straight now. Declan Trezise, he leads. He's got Ollie Bledden going across to him. Gallagher going out after them. Then the rest of that front group, 4 riders. So Bledden and Trezise trying to get themselves off the front of the bike race here. They're doing nicely. Gallagher is going to come up. Just double checking as we go through. 3 riders. It's going to be 121 to go for the breakaway. The breakaway. So, sprint will be between Bledden, Trezise and Gallagher by the looks of it, as they went across the line. So Bledden, it is, he'll get the 5 points. Then Trezise. And Gallagher as well. Declan Trezise, we're going to update after that sprint. 4 sprints down, and the scoreboard only showing us 3. These riders have got the judges and the commissaires and the commentators working overtime at the moment. They were still the lead of the bike race as they took the lap in the last sprint, so they get the points in that as well. Rider number 42 now takes a lap. Liam Walsh, he gets himself a lap out there as well. Look at the scoreboard, Declan Trezise. So there you go, Ollie Bledden, Declan Trezise, Blake Agnoletto. I was calling the wrong name, sorry to Blake. Marshall Irwood picks up a point. Updated points on the scoreboard. Declan Trezise 48, Oliver Bledden 45, Hornblow 43, Irwood 26. A lot of people on 20s and 26 now. It's going to be an afternoon of who can take the laps. I've seen Aaron Gate take 6 on this track before at the Oceania Championships. So it's not something new, but it is always something impressive. Our next two riders who get themselves off the front now. Kurt Ether, the Cachet team, he's got himself off the front. And looks like Campbell Stewart as they head down the back straight, or it might be Tom Sexton. I may have mixed that one up. It is Tom Sexton indeed. Tom Sexton swings up Kurt Ether. The next two riders trying to get themselves a lap here. Going around a little bit of traffic as they go, but the pace is on this time. Keegan Hornblow launching himself off the front. Then we've got Gallagher just looking back through the field. There's Agnoletto, the two leaders down the back straight. Going to go past another rider. Pressure off the front here. Hornblow really moved quickly, but he hasn't got the legs to go any better than that at the moment. He's realised that that brake's a little bit far. Trying to do this by yourself is hard work. Ether leads down the back straight. Sexton with him. Bell sounds. They're going to be 5 points here for Tom Sexton and Ether. In 1 minute they were just off the back of the bunch. Now there's a split and they have to keep chasing. They'll come into the home straight now and get onto the tail end of what is the split. So no lap for them yet. They're going to have to get themselves around these riders. They head down the back straight in the front of the bunch. Well, the pace goes up pure and simply because Declan Trezise brings himself to the front of the group this time. This is going to turn into a heavyweight title fight very shortly as they are knocking each other from pillar to post. Three groups as they go down the back straight. The leaders trying to get through the dropped riders, Bledden and Trezise, and I think it is Jamison trying to get themselves off the front of the group. They're going across in ones and twos. Sexton swings up. It's got to drop straight in on Ether. No one else can give them a turn because they're the dropped riders. Bledden, and then it's Irwood, then it's Trezise. They head down the back straight. There's a good group of five starting to form. Ether and Sexton get themselves across to another couple. Now we do the quick sums. There's 5, 7 in front that they haven't caught yet. They've caught everyone else on the track, still being pointed to as the leaders of the bike race, also being told to ride through. Counting numbers that they've caught. 6, 8, 9, 10. We look to our commissaires. They're still pointing to Sexton and Ether as the leaders out on track with the lap not being gone yet. Then the next group, the chasing group going through now. Noah Blannon, he'll be told to swing up. He's not able to work with those two. They are the leaders of the bike race as they head down the back straight. It's a good bike race. It is blown all around this track, the AMV Velodrome. They lead through again, the leaders. Sexton and Ether working together. They've ridden away from the rest here. Half a lap up. The leaders come into the home straight.
They're going to receive the bell now, Sexton and Ether. They've been working really well together for the last few laps, but it is absolute chaos behind. Sexton will pick up the 5, Ether the 3. They'll grab those points now. Now they're trying to look to grab that lap. That lap will see them boost right up into the standings. But look how many riders there are, ladies and gentlemen, on 20 points at least. Out in front though, Sexton and Ether, they're working really well together. They've got about half a lap here to try and pull this one back. We wait on the official results of that last sprint. As you can imagine, with the amount of riders all over this track, it's hard to keep up. Where is everything? But Ether and Sexton, they're doing a good job here to try and get themselves this lap. There's everyone in ones and twos behind though. Sexton and Ether still working well together, pulling off half a lap turns. Sexton now, he gets to the front. The bunch here, led by rider number 59, they're putting in the work. Sexton there got the 5, Ether the 3, Campbell Stewart the 2, and then Oliver Watson-Palmer got the 1. So that gives an indication of where the lead of the race is. So after 6 sprints and 100 laps to go, Trezise on 48 leads from Bledden, then Hornblow both on 45 points. Now Ether and Sexton, they grab onto the back of another group. We wait on the official commissaire's ruling as to where is considered the bunch, but Ether and Sexton, they're putting in a turn here.
So 93 laps to go as they come into the home straight. Leaders of the bike race out on track. Kurt Ether, Tom Sexton. Commissaires telling them exactly where the main peloton is. There were riders all around the track, riders going down laps that weren't in the peloton, that they were already down laps. It got very confusing there for a while, but it wasn't confusing for our commissaires. They are on the money here today. Ether and Sexton still with work to do. Bell sounds again. Ether swings up. The rest of the bunch, they realise now that this is the lead and we just have to follow. Ooh, good bike handling there for Pawson as he swings up. The leaders come through. Another one of the riders from this drop group trying to get back across to the front. Sexton and Ether, no one really worrying about the sprint too much here. Marshall Irwin will take the points, the minor points. Connor Lay will pick up the 1. Ether has a look across. It's almost like they're racing down a flat road. Oh, the touch of wheels there, unfortunately. That is Gallagher, who came out of this second group with a lot of pace, jumps straight back up, checks the bike over. Come into the home straight this time. Sexton and Ether. The riders being pointed to as the leaders. They've got a group to catch up to here. They do that and they're okay. They will be given a lap once they get across to these 6 riders, 7 riders. So they come through now as one bunch. Front of the bike race is Noah Blannon. Tom Sexton and Kurt Ether take the lap. Sexton now leads the bike race on 57 points. Ether gets himself up into 5th on 29. Then Trezise on 48. And then Oliver Bledden on 45. That was a hard fought lap there. They've got 84 laps to go now.
It certainly was, Matt. Ether and Sexton really had to put in the work there to get that lap. They were out the front for a long, long time. Now I imagine the goal for Ether and Sexton will be to try and regain a little bit of energy. They've had to work really hard the last few laps. Try and conserve some energy, get back into this race, and then start contesting some sprints. But of course that's not going to happen because the pace has gone right back on the front. That's rider number 2. That's Ollie Bledden. He said, they've come back, let's go again. And so the pace kicks off again, ladies and gentlemen. And on the front is one of the New Zealand riders. That's rider number 14, getting amongst the action. They're driving it into the back straight. They've got the bell, so next lap round here, they're going to get the points. Can anyone step out? Ollie Blennon there, I think he gets himself the 3. The New Zealand rider, though, he picks up the 5. That was Campbell Stewart, I believe. And now, will we see a continuation on the pace? Gallagher, he swings up the track. One of the New Zealanders continues it on. Where's the race leader at the moment? Tom Sexton. That's what we'll have to wait and find out. The pace is on the front. And he's absolutely going for it, ladies and gentlemen. That's rider number 13. That is your race leader, ladies and gentlemen. He said, I've just taken a lap. How about I go and do it again? He's really going for it. He's got 8 points advantage here at the moment. He doesn't want to do this one solo. He's just had to do a huge effort with Ether to bring that last lap gain. And so now he's looking for the group. There's a selection here. 7 riders, Ether just off the back at the moment. He really's got to close this last little bit down. That's a really strong ride there from Kurt Ether. He took the lap. But there's no good in taking the lap if you just lose it straight away. So Kurt Ether's got himself amongst that select group. A little bit of disorganisation amongst the leaders. No one really wanting to commit to the front. Up the top of the track, rider number 14, that's Campbell Stewart. Declan Trezise up towards the front as well. So all the big favourites right up there. An absolute carnage behind, ladies and gentlemen. That has been the story of this elite men's points race. On the front, rider number 13, that's Tom Sexton. He's the current race leader, ladies and gentlemen. That said before, Aaron Gate did take 6 laps here at the Oceania Championships a couple of years ago. And we've seen multiple laps taken by multiple different riders. This pace has not eased up one bit. Now another one of our New Zealand riders, he's on the front. It looks like the rider of Ollie Blenheim looks like he's chasing it down. Both riders swing up the track. Where is Sexton? Sexton ever present towards the front. Declan Trezise now, he's getting himself amongst the action. He's currently in 2nd position, ladies and gentlemen. Picking up the 5 here would be really good for him. Rider number 14, that's Campbell Stewart on his wheel. Ollie Blenheim though, he has something to say about it. He comes around, steps around in the back straight. Looks like he'll do enough to pick up the 5. Campbell Stewart the 3, Trezise the 2, and rider number 39, that's Noah Blannon the 1. Where is the race leader? Tom Sexton, he's just about making contact again. Ollie Blenheim, with that effort, moves himself up into the silver medal position at the moment. So, as we can take a breath here, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at our standings as they are. After 9 sprints, Tom Sexton, he leads the way, 57 points. Ollie Blenheim, 53 points. Declan Trezise, 51. Those are your top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Then looking down the list, we have Keegan Hornblow, Campbell Stewart, Kurt Ether, Connor Lay, Noah Blannon, Liam Walsh, and Blake Agnoletto, Mitchell Fitzsimmons. They round out your top 10 at the moment. And Declan Trezise, he's on the front. He's putting the hurt locker in.
It's a good contest. It's a very tough bike race as well. Such a big week of racing to finish off with the point score. And it's not like we've got riders who have come in fresh just to ride the point score. Those days have gone. Sexton's leaving, 57 points. Bledden on 53, keeping himself well and truly in the mix through that melee of chasing and attacking. And Declan Trezise, after getting a good medal in the Madison last night with Liam Walsh, is well and truly in the mix. Liam Walsh starts to move himself off the front of the bike race, trying to get himself up the standings, only on 22 points at the moment, back in 10th place. Liam Walsh, recently 3rd bronze medal in the national road title. So he's having a very good season. Out of the saddle, the legs are hurting. Won the national 20-kilometre points, not the 20-kilometre points, national scratch race championship last year. An exciting finish here on Anna Meares Velodrome. He's gone from strength to strength since that win. Now the Omnium champion as well. He won that back in December. They head down the back straight. Marshall Irwood it is on the front. Then we've got, it looks like Oscar Gallagher. They're coming to the home straight. Two New Zealanders, 62 laps to go. Hornblow, Stewart, Agnoletto, Ollie Bledden up onto the wheel. The bell sounds in the home straight. And we've got Agnoletto on the front, trying to set himself up for a sprint here. Ollie Bledden on the wheel. Campbell Stewart follows him. Has to get ridden off though because Hornblow doesn't let him drop in on the wheel. Hornblow still very much in this. Agnoletto strong from the front as he comes in. Bit of a dodgy look over the shoulder. Bledden was able to ride the bump though. So Agnoletto, Bledden down the back straight on the front of the group. The 5 points went the way of Liam Walsh though. But the legs just a little bit tight here for Walsh. He keeps getting out of the saddle, trying to stretch them. So not likely for the lap for him. Sexton, Bledden, Trezise. We wait for the updated points. And they're now 57 to Sexton, 56 to Bledden. Declan Trezise on 51. And then we go back to Keegan Hornblow on 46. They've got 58 laps to go, and Liam Walsh has still got half a lap.
Liam Walsh certainly putting in a huge effort here. It's so hard to do, trying to get this lap solo. We've seen a lot of riders take a lap, usually in pairs or threes. Doing it solo, that's so hard. He's got half a lap. He's just been pinned there for the last few laps now. Liam Walsh really starting to suffer. The hurt is in the legs. Ollie Bledden though, he's really narrowed up the top of this race. He's only 1 point shy of the lead of Tom Sexton at the moment. Liam Walsh, you have to feel for him. He's been out there for quite a few laps now. He's already got himself a lap early on in the race. He's going to try and hold on for these next 5 points. That will help boost him up a little bit. That will get him to 32. If none of the riders ahead of him score, that will get him into 5th position. So Liam Walsh really putting in a big effort here. He wants the 5, but more importantly, he wants that 20. 20 points would do a huge thing for Liam Walsh. It would put him right up into medal contention. Can he get there? The pace inconsistent in the peloton. As we say, one of the New Zealand riders now, they're taking it on. This is rider number 10 from New Zealand. That's Keegan Hornblow. He's currently sitting in 4th position. He wants himself some points here in this next sprint. Push him right up towards that bronze medal. Liam Walsh though, still half a lap advantage. Just a couple laps now until the next sprint. He'll get the 5. What is the action from behind? Trezise up towards the front. He's currently sitting in 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen. Picking up the 3, that would help narrow the lead, but look who's right on his wheel. That's Ollie Bledden. Ollie Bledden wants himself some points. Can he get around the rider of Trezise? He's going to try and step around now into the front straight. But Trezise, he'll take it out. Then it's Bledden, then it's Sexton. So the leaders of the bikes race there, they pick up the minor points, and Liam Walsh, he's absorbed by the bunch, and he's going to try and get himself back into this race.
Inside 50 laps to go now. Tom Sexton leads down the back straight. And he gets countered straight away by Connor Lay. In the home straight, we've got James Moriarty just losing contact. Connor Lay moving very quickly indeed. They're starting to come out after Connor Lay. They can see the pressure. Oh, this attack's going to do some damage to a lot of bike riders here. Look at the damage now. We're in 3 groups already. Moriarty looks like he's about to lose a lap, possibly, to the rest of the field. Down the back straight, Connor Lay leads the way. We're starting to see the panic though. The New Zealanders moving forward. One man chasing out after Connor Lay, and that's Mitch Fitzsimmons. Then you've got Campbell Stewart, Ollie Bledden, Tom Sexton, then Blake Agnoletto and Declan Trezise. Hasn't been able to just get on the tail end of it at the moment. Neither is Keegan Hornblow or Kurt Ether. They're chasing, but they're not chasing with the same pace as what's going away from them. However, the four going away aren't looking at each other. They're just getting on with it. We look back to see where Connor Lay is, and now he is just in that familiar style, churning out a very high pace as he goes into the back straight. The chasing group of four aren't cooperating. That's going to play into the hands of Tresice and Hornblow as they head down the back straight. Sexton's across though. He leads the bike race with Bledden, so we look to see where Connor Lay is. He's putting the pressure on, leaving the back straight now. Then Bledden, Sexton, Stewart, Agnoletto. Looks like Hornblow just trying to get himself across. Declan Tresice has missed out at the moment. So the three New Zealanders have gotten across. Tresice, the head rocking and bobbing a little bit, just trying to get across here. They're going to prop. No, they're not going to prop. They're going to go straight round. Connor Lay gets the bell at 41 laps to go, looking for the 5 points. Agnoletto doing a lot of work on the front. Tresice trying to get himself on here if he can. Is he going to have to go round traffic? Yes, he is, as he goes to the back straight. They sort of don't really open up the big sprint this time. Connor Lay leaves the home straight, goes underneath the 200-metre sign. Then we've got Stewart, Hornblow, Sexton. So Sexton picks up 1 point in that lot, and he'll go back to the outright lead. But Connor Lay into the home straight. He sits on 24 points down in 9th place. They've got 39 laps to go. Lay in the back straight, the leaders in the home straight.
What a fight back there by Declan Tresice. He got himself back amongst the leaders, but just as we say that, the split has happened again. Connor Lay, though, he's the leader of the bike race at the moment on the track. He's got himself around about that half a lap advantage. Now it's Bledden and Sexton. They are your two leaders of this race on points. They're working together well. They've got Connor Lay now in their sights, but Connor Lay is going to grab the back of this main group. So Connor Lay looks like he'll be able to gain that lap. That's 20 points for him, and that pushes him right up to 49. Now Connor Lay's a danger for the medals. Bledden and Sexton, though, they've made this catch almost instantly. It was just a moment ago that they were banging bars with the rest of the riders in that peloton. They took it on right after the sprint, just as everyone sat up. Now Tom Sexton, Ollie Bledden, they get themselves yet another lap in this point race. So that doesn't really change the battle for 1 and 2. It just gives them more of a buffer over 3rd place, which is Declan Tresice at the moment. Now Connor Lay, he puts himself right up in contention for a medal. So as the pace settles down a little bit, let me remind you of the situation on the track is at the moment. Tom Sexton leads the way with 79 points. Ollie Blennon second with 78. Declan Tresice in third with 54. Connor Lay, Keegan Hornblow, both within 6 points of the bronze medal. This is a race here, ladies and gentlemen. The elite men, they've been going for a week's worth of fast-paced racing, and they've got just over 30 laps to go as we see yet another move go. This is rider number 18 on the front. That's Hamish Keast. He's a couple laps down at the moment, so he's no threat to the overall win here. But what is the response? Very valuable points here up for grabs, especially for the battle for first and second, and then the battle for bronze. Rider number 10, that's Keegan Hornblow. He's the rider with an opportunity here for a bronze medal. He's launched it into the back straight. He wants these 3 points. Rider number 18 is going to grab the 5, Hornblow the 3. So that just edges him just that little bit closer to that bronze medal. And Declan Tresice now, he's got to look at Keegan Hornblow as a potential threat to his bronze medal position at the moment. And will we see the pace kick on after 30 laps to go?
All together inside 30 laps to go. 1 point the difference. 3 sprints to come. The final sprint, double points. Great depth in the field. So many riders still in this race. Head down the back straight. Agneletto won the elimination the other night. He won the Melbourne to Warrnambool last Sunday. Superb bike rider. Come through this time. Marshall Irwood leads through. Hugo Pomelet rolling through after him. Declan Tresice moves himself forward again. He's on 54 points it is. He's got a very good chance to get himself on the podium here. Connor Lay moved himself up. A lot of work to do in sprinting for him to get himself further up into the medals. But this is the lull in the bike race, one of the few lulls that we've seen. We're all starting to become tactical all of a sudden. There's not going to be too many riders who've got many legs left in this bunch. There'll be one or two. Bledden still looks very sharp, but so does Thomas Sexton. Tresice, well, he was nodding ahead a little bit when the pace went up before. And the pace being lifted by riders who aren't direct threats to the points, but because the points are so tight for the medals, they are all starting to chase. 79-78, that's gold and silver. Oh, the touch of wheels at the front of the group. Unfortunate. Only losing the one rider though. Stands up. No banging of the head, which is what we need a front wheel. The New Zealand mechanic on the way. That's one lap. Comes out to help. Coming to the home straight this time, they'll receive Bell Lap. Agneletto on the front with Bledden following him. Then Tom Sexton. So the two big hitters of the bike race taking each other on here. Agneletto trying to hang on to some points here for himself. Bledden up round the outside. He's going to take the 5. I think Agneletto's hung on for second place there with the throw. Sexton round the outside. We'll wait for the official confirmation. Campbell Stewart there as well. Tresice and Connor Lay, they're getting themselves across as well. There's a good dogfight, this one. They go out of the home straight and into the back straight. They've got 18 to go when they come back round this time.
What a race we have here, ladies and gentlemen. Ollie Bledden now, he takes the lead in the elite men's points race. He's got 83 points. He's got a 2-point advantage over Tom Sexton now. 2 sprints remain, one of them being double points. It's all going to come down to the final sprint, I think. Bledden and Sexton, they've been the 2 outstanding performers here. They've got themselves a healthy advantage over the bronze medal, but the bronze medal, there's another battle happening there. Tresice, Hornblow, Lay, they are all separated by just 5 points there. So there's a battle for the silver and gold, and then another battle happening for bronze. All to play for here in the final event of the Oceania Championships. As we see now, Moriarty, he's gone on the charge. Looking really, really strong here, James Moriarty. He's a little further down in the standings, currently sitting in 11th place. He's got 23 points to his name though. What is the response behind? Ollie Bledden wouldn't actually mind this going out, because that means that the points are being soaked up by the riders out in front, which means that Tom Sexton doesn't have the opportunity to score any points. But Declan Tresice now, he looked like he was in a little bit of pain early on. He wants to hold on to this bronze medal here, ladies and gentlemen. Moriarty's got himself a healthy advantage. He's going to get the 5 points in this sprint, I think. Gallagher now, he's on the front. Where is Sexton? Where is Bledden? Bledden's a little further back. He's marking the back wheel of Tom Sexton. That's what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, when there's not many laps left. Tresice now, he's on the charge to try and hold on to that bronze medal. Keegan Hornblow now, he's getting the toe of dreams from his New Zealand teammate, James Moriarty. He's got a half a lap advantage. He's going to pick up the 5. But who's going to pick up the 3, 2 and 1? We've got a sprint here, ladies and gentlemen. Keegan Hornblow, he's looking over his shoulder. Declan Trezise is looking there as well. But Ollie Blennan's come from the back. Ollie Blennan's come around the outside. He wants to pick up this 3. That's going to extend his advantage, ladies and gentlemen. Hornblow the 2, Sexton the 1. We've got a race on our hands in the final 10 laps here, Matt.
Great piece of riding there by Oliver Bledden. We saw Sam Washington sprinting similarly in the junior race, laying off just when you think his opponent, just when he thought he won't be sprinting for this one, he steps out like a sprinter in the Kieran. Oliver Bledden now leads by 4 points over Tom Sexton on 82. So it's going to come down to the final sprint between those two. There's no two ways about it. Then we go back to Declan Trezise on 54, Hornblow on 53. The 4 gun names have got themselves to the front. And then you've got Connor Lay on 49. So he got himself close, but not quite close enough. They're going to have 7 laps to go when they come through. Campbell Stewart leads Bledden. Sexton's not there. Are they taunting Bledden, seeing if he's going to be fall for the carrot, try and launch himself off the front? This is a ploy by the New Zealand team. We'll let Bledden think he can get away, but then we'll chase ourselves. But Campbell Stewart, he seems quite keen to get on with this as they head down the back straight. As Campbell Stewart, he's a little bit far down the field for do anything with the points. Back in 6th place. He's covering Bledden. Bledden's got to get in on a wheel here as they go down the back straight. Doesn't seem too worried at the moment, Bledden. Riding very confidently. They're going to come through this time with 3 laps to go for the main field. Agnoletto goes to the front, starts setting the tempo. Takes Kurt Ether with him and Campbell Stewart and then Connor Lay. That is going to be music to the ears of Ollie Bledden if those boys start to set up, but Sexton has seen the danger. He saw the points going away from himself as well. Agnoletto setting a tempo here that only Kurt Ether can really follow. Then Stewart, then Lay. Then we go back to Sexton just in front of Bledden at the moment. They come into the home straight with 2 to go this time. Agnoletto still setting up. Sexton having to step out and chase now. Bledden not quite on the wheel down the back straight as Tom Sexton starts to ride away from Oliver Bledden. They come into the home straight. Have a look at the form of this man. Sexton up round the outside of everyone as they head down the back straight. Tom Sexton has saved the best till last. He's going to come round. He's going to take 10 points, and that is going to be the bike race. Tom Sexton takes the 10. Ether gets 6. Then we've got Hornblow taking 4. Campbell Stewart takes the 2. Poor old Ollie Bledden, he shakes his head. He can't believe the legs gave out when they did. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Oceania champion, Tom Sexton.
We will be commencing presentations shortly, beginning with our under-19 women. But we will have our final presentations of the Oceania Championships. To those on our Oz Cycling YouTube channel, we're just having a pause at the moment as the last of the results are confirmed for our men's elite points race. Just determining the bronze medal there specifically. So we just have a slight pause in proceedings, and then we will get underway with our final presentations for our Oceania Championships. Just want to say on behalf of myself and Matt Pointer, thank you very much for joining us throughout the week of racing. It's been an exciting week, high quality racing for our under-19s and our elites as we are ready to get our presentation on. Our presentations for our under-19 women's Keirin will now take place. Presenting the medals, Louise Jones. In third position, representing Queensland, Madison Smith. In second position, representing Queensland, Ella Liang. And in first position, and your Oceania champion, representing New South Wales, Ebony Robinson. The presentations for the under-19 men's Keirin will now take place. In third position, representing New Zealand, Flynn Underwood. In second position, and the winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Patrick May. And in first position, and the Oceania champion, representing Queensland, Mitchell Louis. Please join me in congratulating the under-19 men's podium. The presentation for the elite women's points race will now take place. In third position, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing New Zealand, Samantha Donnelly. And in second position, and the winner of the silver medal, representing New Zealand, Bryony Botha. And in first position, and the Oceania champion from New Zealand, Riley McMullen. Please join me in congratulating your elite women's podium. For those watching on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, the results are still being confirmed for our elite men's points race. Just a message from the commissaires. The results for the elite men's points race are still provisional at the moment. The commissaires are just working through to finalise those results, and once they are finalised, we will commence the final presentation of today.
Yeah, mate. No, it's all right. No worries. I was going to try and film it before.
The presentation for the elite men's points race will now take place. In third position, and the winner of the bronze medal from New Zealand, Keegan Hornblow. In second position, and the winner of the silver medal from Australia, Oliver Bledon. And in first position, and the winner of the Oceania Championship from New Zealand, Thomas Sexton. And that concludes our presentation for today and the Oceania Championships as well. On behalf of the commentary team, we'd like to say a huge thank you and a congratulations to all riders and all volunteers as well. Thank you to the commissaires for making this event run so smoothly. For all those travelling home today, we wish you safe travels and hope to see you at an event very, very shortly. My name's been Andre Dubier. Thank